the boy who makes his own urban legends. In the interrogation room at the Jiang City Public Security Department, a man was being interrogated. He was sweating and becoming increasingly frantic. First-class police officer Xu Jing entered the room. "Mr. Zhong Yi," she said. Mr. Zhong Yi looked at her and saw a dark energy behind her. He shouted, "Quick, close the door." "Close it now," Officer Xu Jing calmly replied. "Okay, I will close it. Just relax," as she entered the room. "Now, can you tell me what happened?" Mr. Zhong Yi responded. "You wouldn't believe me even if I told you." Officer Xu Jing sternly said, "Don't try to escape criminal responsibility by playing tricks. Have you even thought about what you've done to your family?" Mr. Zhong Yi went silent, shocked. He suddenly saw something and said, "Behind you." Officer Xu Jing looked behind and said, "Ah, eh? There's nothing." She then turned back to Mr. Zhong Yi and saw him hiding under the table. She said, "Mr. Zhong Yi, I advise you not to play any tricks here." Mr. Zhong Yi, terrified, said, "No," as eyes covered the whole interrogation room. He trembled in fear and hid under the table. "Mr. Zhong Yi?" Officer Xu Jing called out. Suddenly, another voice said, "Mr. Zhong Yi?" She looked under the table. Mr. Zhong Yi, shocked and scared, stood up abruptly, tossing the table, and shouted, "Don't come any closer. Go away." He then went crazy and swallowed his own fist. Officer Xu Jing shouted, "Stop! What are you doing? Somebody help!" In a different scene, at the Ghost Club activity room in Jiang City University, a student said, "And then what?" His friend continued, "By the time other officers arrived, Xia Bin reenacted the scene and said, 'He had committed suicide. I heard he ripped his whole tongue out.'" Li Zhongxing, afraid and feeling like he was about to wet his pants, said, "I feel like I'm going to wet my pants tonight." Xia Bin said, "Such a scary story." This incident came out of the Public Security Department, and it's all over the internet. With a spooky voice, Xia Bin continued, "As far as I know, this case started because of a photo on the internet, and everyone who saw it died." Li Zhongxing asked, What photo?" Xia Bin said, "Don't worry, I'll find it for you." Li Zhongxing suddenly grabbed Xia Bin's phone and said, "Hold on. If what you just said is true, then we shouldn't look at the photo, right?" Yuan Shinji on the computer said, "Are you talking about this?" Xia Bin and Li Zhongxing stopped and looked at Yuan Shinji. They both saw the eye on the screen and screamed like little girls. Yuan Shinji said, "Don't worry, it's all right." Li Zhongxing, hugging Xia Bin, said, How are you so sure?" Yuan Shinji said, "If you could die just by looking at a photo, it would have been the end of the world. As for those who died, I'm afraid there must have been something wrong with them." "Okay, you guys have fun. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first." Li Zhongxing said, "Shinji, you are no fun. It's way too early. Don't act like an old man. Why must you leave so early?" Xia Bin said, "That's right, why go back so early? You don't even study." Li Zhongxing added, "Maybe next time," Yuan Shinji replied. In another scene, Yuan Shinji opened the door to his home with his keys. He entered slowly and said, "My name is Yuan Shinji. Originally, I was just an ordinary college student, living an ordinary life in my previous world. Until a month ago when I overheard a strange conversation in the old library of my university. Out of curiosity, I opened a notebook called Urban Legends. Then I came to this world and became a student at Jiang City High School. Unfortunately, the original owner's parents died in a plane crash, leaving behind an inheritance and high insurance compensation. This allowed me to rest easy and not worry about life problems for the time being. But because of this notebook, my life has entered a 30-day countdown. In the book, it said, Legend points, 0 good and evil points, 0 lifespan, 30 days, and I held my pendant. The book appeared. I opened it and it said, Urban Legend Records Legend Points, 38,000 good and evil points, 200 spiritual power, 0 lifespan, 92 days, Note 1. The urban legend you write will come true in reality. Note 2. The breadth of impact of the urban legends you write will benefit you by gaining a certain number of legend points. Note 3. Anyone who dies as a result of an urban legend you write will benefit you by gaining a certain number of good and evil points. According to the rules of the notebook, I have to write urban legends to obtain good and evil points in order to extend my life. After a period of observation, I've come to realize that the urban legends I've written down in this notebook have all come true. The inspiration for my first story came from the mother and daughter next door who were victims of domestic violence. The page said, Urban Legends, Eyeballs in the Cracks on March 4, 2020, a photo circulated on the internet in Jiang City. This photo was very strange, of an entire giant eyeball. Yuan Shinji said, in Jiang City, anyone who saw this photo and fit the rules of domestic violence will see an eyeball through any crack in the near future. The eyeballs will stare at that person through all sorts of cracks, constantly twisting the other person's mind, causing them to have a mental breakdown, eventually losing their mind and choosing to commit suicide. The book said, on June 7, 2020, Zhong Ye came home from a party reeking of alcohol, and because the bathwater wasn't hot enough, he took out his belt and started whipping his wife. Yuan Shinji said, there is another magical thing about this notebook. Anyone who saw the photo with the eyeball and stared at it, his experiences will be recorded in the pages of this urban legend notebook. Good and evil points, plus 2 legend points, plus 370 Yuan Shinji said. 1 person per page, 2 good and evil points per person, and depending on the impact of the story, 300 to 400 legend points are awarded. Yuan Shinji closes the book and said, the efficiency of this story in gaining points is too low. It's been a month, and my lifespan has only increased by 62 days. I need a better new story to punish the villains. Otherwise, once the number of days reaches 0, I'm afraid I'm really going to die. In a different scene at Class K, Jiang City High School, a girl said, this guy is always too sleepy. He's been sleeping all day. His classmate said, Shinji-san, school is over. Wake up quickly. Her friend said, let's go to the club. Yuan Shinji opens his eyes and stretches his arms and said to himself, I'm so sleepy. I was up till 3 or 4 o'clock yesterday trying to find inspiration for a new story. Yuan Shinji said, my neck is so sore. And he walks the hall and said to himself, alas, trying to find inspiration for my urban legend through the Ghost Club is no use. It's basically a club that does nothing but watch and play games all day long. It's better to send them a message saying I won't be going today. Yuan Shinji took out his phone and said to the Cool Ghost Club group chat, sorry, I stayed up late yesterday. I'm going home to catch up on some sleep. Li Zhongxing, Shinji, you're missing club activities again. Skinny Jia Binbin. Wait, you're not secretly playing the game to impress everyone, are you? Skinny Jia Binbin sent frustrated emojis. Yuan Shinji laughed. And he suddenly said to himself, are you kidding? This is a matter of life and death for me. Yuan Shinji suddenly heard something and stopped walking and said, huh? A person shouted, you're courting death? In an alley, a bully hurts Li Zhongxing. The bully said, you piece of crap, you dare to complain to the teacher for 50 yuan? Don't you want to live anymore? Li Zhongxing said, Brother Ren, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Stop hitting me, Suddenly, Yuan Shinji shouted, hey! 5 against 1, don't you guys have any shame? Ren suddenly looks behind, and he stood up and said, and who are you, kid? Do you have a death wish? A bully said, Yuan Shinji? Yuan Shinji said, oh, do you recognize me? His friend said, Brother Ren, forget it, this guy is crazy. Ren said, hey, there are so many of us, why are you afraid of him? He continues to say, last semester 5 of us blocked him, and 3 of us were beaten and hospitalized. 1 of them is still on break from school. Ren said, this. And he looks at Yuan Shinji, and Yuan Shinji seriously looks at them. Ren suddenly drops his stick and walks away saying, I'm hungry, let's go eat. Li Zhongxing said, thank you, Shinji. Yuan Shinji said to himself, I'm the one who should be thanking you for giving me inspiration. In a different scene, Yuan Shinji in his room pretends to know how to use a computer and types fast. At the page said, Jiang City Schools Incident Report. Fearless reporters report school bullying is a social tumor. Say no to school bullying. A recent report from the Jiang City Office of the Superintendent of Instructional Review stated that bullying is extremely rampant in schools, even the best ones. Most students say the strategies they've learned to resist bullying don't work. The report was conducted at the beginning of last year on 38,540 students in 46 primary and secondary schools. According to the report, 46% of primary school students and 73% of secondary school students reported experiencing bullying at school. According to survey data from the city's Youth Development Research Center, more than 80% of secondary school students have experienced school violence. According to incomplete statistics, as of today, there have been more than 2,000 vicious school violence incidents publicly reported by the media this year. Survey data also showed that 58.9% of the secondary school students surveyed were occasionally or often bullied by their classmates. Yuan Shinji said, "It seems that no matter which world, bullying incidents are common everywhere." He thought silently and remembered what happened to Li Zhongxing. He then added, "Bullies often pick on those who are unable to fight back and have no one to support them. The only way to eradicate the seeds of violence buried deep under the peaceful reality is to give some weapons of resistance to the victims." He took out the book and wrote in it. The system said, "Legend points, minus 30,000 whenever it's midnight, on a website called Hell Communication. Type in the name of a hated person, Hell Communication, then you will meet a girl from the underworld. Her name is Yu Ming." In a different scene at the school, a person recording a video said, "You dare come to school after I told you not to? You're so ugly that you pollute everyone's eyes. If I were you, I would have killed myself a long time ago." They continued to mock. "Whoa! Oh, so you're secretly putting on makeup. Aren't you disgusting? My God! Come and take a picture of this disgusting face. If I saw it on the road, I'd think I'd met a ghost. Ha ha ha." Ishiguro Hui said, "Look at her birthmark." The girl took something out of her bag, and Ishiguro Hui taunted, "You look so angry. Do you want to fight back?" She replied, "Ishiguro Hui, you forced me." Ishiguro Hui laughed. "Ha, what the hell?" She shouted, "Go to hell, go to hell." Ishiguro Hui laughed. "That's hilarious. Could it be that you are planning to kill me with this flower? What a retard. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, she broke the flower and said, "Ishiguro Hui, you." Her face changed, and they all screamed, A ghost! Help!" and ran away. Ishiguro Hui fell to the ground, and the video stopped. A person asked, "Is that you in this video?" She trembled and said, It's me." At the principal's office, Jiang City High School, Chi Xiaoyin, the assistant, reported, "As of 8 o'clock this morning, the number of abnormal deaths in the city exceeded 200. Like Ishiguro Hui, they were all diagnosed with brain death with no signs of any harm, and you are the only suspect identified by the special department." She trembled more. A lady said, "Have you ever been in contact with a hell girl before? Tell me the details." Chi Xiaoyin said, "This is Chief Qingji from the special department. She is the only person who can save you now." It was codename Qingji, special department. Gulia explained, "Well, a few days ago at midnight, a strange post appeared in the R forum. It couldn't be deleted or edited. It was pinned to the top as soon as it was posted, and the content of the post was an urban legend about a girl from the underworld. The post, 'Does this hell girl really exist?' The hell communication can only be accessed at midnight. If you enter the name of the person you hate the most there, the hell girl will appear and send the person you resent to the depths of hell." Gulia continued, "At first, everyone thought it was a promotion for some new game or anime, and no one believed it. In the R forum, onlooker, 'The hell girl? What's that new urban legend? Monkey wine. Is there an anime company that's going to produce a new show? And why is it being promoted right now? Not a big deal. I just tried it, and the URL link of this hell communication actually exists, but it doesn't seem to be accessible right now. I don't want to work hard anymore. Of course you can't access it. It's only accessible at midnight after all." Laughs. "Kill or be killed. I'm going to try it tonight. I've been bullied by my colleague recently, and I'd like to kill him." Gulia continued, "I waited until midnight, clicked on the link in the post, and the page actually appeared. Suddenly, her computer displayed, 'I am here to remove your resentment.'" Gulia wrote. Ishiguro Hui Gulia said to herself, "I know I shouldn't believe such nonsense. I also know that if these legends really exist, they could be harmful to people." In a different scene, Gulia said to a teacher, "Teacher, too." The teacher responded, "Getting slapped in the face won't cause any harm. Why do they come at you instead of someone else? You should reflect on yourself." In another scenario, her mother slapped her and said, "What, you want to transfer to another school? Do you know how hard I've worked to support you in this school?" In yet another situation, Ishiguro Hui taunted her, "Ugly monster, get out." She remembered all her hardships, began to cry, and grew angrier, saying, "I've had enough of this life. If this underworld girl can help me, I'll give her my life." Gulia pressed the enter button, and the email was delivered. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Gulia said to herself, "I must have gone crazy to put any hope in an urban legend." Tears dropped from her eyes as she said, "I'm so dizzy." Suddenly a voice said, "Are you looking for me?" Gulia opened her eyes, shocked to see Yu Ming in front of her, and said, "You, Are you the girl from the underworld? Yu Ming, the underworld girl, replied. It's me. The girl said. Yu Ming said, don't be afraid. I'm here to put an end to your nightmare. She walked towards Gulia and said, go ahead, take it. Removing the petals means that you and I have officially made a contract. The person you resent will be instantly banished to hell. But after you've gotten your revenge, your soul will also go to hell. Gulia exclaimed. What? Yu Ming repeated. After you have gotten your revenge, your soul will also go to hell. Gulia suddenly shouted. What? In shock, Yu Ming explained. Cursing others just increases your own karma, and your soul will not be able to enter the pure land of heaven after death. You can only suffer pain and wander in hell for eternity. It's up to you to decide whether to remove the petals or not. In the present, Gulia recounted, when I came to my senses, I was already in my bedroom. And you know the rest. Chief Qingji suddenly used her eyes and saw Gulia's heart burning with dark flames. She thought to herself, a curse. Is this the price of murder? She then asked Gulia, have you been in contact with other people in the past 2 days? Anything unusual about them? Gulia replied, no. Chief Qingji put on her gloves and said, it seems that this curse is not contagious and only affects the person who made the contract. Qi Xiaoyan's spiritual level is too low to see the curse clearly. I have to do it myself. Qi Xiaoyan thought to herself, what did Chief Qingji discover? She's really going to use the stealing hand. It is said that this hand has the ability to steal everything. Whether it is a physical object or a conceptual existence, it can be easily stolen. Chief Qingji said to Gulia, don't move, I'm removing the curse from you. Qi Xiaoyan watched and thought to herself, the price for using it is that every time it's used, the stealing hand steals something in return, and what it steals isn't the user's clothing or other stuff. Instead, it steals from the user's body itself, either the liver, spleen, or heart. While Gulia endured the pain, she suddenly screamed as dark energy was expelled from her body. Qi Xiaoyan shouted, Chief Qingji! In a different scene, Yuan Shinji said, huh? He looked far and stood silently in the halls, scanning the whole building. He said to himself, what's going on? It seemed that the window of the principal's office had blown out. Did you hear? Ishiguro Hui, that bad girl in high school, suddenly died. Someone saw her classmate Gulia being called to the principal's office. If I remember correctly, didn't Ishiguro Hui bully Gulia every day? Eh? Could it be that the story about the underworld girl on the forum is true? Yuan Shinji said to himself. Gulia. This name appeared on the first line of the underworld girl's page. She must have been the first person to come into contact with the underworld girl. The book recorded, Gulia, a high school student in Jiang City, logged into the Hell Communication website in the early morning and wrote down the name of her classmate Ishiguro Hui. Then she met the underworld girl. Ishiguro Hui suddenly died after that. Yuan Shinji said to himself, but in the few days when Gulia hesitated to pick off the petals of the flower, the number of people who came into contact with the underworld girl increased dramatically. The book recorded, Ishiguro Hui has been sent to hell. Yuan Shinji said, in order to prevent harming innocent people, I set up many psychological barriers. So only those who are resentful enough can write names on the Hell Communication. But in just a few days, nearly 100 bad students died in Jiang City. It's really too much. The system reported, good and evil points, +1, legend points, +150. Yuan Shinji said, the legend of the underworld girl far exceeds that of eyeballs in the cracks in terms of the amount of vengeance, but the points gained are relatively low. In other words, in the notebook's view, bullying is not as bad as domestic violence, and therefore doesn't get many legend points or good and evil points. But at this rate, I won't have to worry about my lifespan anytime soon. The book recorded, Urban Legend Records legend points, 23,000 good and evil points, 300 spiritual power, 0 plus lifespan. 99 days, Yuan Shinji continued. So last night I tried to add a few points of that mysterious spiritual power. Spiritual power, +0, Yuan Shinji said. It doesn't seem like anything has changed. Spiritual power, P+1 good and evil points, M-1, Yuan Shinji said. Let's try adding more. He added a point to spiritual power. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, I added up to 9 points in a single breath. Unexpectedly, I reached the limit of my body and passed out directly. He suddenly leaped down the stairs and said to himself, but when I woke up today, I found that not only my visual, auditory, and sensory abilities have been greatly improved, but my physical fitness also improved several folds. He landed on the ground floor and thought to himself, it seems like as long as I keep writing, Maybe I'll become an extraordinary human with an unlimited lifespan. Chief Shinji said, that curse is very powerful and bound to your soul. Fortunately, it won't affect others for the time being. People from the public security department will come and take you away later. From afar, Yuan Shinji said, huh? And silently thought as he listened from a distance. Gulia asked, what will happen to me? Chi Xiaoyin replied, quarantine observation. Chief Shinji added, but I'll say that you acted in self-defense in my report. Chi Xiaoyin, happily in love, said, Chief Shinji. Gulia cried, thank you, thank you. Chief Shinji said, let's go. Suddenly she noticed something, and Yuan Shinji realized his presence was detected. Chi Xiaoyin asked, Chief Shinji, what's wrong? Gulia looked confused at a distance as Chief Shinji looked her way. Chief Shinji thought to herself, I have a feeling that I'm being watched. Yuan Shinji, hiding at a distance, thought to himself, that person can see the curse. Could it be that she also has extraordinary abilities? As Chief Shinji walked towards him, Chi Xiaoyin asked, Chief Shinji? Chief Shinji thought to herself, that person is hiding? Yuan Shinji thought, who is she? From the security department. Listening to their conversation just now, it seems they are here to investigate the matter of the underworld girl. She's coming over. Yuan Shinji held his pendant silently and thought, I can't let her find this notebook. Although it's in the form of a pendant now, if it is exposed. As Chief Shinji came closer, Yuan Shinji looked and saw a boy. His eyes widened as a person said, got you. Suddenly Yuan Shinji was grabbed, and he said, huh? How come it's you guys? Xia Binbin and Li Zhongxing said, combination skills, strong man hold. Li Zhongxing said, you kid, you disappear as soon as school is over, Xia Binbin said. We've got you. Yuan Shinji coughed, and Xia Binbin and Li Zhongxing said, come on, let's go to the club. Yuan Shinji said, you guys let go of me first, and I will follow you. Xia Binbin and Li Zhongxing said, no, okay. Yuan Shinji said, all right. Chief Shinji looked at the boys from a distance and thought to herself, am I being paranoid? She took out her phone and said, hello? It's me. As she walked away, she said, okay, I'll be right back. A few moments later, in the Ghost Club activity room recruiting members room, Yuan Shinji said, you can let go now, okay? Are you guys so afraid that I'll run away? Li Zhongxing said, that's right. Xia Binbin said, the minimum number of people required for club activities is 3. If the teacher finds out that we are the only ones in the club every day, what would we do then? Yuan Shinji said, sorry, I was really busy for the past few days. Li Zhongxing turned on the light and said, stop lying. What else do you do besides sleeping? Yuan Shinji said, writing. I'm writing a novel. Li Zhongxing said, you write novels? What kind of novels? Yuan Shinji said, let's just call it the supernatural genre for now. Xia Binbin and Li Zhongxing said, come on, show it to us. Li Zhongxing, who likes supernatural novels and is a late-stage brain cancer patient, and Xia Binbin, who also likes supernatural novels and is a steel powder fan. Both eagerly awaited. Yuan Shinji said, I'm still thinking about it. It's still just a draft. Li Zhongxing said, oh Shinji, you're no fun. You don't treat us as brothers. Xia Binbin opened his shirt and said, yeah, we even got all our paper wives out for you to see. Yuan Shinji laughed and said, haha, I'll show it to you once I finish writing it. He thought to himself, is that really something I can show them? And laughed. Xia Binbin said, you look like you're running out of inspiration, don't you? There's been a lot of talk about this matter in the class the past few days. Maybe this can give you some inspiration for your story. I'll look it up for you. Yuan Shinji asked, are you referring to? Xia Binbin said, this urban legend which came out of the forum not long ago. It's called. He pretended to type on the computer, and Xia Binbin and Li Zhongxing said, the underworld girl. They pointed at the monitor, which displayed our forum. Underworld girl. Page is loading. Yuan Shinji turned to stone and cracked, saying, oh. He thought to himself, using the stories I wrote to give me inspiration? That's ironic. Suddenly Xia Binbin said, what's going on? Where's the website? The website displayed 404 not found in our forum. Server not found. Yuan Shinji asked, is the internet down? Xia Binbin said, no, there is a pop-up window here, that small one down there. Li Zhongxing said, I have a full Wi-Fi signal on my phone, and I can also see videos. He took out his phone and said, hold on. I can't log in to the R forum on my mobile phone. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, so it isn't a network problem. It seems that the forum has been blocked. Wait a moment, Doesn't that mean that hell communication could also be blocked? Could it have been those two people I met at school who did it? Li Zhongxing said, Hey, Shinji, what's wrong? Yuan Shinji stormed out and said, I've got to go now. Xia Bin said, Shinji, you're abandoning us again? Yuan Shinji ran down the hallway fast. Suddenly, he stopped and saw a boy being beaten. Ren said, You are seeking death. How dare you complain to the teacher? He saw Yuan Shinji and said, Huh? Why is it you again? The boy cried out, Shinji-san, help Emme. Yuan Shinji replied, Sorry, I'm busy right now, and ran past him. Suddenly, he trembled, and Ren laughed and continued to step on the boy. Ren taunted, Haha, what? Do you still think Shinji-san will always be there for you? Everyone knows that whether this guy takes care of things or not depends entirely on his mood. Idiot! If you upset him one day, he might even beat you. The boy endured the beating. A few moments later outside, Yuan Shinji thought to himself, They shouldn't have gone far yet, right? He caught his breath and used his skill. Nearby, people were having mundane conversations about homework, exams, and scores. Damn it, they're gone, Yuan Shinji muttered to himself. If even the hell communication has been shut down, it's a testament that their power can pose a great threat to me. I've got to find out who they are. Otherwise, it will seriously limit my ability to write urban legends. And once my lifespan cannot be increased anymore, there's only one result, death. In a different scene at the Jiang City Public Security Department, a lady reported to Chief Qingzhe, Chief Qingzhe, as you instructed, in order to prevent more victims, we have closed the R Forum. Chief Qingzhe said, Well done. What about the hell communication website? She replied, I tried the department network, but it didn't open. Chief Qingzhe said, It seems that some weird rules are protecting the website. She turned away and said, Clear the building immediately and get everyone out. Another person asked, Why? A girl in a hat said, If you are told to move, you must do as you are told without talking back. Another said, She is the chief of the special department, Qingzhe. Last time I was in charge of a series of suicide cases, they were taken over by their special department. Someone asked, Special department? The first replied, That special department is directly under the leadership of the highest brains of the public security department, specializing in dealing with all kinds of strange incidents that the public security department can't resolve. In short, it's an order from above. We just have to cooperate. At night, 23:55, Qi Xiaoyan asked Chief Qingzhe, It's just blocking a website. Is it that dangerous? Chief Qingzhe asked. How many days did you train? Qi Xiaoyan said, That, 3 days. Chief Qingzhe said, The higher-ups actually sent a rookie like you here. Qi Xiaoyan was silent. At 23:56, Qi Xiaoyan said, Sorry, Chief Qingzhe. I didn't deliberately hide the fact that I am a newcomer. I thought you knew. Chief Qingzhe said, Forget it. It seems like the experienced assistants in the special department are really dying out. Have you ever taken a class on ghosts, spirits, and monsters? Qi Xiaoyan replied, I know about this. Ghosts, which are the existence of the unfortunate deaths or natural aging of people, are basically harmless, even kind-hearted. Normally, we'd have to overpower them. The resentful spirit is a combination of lingering resentment and an undissipated soul. If one encounters someone powerful can simply eliminate them. If you don't have the strength, you must try to escape, look for help, and then eliminate them. As for monsters, they are beyond our understanding, but I'm sure the supervisors will be able to eliminate all the monsters. Chief Qingzhe laughed and said, Let me tell you the cruel fact. For humans, monsters are not only inexplicable but also unkillable. Only the monstrous can deal with or kill the monstrous. Then what about us humans? We can only find out the rules of monster killing. Try to avoid being killed and find a pattern of monster killing rules to limit them to an area. She continued, Do you know why the special department sent you to be my assistant after only 3 days of training? Because when investigating strange events, you will encounter all kinds of strange things, and you will die if you make even the slightest mistake. The so-called assistants are the people who are used for trial and error. Qi Xiaoyan was shocked. Trial and error, she asked. Chief Qingzhe said, In the morning at school, you were supposed to test the curse, but you, a first-level newcomer, couldn't even see it. The time was 0. The prompt asked, Are you sure you want to run the blocking program? Chief Qingzhe said, Okay, next, release your spiritual power and press the enter key. Don't worry. If you die, your family will receive a pension of 5 million according to the contract. Qi Xiaoyan trembled and said, I. Chief Qingzhe said, Of course, You can also choose to give up, leave this room, and quit the special department. Qi Xiaoyan trembled as her finger moved closer to the keyboard. Suddenly, she pressed it and shouted, "Whoa!" Ah! Chief Qingji was shocked and covered Qi Xiaoyan. Heavy winds hit the room. The wind stopped, and Chief Qingji looked at the computer. Qi Xiaoyan asked, Chief Qingji, is it over?" The monitor suddenly started to smoke. Chief Qingji said, "It seems like this weird thing is not as scary as I expected." Qi Xiaoyan stammered, That's... The system displayed hell communication. Suddenly, a face appeared on the monitor. Qi Xiaoyan screamed, "What's this?" The monitor asked, "Do you want to perform a blocking procedure?" Chief Qingji said, "Hell communication shutdown failed." "This could be a monster warning." Qi Xiaoyan asked, "Chief Qingji?" Chief Qingji said, "You're doing great. Grow up as soon as possible." She thought to herself, it would be bad if it really was a monster warning. This is an unprecedented discovery since the establishment of the special department. However, is it possible to produce an intellectual monster? I hope I'm wrong about this. She spoke into her phone. "Hello, Hongyin? I need you to assist me in my investigation of the underworld girl case." Hongyin, while playing her game, said, I was hoping to see a picture of that eyeball. You must have heard about it. That photo has killed almost 200 people. According to the Public Security Department, anyone who sees the picture will die of mental torture. Chief Qingji asked, "Then why would you want me to see it?" Hongyin replied, You're not going to die anyway. You're not a good colleague if you're so cold while asking for help. So how about we cooperate? There happen to be two strange cases, and it's better for us to investigate them together than separately worrying about them. If the car flips, I'll at least have company on the road. Chief Qingji said, "Okay, but you'll have to come here and investigate the underworld girl case first. This is a serious matter, and I'm not kidding. The Public Security Department is assembling." "That's it, I'm hanging up," Hongyin said. You agreed just like that. What on earth is happening? 10 minutes ago, at 23:58, Yuan Shinji thought to himself, the forum was blocked as soon as those two left the school this afternoon. It must be to prevent the underworld girl legend from spreading on a large scale. I'll have to wait till midnight to read the notebook's feedback to know whether or not they can directly block the hell communication website. From this point of view, it seems like they might belong to some kind of organization that deals with strange incidents. This is such a big problem. I didn't expect such an organization to actually exist. Suddenly, the bell of the computer rang and it was already Thursday. Yuan Shinji was shocked and looked at the hell communication website. He said, "The website is not blocked?" He looked into the book which read, Jiang City's Special Department Qi Xiaoyan logged into hell communication. Blocking the hell communication website failed. Yuan Shinji sighed with relief. Very well, it looks like I can still be saved. Phew. They haven't been able to block the hell communication website, which means they're yet to find a way to restrain the underworld girl with their abilities. But what is the connection between this special department and those two people? Yuan Shinji began to type on the computer and thought to himself, sure enough, no information about this Jiang City Special Department could be found at all. In the search results for Jiang City Special Department, it said, sorry, no results for Jiang City Special Department were found. It is recommended to use Wandu search. Yuan Shinji thought, there hasn't been any discussion of the special department on major forums and social media sites. In any case, I can't take this matter lightly. If I want to continue living, I can't let the monsters I created be held back by them. I must continue to improve my spiritual power. He sat on his bed and began to use the book, thinking, but the last time I increased my spiritual power, I had already reached my physical limit. I wonder what will happen to my body this time. I don't really care, let's start. Urban Legend Records, Legend Points, 23. 2000, Good and Evil Points, 291, Spiritual Power, 9+, Lifespan, 99 days. Yuan Shinji said to himself, strength is the only guarantee for survival. He became serious, held the book, and dark energy intensified. He thought, my body, has it become different? It feels like it's expanding. I can clearly feel the power surging through it. He looked at the book which read, Spiritual Power 1, Good and Evil Points -100, Spiritual Power Level 1, Spiritual Power Level 2, Successful Advance. Yuan Shinji thought, no, it's my soul. My soul, it's expanding and growing. After advancing, I was not only able to get rid of the side effects I had before, but my body became even more relaxed. And my 5 senses have become sharper. He suddenly noticed something and looked at the cabinet. What's this feeling? Who's watching me? He gently opened the door and looked at the box, thinking, I almost forgot you're still here. The box was labeled. Fragile items should be handled with care. The box suddenly shook, and Yuan Shinji saw something looking back at him from inside. As he looked closer, the box shook even more. He tried to touch it and said, Why are you nervous? He picked it up, adding, Well, I created you, so I shouldn't be the one who's nervous. He put the box down and said, Good boy. Gently opening the box, he was shocked and kicked it. The box spoke, Mommy. Suddenly, multiple eyes emerged from the box. A few minutes later, in the living room, the box was watching Teletubbies, and the eyes started humming along with the show, Makabaka, Makabaka, Akabang. The eyes seemed to enjoy the show but suddenly smelled something. Yuan Shinji said, Little eyes, enough watching cartoons. Would you like a late-night snack? I was afraid you'd be bored if you stayed in that box all the time. Want to go out for a walk? The box trembled, and the eyes said, Mommy. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, This little guy looks scary, but he's actually a scared little kid. Forget it, let's eat first, he said, and began to eat noodles. The eyes watched him intently. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered, Hello? His friend shouted, Why didn't you answer quickly? Hurry up and watch the live broadcast. One of the live streamers is revealing the murder rules of the underworld girl, and he is confronting the viewers. Yuan Shinji said, What? His friend explained, He's the one who made the post that started the discussion on the underworld girl on the R forum before. Young magician Zhang is going to meet the underworld girl on the live broadcast tonight. Young magician Zhang addressed his audience. Hey, you can't wait for another moment, right? The active followers count was 666. Don't believe in love. It's just pretense, my friends, just to scare the followers. The wind blows the grass and the chickens are cold. Am I the only one who is really scared? Netizen. Why is the screen black? Where is the image? Electric knife. I'm touched, glad to see that the live streamer is so dedicated. I want to ascend to heaven. It won't be editing and special effects again, right? Aren't technology tricks common in live broadcasts nowadays? Remaining love. Is it an act? Bring it on. Young magician Zhang said, I really wish the underworld girl would take away all of you ignorant and stupid humans. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. The show is about to begin. Hey! A lot of people say that the underworld girl doesn't show up when they log into Hell Communication and type in their names. So, does that mean the underworld girl doesn't exist at all? Yuan Shinji watched silently. Young magician Zhang continued, Such a big mistake. It's because you haven't met the conditions to summon her. If you want to see the underworld girl, you must have strong resentment in your heart. You must be desperate. He laughed continuously. Young magician Zhang explained, There are rules for the underworld girl. Soaring 6 pass. Ah, that was so scary. I want to ascend to heaven. Thank you, I have finally ascended. Little Sister 259. The live streamer is really scary. Wind-blown crotch. Awesome. Mao Fei Yang. That's awesome. Comic writer. I've captured this scene well in my comic. Nervous warrior. This live streamer has a bad aura. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, Have you finally figured out how to summon the underworld girl? It's not easy. I'd also like to see you summon the underworld girl. At 0:30 in the happy community, Chief Qingji said to Hong Gian, As for me, I've got enough resentment. Chief Qingji directed, Room 404, Unit 4, Building 4, Happy Community. Be ready to interrupt the live broadcast and arrest at any moment. Hong Gian asked, Hey, do you think what he said is true? Chief Qingji replied, Most likely. In the past 2 days, the special department ran an emergency test on several criminals, but none of them saw the underworld girl. I thought it was strange at the time. Now it seems that the resentment in the hearts of these criminals wasn't strong enough. This person may have really figured out the rules. Although ordinary people have no spiritual power, they shouldn't be underestimated. Ordinary people who can figure out the weird murder rules and survive. They're better than some supervisors who only have spiritual power. Young magician Zhang said, Having said so much, I know there are a lot of people who still don't believe me. I'll let you see with your own eyes. Kunyan, act, continue acting. Absolute cutie. Oh my god, the live streamer was so scary just now. Melon King, what the live streamer said seems to make sense, but I just don't like it. If you don't have enough resentment, it won't work. Melon Farmer, I've tried it before, and I just randomly put my dad's name on it as an experiment. Spoiled dog. The brother before me is such a filial son. 111,111. Soft whisper. The bully in my school disappeared recently, maybe. Director of law firm, Zhang Wei. Come on, live streamer. I will burn paper for you next year. Killing tetanus. It's the ultimate act of seeking death, this is. Young magician Jiang said, keep your eyes on me. And press the enter button. A prompt appeared, I'm here to remove your resentment. The chat exploded. It's happening! It's really happening! It's fake! This isn't a recording! Awesome! Zhen Jiang. Write the name of the person you resent. Ah, it worked. Dulp here. I won't show it to you. In a moment, you'll be able to see the underworld girl. Now, this is the moment to witness the miracle. Enter. Live broadcast is ended. Duration, 4:44:44 broadcast data. Total views, 314,151 number of likes, 29,000 gift senders, 0 peak viewers, 59,269 new followers, 65. 801 red envelopes sent. 0 rank on Jiang City live broadcast list. 1. Could this be the work of the underworld girl? Is the live broadcast down? Let's take a look at what happened in the notebook and see. He opens the book, and he felt something in the room, and he said, Little Eyes, is that you? In his computer showed an image of hell, and the underworld girl floats behind him, and its dark aura intensifies, and he looks back at her, and he saw her from beneath, and he said, You're the underworld girl? As she gets closer to him, and he said to himself in shock, the underworld girl, but why is she? In a different scene in the school utility room, Qin Xiaoshan was locked in a room and he said boo-hoo boo-hoo as he cries and trembles, and he said get me out of here. He drops his phone, and in his phone was a message saying, you have one unread message. Mom will play mahjong tonight, so I won't come back home. And he silently looks behind and tries to pick up his phone and said, you, A-ol dot crap, C-crap dot frick you. Didn't they say the underworld girl legend was real? Then I wanted to kill you all, and he suddenly noticed something. And a Ren said, hey, I heard that the underworld girl legend is very popular these days. Wouldn't you like to write about me too? Are you mute? And Qin Xiaoshan said, Brother Ren, I. And a voice said, you asked for me. Ren said, I'll tell you this. If you dare to think that way, I'm going to send you to hell first. And Qin Xiaoshan shouted, I didn't, Ren said. But I'd like to know if the legend is true. Wasn't that pretentious of Yuan Shinji, the one watching you get beaten up and not even helping you? The voice asked, do you hate him? And he answered, hate him? Of course I do. Yes, it's his fault. It's all his fault. If you hadn't saved me, I wouldn't have been beaten up. I've really had enough. And Qin Xiaoshan typed the name Yuan Shinji and sent it. Suddenly in Yuan Shinji's room, Yu Ming floats behind him. And she said, go ahead. Yuan Shinji said to himself, no, that's not right. Can the urban legend I created really be used to kill me? Now are you taking me to hell? Yu Ming silently looks at him and closed her eyes, and she said, no, my lord. Even though someone has written your name on the hell communication, my abilities are bestowed upon me by you. Therefore, you stand beyond the rules. The contract is signed, but you get to decide how it ends. You can either nullify the contract, or you can send the person who provoked you to hell. Yuan Shinji sighed in relief and said, I get it. So, who wrote my name? Yu Ming said, Qin Xiaoshan. Yuan Shinji said, Qin Xiaoshan? Who? Do I know him? And he thinks of different scenarios as Qin Xiaoshan could say to the press. I've clearly written Yuan Shinji's name. I saw the underworld girl. Why isn't he in hell? Or Qin Xiaoshan could say to the police, there's something wrong with Yuan Shinji. You guys, arrest him now. Yuan Shinji said to himself, if I just abrogate the contract, he'll realize that I'm not in hell. Maybe I'll be exposed to those special subjects. In that case, Yuan Shinji said to Yu Ming, let him burn in hell. Nevertheless, I'd like to meet him first. Yu Ming said, understood, my lord. A few moments later, Qin Xiaoshan was unconscious, and he suddenly opened his eyes and sits up and said, this is, and he saw Yu Ming and said, the underworld girl? No, it's not true. It's not true. Shouldn't you be sending Yuan Shinji to hell? Why am I here? I've obviously ripped off the petals of the other side of the flower. Suddenly, a deep voice said, hello, are you Qin Xiaoshan? Tell me, why did you put Yuan Shinji's name on the hell communication? Qin Xiaoshan said, why are you asking me? I'm not ready to die yet. Where's Yuan Shinji? I know. Did he curse me too? Dark Souls grabs Qin Xiaoshan. And he said, what's that? Help me. Please. Suddenly Yu Ming said, answer the question. One from the adults. The demon waves his hands, and made Qin Shaoshan flew away. And Qin Shaoshan said, tell me. He helped me once before, but when I was beaten by Wang Jianren again, he just ignored it. If he hadn't saved me, Wang wouldn't have hit me again. He locked me in the utility room. The demon said, so you hold a grudge against Yuan Shinji? Qin Shaoshan, you may not know that I created the underworld girl, a weapon that allows victims like you to fight back against their aggressors. But you're still afraid to swing your weapon at the real source of what's causing you pain. Instead, you stupidly take out your hatred on people who have helped you. The bully who hurt you will get his karma, but you won't escape the punishment you deserve. Qin Shaoshan shouts, Don't do it. No, I know it was wrong. I was wrong. I'm wrong. And he suddenly woke up, silently lying on the floor. In a different scene at the Magic Boy home of real chicken sauce, Chief Qingji said, this flower doesn't feel anything except cold. You try using psychic powers. Hongyin said, Oh. She tries to pluck a petal with her power, suddenly feeling pain. Whoa, burns, Chief Qingji remarked. Well, it's safe to assume that the petals of this flower can only be torn apart by the sender, so it's not very informative. It's time to make plans, isn't it? Hongyin pondered. Why not try stealing it with your hand? Chief Qingji replied. I've tried using this hand to steal the curse off the student, but my glasses warned me that if I stole it by force, I would die. Hongyin exclaimed, What? Are you setting me up? Chief Qingji reassured her, the plan's not official yet. You can consider leaving now. Hongyin fell silent and then said, Oops, look at you, you still can't take a joke. Well, let's not waste any more time and wing him back to Cory, Yuan Shinji remarked. Looking up from his book, the red voice said with a smile, but deep anxiety in his eyes. Qingji's words made him tense. He was obviously afraid of something. I've always wondered if there were any superhuman beings in this world. If they exist, how powerful are they, and can they directly target or kill the monstrosity? Now, based on the notebook's observations, at least one thing can be ascertained. Special Department. The extraordinary individuals from the Special Department exist to wipe out monsters from the world. An organization called. They've been tracking down Xiaoyan and Xiaowai. It's a good thing we haven't found a solution yet. Keep them under surveillance. Yu Ming reported, Sir, we have another mission. Yuan Shinji nodded, I know, go ahead. In a different scene at the Special Investigation Room, a person accused, murderer. You murdering bastard! Executioner, Hongyin yawned. Chief Qingji questioned, a commoner with a grudge against you? What have you done? Hongyin admitted, well, it's because I killed his daughter. Chief Qingji inquired, oh, was she abnormal? Hongyin thought and explained, back when I first joined the Special Department, I was out shopping and sensed a weak, strange aura attached to his daughter. You know how I was back then. I hated monsters with a passion. I investigated and discovered she had been dead long ago, her body taken over by a monster. So I killed her, and before she died, she cried out, Come to, light, reveal yourself. The father shouted angrily. Bull crap. You're full of crap. You're a freaking jerk. You're the one who killed my daughter. Hongyin admitted calmly. Yes, I killed her. Now I'm giving you a chance to take revenge. She stepped onto a chair and challenged, You finally admitted it. The father warned. The site above is the Hell Communication website, Hongyin retorted. If you write my name on it, I'll go to hell. The father demanded, Arrest him. You're all scum. Why don't you arrest him? Hongyin dismissed the others. Everyone else can leave, and looked at them silently. Outside, Shi Xiaoyan asked, Is it okay if we're not in there? Senior Hongyin responded, Hey. Chief Qingji interrupted. None of us are allowed in there. What's at stake here is top secret. In case you didn't know, the Special Department has a strange item called the death file. Just prepare a photo, fill in their name and birth date, and they'll die instantly. So whether it's me or Hongyin, we use code names daily. Our real names are kept secret. No one except the chief of the Special Department is allowed to see them. In one of the files is stated, Qingjai full name, erased height, 171 centimeters education, Jiangxi University affiliation, Special Department Specialist Inspector possesses, glasses of immunity from death, hand of theft, and others. Chief Qingji continued, You and I have no right to know the true name of Hongyin. Shi Xiaoyan pondered, There's that guy too. Chief Qingji cautioned, Put away your useless compassion. People in the Special Department shouldn't have that. The man's been mentally ill since his daughter's death. He's in here for seriously injuring his wife in a drunken stupor. Let's give him the option of dying a useful death. Suddenly, they felt something in the room, and a red aura glowed at the door. Chief Ching-ji used her eyes and observed, and said, "This is." And she saw Yu Ming and the father, and he watched silently and looks at Yu Ming. Suddenly, Yu Ming looks at Chief Ching-ji, and she was shocked, and slams the door. "Chief Ching-ji, what's the matter?" Chief Ching-ji said, "It's nothing." Chi Xiaoyin said, "Chief Ching-ji," while beside her was a shadow of Yu Ming telling her to be quiet, and Chief Ching-ji was petrified. Chi Xiaoyin asked, "What's going on, Chief Ching-ji?" Chief Ching-ji muttered to herself, "It's a warning." She ordered, "Get in there," and opened the interrogation room. And she said to herself, "I hope this isn't a warning. If the monster really does warn us, then it confirms what I suspected earlier. They've evolved consciousness. Hong Yin, you don't really want to die." In another scene, Hong Yin said, "This is hell, isn't it?" Yu Ming suddenly looked at her closely, while Yuan Shinji from a distance said, "Since you've risked your lives to test it, let's show you. Shall we get started?" Suddenly, Yu Ming emitted a dark aura. She touched Hong Yin's forehead, causing intense pain, and Hong Yin was sucked into the river. Multiple dark souls grabbed her body, and she locked eyes with the demon. Yuan Shinji addressed Hong Yin, "Hell trespasser, you're here." In disbelief, Hong Yin muttered to herself, "No, not too true, I just clearly saw." Suddenly, Yuan Shinji vanished, leaving Hong Yin confused. As she looked into the distance, she saw a dark figure. The demon stood silently and then stared sharply at her, petrifying her. She whispered to herself, "Scary. My courage. This is scary. Guts and willpower, they are all gone. So, the Z is at hell." She rowed a boat with Yu Ming while damned souls hovered around. She fell from the falls and suddenly woke up. Chi Xiaoyin said to her, "Chief Hong Yin, you're awake." Hong Yin's head hurt, and Chief Ching-ji asked, "You were there. Tell us what you saw." Hong Yin replied, "There was a waterfall in the river leading to hell, and underneath that waterfall was the real hell. At that time, I felt shrouded in darkness, and all my senses were gone like a lonely soul. As my consciousness faded, my connection with the shadow weakened. When I couldn't take it anymore, I reached out to my shadow to pull my soul back. The scariest thing was the underworld girl. She seemed conscious. She was warning me. Impossible. How could that be?" Chief Ching-ji remembered Yu Ming's warning earlier and fell silent, visibly nervous. Chi Xiaoyin continued, "There was another thing in hell that I couldn't see clearly. I don't know what that is." "It could be some other monster." Chief Ching-ji reassured Hong Yin, "It's all right." Nervously, Hong Yin asked, "What should we do now? If the underworld girl has consciousness and can think, will she continue to kill people only according to the rules? All I know is, if all monsters have consciousness and unite, it will be the end of the world. Report to the think tanks immediately." In hell, Yu Ming asked Yuan Shinji, "Master, is this really okay?" "Don't worry. We warned them to prevent them from figuring out your rules. If I really kill him, it will cause a lot of trouble." Oh, Yuan Shinji thought to himself, think tanks to intellectual circle. In the book, Chief Ching-ji said it has been unanimously decided by the special department executives and think tanks that the case of the strange, conscious underworld girl will be sealed and made top secret. The underworld girl was finally identified as, what is this, an organization of extraordinary beings? It turns out there are so many extraordinary beings out there. Catastrophic level monsters. Hong Yin thought she escaped from hell using her power. However, rules like the underworld girls are more detailed, so there is a natural problem. The more the rules, the more the loopholes. I have to keep getting stronger and rely on points to fix her rules. Suddenly, Chi Xiaoyin said, "Mommy." "Master." Yu Ming interjected. Yuan Shinji continued to himself, "Otherwise, she would not be as strong as Little Eyes." Yuan Shinji asked Yu Ming, "Underworld girl, I want to ask you something. If I hadn't intervened, would he have been able to escape?" "He didn't escape," Yu Ming clarified. Yuan Shinji questioned further, "But he's not dead." "No, I've fulfilled my contract. According to my rules, he is already dead. His soul is still in hell." Yuan Shinji pondered, "Still in hell?" According to the underworld girl's rules, as long as the soul of the person she drags into hell stays there, he is dead. Even if she knew how he came back to reality, she wouldn't kill him again. Can he split souls? Or does he have a death puppet or something like that? Or maybe it's some other ability derived from a certain level of spiritual power, able to avoid the underworld girl's eyes and ears. Yuming grabbed Yuan Shinji's sleeve and asked, "Is this talking about me? What does that mean?" In a different scene at the third underground floor of the special department, a person walked the halls with a file in hand. Opening a room, he looked at a cup with a thread on the table. Approaching the table, he asked, "The world's megaphone, tell me, what happens when a god devours the underworld girl?" The cup floated and responded. "And it said, the said god's power will rise significantly." He asked, "Tell me, is the number of weird thinking monsters in the world high, low, or very low?" And the cup floats. And he looks at it silently and he said, "The devouring plan, I vote for it." It was Section Chief Kang Ping from the Jiang City Special Department, holding a file on Yu Ming. At the Special Department's Intellectuals of 12 Circle, one person said, "Project Devour gets my vote." Another countered, "No, I'm still against it." Intellectual Circle Tianye suggested, "Maybe we can communicate with the underworld girl. Above all, we can no longer rely on God to defeat this monster if we let it devour another monster." Intellectual Circle member Mr. Shang added, "Even if you do get to talk to the monster, will the other side stop killing people? The rules of murder for the underworld girl have been in the hands of mankind since the beginning. Rule number 1. Only those with the most intense anger and hatred can make a connection. Rule number 2. She appears between midnight and 1 o'clock. Rule number 3. Knowing the cost of killing, only when the cursed one pulls off the petals of the flower of the other side will the deed be completed. Rule number 4. She's limited to Jiang City, but can we assume, since she can think, that she's in charge of the rules?" Tianye declared, "Then I'll talk to her." Suddenly, the members with eyes looked at him and he was shocked. He said, "I'm so sorry, I lost myself for a moment." "Mr. Xiang comforted him. "Tianye, I've always admired your personality, and the intellectual circle needs people like you. But we mustn't forget that we aren't the only ones in danger here." He stood up and continued, "We mustn't let a thinking monster exist. If even the gods can't destroy the underworld girl, I'll think about supporting your idea." Tianye thought to himself, "No, this plan won't fail, because all those who came into contact with God, whether they be supervisors or monsters, they're all dead. Every single one of them. God is just the most inexplicable monster." In a different scene, Yuan Shinji said, "Ha." Li Zhongxing said, "It." Xia Bin said, "Curse." Yuan Shinji asked, "What's going on here?" The students responded, "Don't push, don't push." At the school's Ghost Club activity room, a student said, "I was born with a hard head, pure yang blood. I have to join this club." His friend retorted, "You've got to be kidding me. Weren't you the one saying that you only believe in science?" Another student exclaimed, "Look, they're here." And they all looked at Yuan Shinji, Xia Bin, and Li Zhongxing. Li Zhongxing warned, "Shinji, run." A student shouted, "Have you guys seen the underworld girl?" His friend questioned, "Are they all legendary beings?" Another student asked President Yuan, "Show me the ghost." A dizzy girl queried, "Can I join a society that teaches metaphysics and psionics as a package?" Xia Bin asserted, "Hey, I'm the president, aren't I?" Yuan Shinji thought to himself, "Ignorant people are fearless. More than that, I've been to hell." 5 minutes later, Yuan Shinji sighed, "Finally, we got rid of it." Li Zhongxing confessed, "I've really reached my limit. I feel like my mother is coming to get me." Xia Bin exclaimed, "Shinji, when did you get so fit?" Yuan Shinji replied, "Where? I'm very tired too." A boy downstairs said to a girl, "Let's go to my house and work out tonight." Yuan Shinji suggested, "I suggest you take the time to exercise. You'll get used to it." Xia Bin pondered, "What should we do now? Ever since the R forum was blocked and people believed in the existence of the underworld girl, our club has suddenly become popular. I just want a place to play video games in peace." Li Zhongxing lamented, "God, where is my happy hometown?" Yuan Shinji thought to himself, "Oh, these two are really." Suddenly a girl interrupted, "How? Are you guys? You're from the Ghost Club, right? May I ask if my application for membership was approved?" And it was Exinyi. Yuan Shinji asked, "Who is she?" Li Zhongxing recalled, "I remember her. You're Xinyi who submitted an application before. Another friend who wants to join the club, right?" Xia Bin became energized and greeted her. "Xinyi? Nice to meet you," Xinyi explained. "My best friend's into urban legends too, but she hasn't written the application yet. Can we join together?" Xia Bin eagerly agreed. "Of course you can. What we're missing is people like you and your friend, who are really interested in urban legends." Li Zhongxing chimed in. That's right, that's right. Let's exchange contact information. When's your best friend coming? Xia Binbin added warmly. Welcome to the Ghost Club. Dear Shinyi, nice to meet you. Yuan Shinji muttered in a corner. Hey guys, Shinyi asked. Tomorrow? We'll come over together. Suddenly, Yuan Shinji's pendant glowed and their phones chimed with a new message. Yuan Shinji wondered to himself, What's going on? Shinyi exclaimed. There is new information. Yuan Shinji said, So, Shinyi, if I may ask, are you talking to that friend of yours? Shinyi clarified, No, I'm not. It's a group chat. It's a game that's been going on for a while now. You get a few friends or strangers to start a group, and each person gets a random number. Then you share your story starting from number 1. Because it lightens the mood, mitigates stress, and doesn't require any effort to comfort others, many people play it. Let's call it. It's your turn. A few hours later, at Yuan Shinji's house, Yuan Shinji said to himself, I'm at the 2nd level of spiritual power. I can feel things that are not human. As little eyes Xiaoyan bounced around the living room, Yuan Shinji thought, could it be that Shinyi's mobile phone is also? The book said, if you sense a special presence, you must leave without any curiosity. Yuan Shinji wondered, leave without curiosity? Is that supposed to be a warning? Suddenly, his phone vibrated. In the Ghost Club chat group, the messages said, Shinai, so guys. Shinyi, should we play games in this group? Shinyi, tomorrow. Shinyi, the 4 of us, plus my friend. Bing Bing is not a geek. What game? Yuan Shinji thought. So, you're really going to come after me, aren't you? Little Eyes Xiaoyan suddenly moved behind Yuan Shinji, hugging him and saying, Mom. Yuan Shinji replied, Oh, it's Xiaoyan. Sorry, I'll play with you later. Little Eyes Xiaoyan looked disappointed and was upset. He suddenly played with Yuan Shinji, shouting, Mom! Mom! Yuan Shinji said, Stop it, Xiaoyan. Little Eyes Xiaoyan said, surprise, and covered Yuan Shinji's eyes. He began to crawl, trying to get on top of the table, struggling and saying, Mom, look. Yuan Shinji asked, What are you looking at? He was confused while looking at Little Eyes Xiaoyan. As Xiaoyan began to walk, he jumped, saying, Yeah! Yuan Shinji said, Xiaoyan, you. He caught Little Eyes Xiaoyan, exclaiming, You evolved! Little Eyes Xiaoyan said, Mom! Mom! In the group chat, Zania, it's what I said at school. It's your turn. A few hours later, Xia Binbin, Shinji, this way. While a crow watched over them at the abandoned factory on the outskirts of Jiang City. Li Zhongxing, let's take a picture together. Xia Binbin, this place is so fun. Yuan Shinji, don't yell so loudly. I can hear you. What the hell is this place? How old is that abandoned building? Xia Binbin, hey, here we come. Consider this the first reunion of our ghost club. Li Zhongxing, and most importantly, there are 2 beauties with us. 2. Yuan Shinji thought, these 2 idiots, didn't they notice anything strange at all? Chatting with Xinhui online was just very weird. Suddenly, Xinyi arrived and said, Hey, I'm sorry I'm late. Xia Binbin and Li Zhongxing shouted, Ah, Jin. Suddenly, a boy said, Hello, my name is Qi Heron. Xia Binbin asked. Xinhui? Qi Heron said to them, Please take care of me. Xinyi said, Fortunately, we made it. Xia Binbin and Li Zhongxing asked, Is this your best friend? Xinyi and Qi Heron blushed, and Xinyi said, We're just. Qi Heron added, Good friends. Xinyi affirmed, Uh-huh. Li Zhongxing said, You too. Xia Binbin said, I'm jealous, and they both cried. The gifts were fluttering, and the north wind was singing. Xia Binbin and Li Zhongxing, single people. Suddenly Yuan Shinji became serious. Qi Heron asked, Isn't it your turn a group online game? Yuan Shinji said, I don't quite understand why our group has to play an online game in such a depressing place. Xinyi said, this. Yuan Shinji thought, first, I should try to turn her down. Xinhui has already been exposed to, it's your turn, so is she still a human being now? Could it be? Xinyi said, in fact, I'm just a big fan of adventure and supernatural stories. It's Your Turn has an advanced way to play, and I feel it's more suitable for everyone in the Ghost Club. Li Zhongxing said, I also think it's more exciting to play in a different place. Xia Binbin said, what an interesting game. That's right, little sister, please tell us how to play. Yu Ming said, be careful. Since the legend of the underworld girl is true, this game might not be simple either. Just in case, it's better not to play with these two. Li Zhongxing said, "You're stupid. Can't you see what's going on with these two? It's a young, innocent love between two right but anxious people. Pure love, not a danger." Xia Binbin said, "If you can't get a pretty girl, you can still accumulate merit by giving them an assist." Xinyi said, "I'm sorry. It's okay if you don't want to play." Chi Heron said, I think that's a great idea." Xinyi said, "It's just a game. So many people are playing it, it's not like I want to harm anyone." Chi Heron said, "This new way of playing this game has already been developed. Anyway, I'm definitely playing it with Xin Wei." Xia Binbin said, "That's right. I will also participate." Li Zhongxing said, "Shinji-san, you're not a coward, are you? Or are you no longer a member of the Ghost Club?" Yuan Shinji said, "Alas, okay. Let's go." Xinyi said, "Get inside." Yuan Shinji said to himself, "There's no other way. Xin Wei's words have already provoked these two idiots to no end. If I don't participate, then I'm afraid that everyone present now." Yuan Shinji said, "Then shall we start now? Please introduce the rules to us." Xinyi said, "Yes, Shinji-san." Yuan Shinji thought, "But am I really making the right decision? If it's your turn is really weird, then what are its rules? Why is there low-level and high-level gameplay? In the low-level version, which is within the games of the group, everyone takes turns telling their own story and says, "Number X, it's your turn." As for the high-level version, it is different from the low-level online version. It is more often done face-to-face, and the number of people is also stipulated, which must not be less than 4 people. The group of 4 people stands in a dark, closed room, facing the wall. It starts from the person in the first corner. He moves towards the adjacent player, taps him on the shoulder, and tells him a supernatural story, and so on. Xia Binbin, scared, said, Mommy, it's so dark, am I going upstairs?" Yuan Shinji thought, if the number of people is more than 4, each person will occupy an unoccupied floor. Starting from number 1 on the first floor, find number 2 on the second floor, and tell a supernatural story. Li Zhongxing said, "Damn it, Xia Binbin, have you come up yet? Where is everybody?" Xia Binbin said, "Here you are." Li Zhongxing got scared and said, "Ah, ghost, oh, it's you." Xia Binbin said, "It's me, let's begin. I'm number 1, Xia Binbin. I have 2 older brothers who eat and sleep together. One day, the eldest brother fell into the river and died, and the second brother died the SME night. Do you know why?" Li Zhongxing said, "No, I don't know." Xia Binbin continued, "Because when I went to bed that night, I couldn't sleep because I didn't sleep between them, so I couldn't help but cut my second brother in half. Half on the left, half on the right. In this way, I could sleep in the middle again." "Ha ha, I've never heard of turtle soup before." Li Zhongxing said, "Whoa, you pervert." Xia Binbin said, "I'm done. It's your turn, number 2. A few moments later, Yuan Shinji held his necklace and thought, why aren't they here yet? There has been no response from the pendant yet. Am I really overthinking it? He looked at his phone, which said, "Please connect the charger immediately. The phone will shut down in 0 seconds. Yuan Shinji thought, damn. Suddenly, he heard a huffing sound and saw Xinyi. He said, "Huh? You came? Jinhui, my phone is dead. Can you turn on the flashlight?" Xinyi took out his phone and said, "All right, I'm number 4. Yuan Shinji looked serious. Xinyi said, "My story is, one night, 4 boys were traveling with a girl. It was raining heavily. The 4 boys immediately accelerated their pace, but the girl was not in a hurry at all. Finally, they arrived at their destination at the same time, and the 4 boys were drenched, but the girl wasn't wet at all. Number 5, do you know why?" Yuan Shinji was silent and said, "Because the girl was dead, she was in a coffin, and the other 4 boys were carrying the coffin." Xinyi said, "Ah, number 5 is so awesome, you're right. Hey, thank you. So, have you thought about your story yet? Go back to the first floor and tell number 1. He's waiting for you on the first floor." The huffing sound continued to be heard around the area, and from the sewers, an evil aura radiated, and a foot stepped on the floor. Yuan Shinji said, "I figured it out. Then I'll go to the first floor first. What about you? Are you coming with me?" Xinyi said, "Hey, I still have to go back to the 4th floor. I can't break the rules. By the way, your phone is out of battery. Do you want to use mine?" Yuan Shinji said, "No need, just be careful and watch your way." A few moments later, he stopped and thought, "Where is everyone? Forget it, I'll go find them outside." Li Zhongxing said, "Brother, you're all right." Xia Binbin said, "We've just..." Yuan Shinji suddenly saw Xinyi with them and asked, "Didn't you go back to the 4th floor?" They all got terrified, and Xinyi trembled in fear. Shinji said, I was too scared. When Heron came up from the 3rd floor, he called out to you from the 4th floor stairway, but you didn't respond. Heron and I felt something was wrong, so we immediately went downstairs to join Bin Bin and Zhongxing. There's no such thing as the 5th floor, is there? They all sweated in fear. A few moments later, Yuan Shinji said, Hey, I'm just kidding. Did I scare you all? Xia Binbin said, You bastard. You're a bad learner. What if Xinhui got scared? Li Zhongxing said, Ouija Millennium Book, are you looking for a fight? Look at this, Yuan Shinji said. This game, that's what makes it exciting. And he walks towards Xingxi. Yuan Shinji said, If Xinhui is scared, we can spend the night together. Xinyi said, What do you mean? Yuan Shinji silently looks at them. Yuan Shinji said, I mean the whole ghost club can stay up all night together. After all, in those urban legends, after the main characters separate, they all get into trouble separately when they're alone. Xinyi said, No, I don't feel well. I better go home and get some sleep. Heron, can you take me home? Heron said, Yes, of course. Xia Binbin said, Brother number 5 just now, that was a top-level performance. Li Zhongxing said, Then we'll see you tomorrow. A few moments later, Xia Binbin said, What do you say? Should we also go back and play? Li Zhongxing said, Fine, if I don't eat 10 chickens, I'll wear chicken underwear and run 10 laps around the playground tomorrow. Yuan Shinji said to himself, Not good. What was that before? If Xinhui didn't lie, then who was the person who looked exactly like Xinhui? Yuan Shinji said, I'll go back and check it out. Li Zhongxing said, Shinji, what are you doing? Xia Binbin said, Where are they? When did they leave? Li Zhongxing said, Huh? Who are you talking about? Xia Binbin said, I'm talking about Xinhui and Qi Heron. Yuan Shinji said, Xinhui and Qi Heron. Li Zhongxing said, No way, why are we here? Didn't we say we were going to the internet cafe? Xia Binbin said, Wait a moment, it has always been just the 3 of us here. Yuan Shinji said, So, who the hell are Xinhui and Qi Heron? Li Zhongxing said, Hey, Shinji! Xia Binbin said, Where are you going? Li Zhongxing said, That building is dangerous. Xia Binbin said, Don't go. It's dangerous. Li Zhongxing said, Shinji. A few moments later, at the Special Department for Supernatural Cases, Chief Qingji said, This is to return the favor of investigating the underworld girl case. Hong Yin said, I found the person who spread the eyeballs in the cracks picture. Chief Qingji said, This photo was also taken by him. Hong Yin said, Wow, as expected of you. By the way, have the higher-ups determined the method of dealing with the underworld girl yet? Chief Qingji said, I haven't been notified yet. But the restrictions on the Hell Communication website, imposed by the superiors and the intellectual circle, have already achieved initial results. I think it's going to be a long-term approach. They will definitely not use that method, unless absolutely necessary. Now, they will use their own social power to eliminate the existence of the underworld girl and the Hell Communication website. Rookie Entertainment, top-notch seaside stream dating hot girls on the island, a list star, netizen sneak peek. He's made it official. Is it hype or is it true? Chief Qingji said, In the current information age, the bombardment of news changes on a daily basis. People will pay less and less attention to weird news that has been deliberately dismantled. If no one talks about the underworld girl anymore, then no one will log into the Hell Communication website. Hong Yin said, Even if someone logs in, the resentment in their hearts won't be as strong, and the underworld girl will become nothing more than an after-dinner conversation topic at the end of the day. But as long as there's a death, that will always attract attention, right? Publishing enough gossip to make use of those who love to spread the underworld girl topic. Who cares if one person is missing today, as long as the tragedy doesn't happen to them? These are not the things we need to be concerned about. Chief Qingji said, It will be handled by our superiors and the intellectual circle. Come on, let's go catch the person who's spreading the photos. After sealing the photo, the eyeballs in the cracks legend will no longer be a problem, Hong Yin said. Okay, he replied, looking at the picture. Dark aura, disgusting, sticky.round.ugly. So disgusting. Dark aura, disgusting, big meatballs, thinking about da. Disgusting, eyeballs. Disgusting. Red blood, I don't want to look. A few moments later, in the outskirts of Jiang City, Chief Qingji said, Tianji, T35 years old with no ID, is it you? These 2 pictures, did you take them? Hong Yin said, yeah, sorry, I forgot to take it off for you. The man said, Woo. Hong Yin said, Who told you to run and scream when you saw us? Chief Shinji said. Hongyin, stop playing around. Hongyin removed the cloth from Tianji's mouth. Tianji said, I was the one who took these pictures. But I only took these 2 pictures. I didn't do anything else. Theater staff, internship. Tianji was confused as Hongyin held his hair. Hongyin said, now, explain clearly what happened when you took these pictures. Otherwise, Tianji said, I'll speak. I took it to Xiao Mei's home. Xiao Mei, who's that? Shh, she's a friend. It's not important. At that time, I went to her home as a guest and had a pleasant conversation with her. While doing the deed, Xiao Mei said, not good. Tanji said, but just as I was about to go to the bathroom, I felt something moving in the closet of her room. Out of curiosity, I opened it. Whoa, this is what a weird thing. I saw a deformed baby. 2 hours ago, Yuan Shinji said, Xiao, come out. Xiao 10. Yuan Shinji silently looked around, saying to himself, what's wrong? And he saw a footprint. Suddenly, he felt something approaching him. He stopped and looked behind. Yuan Shinji silently looked around and said, ooh. Suddenly, someone said, I want to die. Yuan Shinji said, huh? I really want to die. What's that sound? He wondered as he knelt to the ground and his head hurt. Flashbacks came to him. Suddenly, someone said, why am I in this place? Outside, Li Zhongxing said, where are we? That's right, we. Why are we here? Did I call someone just now? In another scene outside, it was raining hard. Chief Qingji knocked on the door. A lady said, who is it? It's the middle of the night, I should be asleep. Chief Qingji said, Xiao Mei, your real name is Heshui Mei, right? Heshui Mei said, huh? As she looked at the ID. Hey, why are you 2 officers here in the middle of the night? It's been a really long time since Chief Qingji said, that doesn't concern you. We're here to investigate your son. Where is he? Son? Since when did I have a son? Heshui Mei asked. Chief Qingji said, do you recognize the child in this picture? Heshui Mei was shocked and said, he died. When did that happen? Chief Qingji asked. 2.5 months ago, she replied. Did you kill him yourself? Chief Qingji asked. How could I kill my own child? He was already dead when I got home. It's all because there were guests coming. And I didn't want to scare them. I didn't mean for this to happen, but I have a life too, Heshui Mei said. Chief Qingji said, where's the body? A few moments later, at the outskirts of Jiang City, Hongyin said, dig it up, here it is. Heshui Mei sobbed. Sob. Hongyin said, deceased male, 5 years old. The body was highly decomposed, and most of it had turned into bones, which is consistent with the suspect's confession. It's too much for such a young child. Do you think his mother is truly penitent? After all, she said she wanted to raise her child herself. Chief Qingji said, penitent? How could that be? You're not even paying attention to the details of the photo. This child was not accidentally starved to death by her. What? Hongyin exclaimed. And I just showed her the picture of the eyeball. I'm afraid her life won't be very easy after that, Chief Qingji continued. Heshui Mei slapped the window. So many eyes. All of them are staring at me. Chief Qingji said, let me remind you, this person may be trying to use mental illness to reduce her sentence, so don't let her get away with it. They all saluted and said, yes. Hongyin said, that's payback for what she did. It seems like your suspicions were correct. That child was abused for a long time and became a monster after death, specialized in killing domestic abusers. Let's take care of this later. We should let these photos publicize more and show them to those who are not worthy of being parents. Chief Qingji said, that's impossible. Let's go back, seal the photos, and dispose of the child's remains properly. The restriction on eyeballs in the cracks is complete. A few moments later, Yuan Shinji said, I really want to die. I really want to die, as he walked up the stairs. His necklace dangled from his hand and the pendant glowed while his eyes were blank and wide. He suddenly came back and looked behind, saying, monster, as he tried to punch it. He said to himself, it's a very strong monster. I have to get out of here. Xiao Ai, Yuan Shinji called out. But to himself he thought, what the hell's going on? Why have I been led here? It felt like I was being controlled. I shouldn't have come with Bin Bin and the others. The monster laughed and said, where are you? Come to me. Damn it, I can't move. This monster, is it really that strong? Yuan Shinji thought as he tried to run down the stairs with the monster following him. Number 5. Yuan Shinji, where are you going? The monster said. Who the hell are you? Yuan Shinji demanded. How did you? Forget me. I'm number 4, Xinhui, the monster replied. Number 42, Xinhui? Is this your territory? Yuan Shinji asked. What are you talking about number 4? I don't you understand. Let's gather key quickly, the monster said, stopping suddenly and looking at the coffins of his friends. We're waiting for you, the monster said, as Xia Bin in the coffin suddenly opened his eyes. His friends sat up, and all of them turned their heads to look at Yuan Shinji. Xia Bin? Li Zhongxing? Why are you here? Come on, wake up, Yuan Shinji shouted. No way! Could it be that they already, he thought, feeling something strange. Why do I know their names? Do I know them? Wasn't I always alone? Number 5, you are not alone. Number 5, you our good friend. Come on, it's your turn. The coffin shut close, and suddenly Yuan Shinji was inside it. He looked down and dropped his necklace. Yuan Shinji is dead, he said. In another scene, Qian Yubai writes in her notebook. She says, why haven't they come out yet? And bites her fingernail. She takes out a coin and flips it. As it flies in the air, Yuan Shinji suddenly opens his eyes. Yuan Shinji suddenly finds himself at his residence. He immediately stands up and runs to the bathroom. He opens the faucet and says to himself, I'm not dead. He looks in the mirror and says, that can't be. I died. I was killed by a monster, but I was resurrected. To explore that strange existence, I went to the abandoned building alone. No, I feel like something's missing. My entire memory seems completely messed up. It's missing a large part, and there are conflicts in logic. Although Little Eyes is a monster created by me, it didn't protect me. Let's take a look at the notebook to see if there are any clues. The notebook says, Urban Legend Records Legend Points. 118,148 good and evil points. 10,086 spiritual power. 99 plus. Level 2. Lifespan, 95 days. Note, the urban legends you write will come true reality. Note, anyone affected by an urban legend you write will benefit you by gaining a certain number of legend points. Note, anyone who dies as a result of an urban legend you write will benefit you by gaining a certain number of good and evil points. Yuan Shinji says to himself, huh? That's not right. Lifespan, 95 days. He continues, I raised my lifespan to 100 days before. Today it should be 96. Why is there a day missing? Could it be? The notebook says, congratulations on activating the resurrection function, living from death. You will become the person you were before your death. One use will consume 1 day of life. What will be your next choice? The next day at the Ghost Club activity room, Yuan Shinji says to himself, Ghost Club. In my memory, I was clearly the only member here. So how could this club get established? Looking at my surroundings, it's obvious that I'm not the only member, but there's no sign of them at the school. Where the hell are they? Why can't I remember them? Suddenly, Yuan Shinji hears something move and says, who? A girl comes out of the closet and says, Huff, too. She trembles and says, hello, senior. Yuan Shinji says to himself, she. She introduces herself saying, I'm Qian Yubai, a freshman in high school. I'm interested in supernatural stuff, and I would like to join the club. Yuan Shinji asks himself, she also has spiritual power? Yuan Shinji says to her, I'm the only member in the Ghost Club. It's about to be disbanded, so there's no point in joining. Also, how long have you been hiding here? What are your intentions? Qian Yubai says, please, let me explain. The Ghost Club, it has other members. After you went to that abandoned building in the suburbs together, they disappeared. In the notebook, it says 2020, April 18th. Saturday. I followed Shinji-san to the abandoned building. The people with him seemed to be members of the Ghost Club, Xia Bin and Li Zhongxing. There was also a beautiful girl who looked like a child. I have the impression that the girl's name seems to be Jin Jing. Are they up to something dangerous? Unfortunately, the Ghost Club is safe. The prophecy told me that they went in, but I have a gut feeling that I shouldn't leave. Strange. It's dark. Why aren't they back yet? It's dangerous, so dangerous. I'll just give it a try. Yuan Shinji silently thinks and says, I, and he sees his friends. He continues to say, I remember. As he hears them say, Shinji, newbie, Yuan Shinji, come on. Fine, I can't scare you. Where do you think you're going? Please, cough. Ghost Club members Xia Bin and Li Zhongxing. Please. Hello, Miss Yuan Shinji. Hello. Nice to meet you. Xin Wei, who was under the influence of the monster, and her childhood friend, Chi Heron. Nice to meet you too. We are funds normal. Yuan Shinji says to himself. They've been affected by the monster. Yuan Shinji continues to look at Qian Yubai's notebook and she says, "Hey, please don't look." She grabs her notebook, blushes, and runs away. Qian Yubai says, "I'm sorry. There are some things in my diary that are inconvenient to disclose, but I assure you, I have no ill intentions, and I'm genuinely interested in joining the Ghost Club." Yuan Shinji asks himself, "Can I trust her?" He takes a form, gives it to Qian Yubai and says, "Fill this out and take one of the keys to the activity room." Ghost Club application. Jiang City Yuan Shinji says, "By the way, I'm going to give you the task of recruiting new members for the club." That's all for today's activities. Qian Yubai says, "Yes, thank you, senior." "Oh no, President." Yuan Shinji silently looks at her. Qian Yubai says, "I'll take my leave first," and she happily hums away. Yuan Shinji says to himself, it seems that this Qian Yubai's spiritual power is only at the first level and is still in the state of awakening. What's she up to? But this is not very important at the moment. Most importantly, it's your turn must come at a price. Qian Yubai said, "I know that the Ghost Club in this school is the safest place in Jiang City. That's why I came here, just to join the Ghost Club and work hard to live peacefully. The president of the Ghost Club is Shinji-san, and he is the guarantor of my safety. I must complete the tasks assigned by him well, and find 2 members with good personalities to prevent the club from being abolished by the school. This world is very dangerous. I must follow Shinji-san and, if possible, try to be his girlfriend. I must observe him, and if he meets my criteria, then I'll work hard to become his wife in the future." The notebook said, Legend points, 11,848, good and evil points, 10,086, spiritual power, 99 plus. Level 2 lifespan, 94 days. Yuan Shinji said to himself, "Strange, after a day, neither the legend nor the good and evil points have increased. Is it a bug, or is there something going on with little eyes and Shao Ai? I don't care much about that. I have to strengthen my spiritual powers first." The notebook said, Legend points, 11,848 good and evil points, 10,086 spiritual power, 99 plus. Level 2 lifespan, 94 days. Yuan Shinji said to himself, "If I blindly choose to increase my lifespan, I can indeed achieve immortality in a certain sense. But in this strange world, being immortal is ridiculous." Spiritual power, 100 plus. Level 2. Yuan Shinji's eyes burst into flames. It intensifies, and he says, "I want to be stronger." Yuan Shinji calms down, and his notebook said, Spiritual power, 100 plus, 2nd level spiritual power, 3rd level successful advance. Yuan Shinji said to himself, "Now I seem to be able to control spiritual power, just like controlling a large mech. And it can also affect a certain range, probably about 10 meters. Let's test it out." A bag of chips moves, levitates, and flies into Yuan Shinji's palm. He says to himself, "Now I have the ability to use my spiritual power to pick up things and amplify them, but it's only within a 10-meter radius. Within this range, creatures weaker than me are at my mercy." The notebook said, Unlocked. You can use the rule abilities you created as many times as you want. For every second of use, 100 legend points are consumed. Yuan Shinji said to himself, "Huh? 100 legend points per second? That's a huge loss." The notebook said, "If you choose not to consume legend points, each time you use the rule, you will pay an unknown price." Yuan Shinji said to himself, "An unknown price? It's better to give it up for now. By the way, what if I write another urban legend that brings people back to life?" The notebook said, "You don't have enough legend points." He said to himself, as expected, it's still too much, and he stopped. He said to himself, in short, Xia Binbin, Li Zhongxing, and Qi Heron have never been exposed to the It's Your Turn game before. Only Xinhui started playing the game first and was already dragged into the rules by It's Your Turn. What exactly are the rules and killing mechanisms of It's Your Turn? According to the order of my memory loss, the order of death should be Xinhui, Qi Heron, me, then Xia Binbin, and Li Zhongxing. But our floor order was Xia Binbin, Li Zhongxing, Qi Heron, Xinhui, me. Therefore, the first possibility that can be ruled out is the number when playing the game. Could it be that it has anything to do with the order of participation in the game? But this only makes sense for Xinhui alone. The rest of us don't have much to do with it. As far as I know, it's a game that can be played with just an online group. But at that time, Xinhui wanted us to go to that abandoned building. Now it seems like that place is its territory. If you enter that building, You'll be killed by its rules and disappear completely. The strange thing is that the current urban legend is limited to an online group game. There were no rumors of any abandoned buildings at all. So, it was using Shinhui to great lengths to lure me to its territory. Could it be that? It discovered that I have spiritual power? At night at Shinji's household, Yuan Shinji said, "I'm home." Little Eyes Xiaoyan ran fast and shouted, "Mommy! Mommy!" and jumped toward Yuan Shinji. Yuan Shinji said to himself, "There's still a lot of doubt regarding that monster of It's Your Turn." Our previous group chat was disbanded as expected. To continue the investigation, I can only continue playing the game. I have the golden touch of immortality, but other players don't. Even if those people had the intention to die, it's not my place to intervene. Little Eyes Xiaoyan took the phone of Yuan Shinji. Yuan Shinji said, "Hey, Little Eyes." Little Eyes Xiaoyan played with the phone and said, "Hua." Yuan Shinji was shocked and said, "Huh?" and then smiled. Yuan Shinji said, "Maybe, we can try it." He continued, "Xiao Ai, are you there?" Little Eyes Xiaoyan responded, "Master, what are your instructions?" Suddenly, Yuan Shinji grabbed her arm, shocking her. "Come with me to a place," he said. A few minutes later, on the outskirts of Jiang City, Yuan Shinji said, "How come? The B building, it disappeared into thin air. How did this happen? Could it be that It's Your Turn has altered my memory from the very beginning? Were there no abandoned buildings here in the first place? If that's the case, then it's too powerful." Xiao Ai said, "There is a smell here. It's left behind by a familiar creature." Yuan Shinji asked, "Huh?" Xiao Ai grabbed Yuan Shinji's hand and said, "We can't stay here. Let's go home." Little Eyes Xiaoyan agreed with Xiao Ai and said,
Yes, so, do you have the confidence to deal with this kind of creature?
A few moments later, in the living room, Yuan Shinji coughed and said, "We are now going to play a game called It's Your Turn." According to Shinhui, only the advanced version of the game has a limit on the number of players. The normal online version has 3 players. One person and 2 monsters should be allowed to participate, right? Xiao Ai set up a group. As number 1, add me and Little Eyes to it. Little Eyes is number 2, and I'm number 3. You two copy the stories I've prepared in advance, then you don't have to do anything. I won't send anything. It's up to it to come to the door. At 1:44, 5 hours later, they waited in the living room. Yuan Shinji said, "It's already the second day. Would this method work?" He asked Xiao Ai. "By the way, I haven't asked you yet. My legend points haven't increased at all lately. Are you having some kind of problem?" Xiao Ai replied, "Well, I haven't received any new commissions lately." "Not even a single new commission?" "Not only that, I also have a vague sense of uneasiness. Master, I might as well disappear." Suddenly, Yuan Shinji, Little Eyes Xiaoyan, and Xiao Ai noticed something. The door glowed red, and they all looked at it. The doorknob pulled down gently, and the door opened. Yuan Shinji said, "Here it comes." Dark energy crept into the room. It said, "Number 1, it's your turn." Yuan Shinji said, "Hey, Xiao Ai." Xiao Ai stood up. Yuan Shinji asked, "Can you do it?" She stared at the monster. Yuan Shinji said to himself, "Could it be? These two are monsters." The dark energy flowed and became weak. The monster shouted and moved around the living room. Xiao Ai absorbed the dark energy. Xiao Ai said, "Master, I'm a little stronger than it, but because I'm within its killing rules." Xiao Ai took out her soul-calling bell and said, "I can't defeat it. If you can tell me its name, I can send it to hell. If not, then the power gap between me and it will no longer exist." Just now, it was very dangerous. Yuan Shinji said, "I see. Xiao Ai is stronger than It's Your Turn, but since she is playing this game, she is within the rules of It's Your Turn, so their power difference no longer exists. Now, neither of the 2 monsters can affect the other. What should I do now with It's Your Turn? Should I just leave? Or wait till Little Eyes' turn?" The monster said, "Number 2, it's your turn." Little Eyes Xiaoyan prepared himself. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, "It doesn't matter. With Little Eyes' strength, it won't make a difference. At the worst case scenario, I'll get resurrected again." Little Eyes Xiaoyan attacked, saying, "Hey-ya!" He grabbed the dark shadow and the monster shouted, "Ah!" The monster slapped Little Eyes Xiaoyan. Little Eyes Xiaoyan got angry, looked at the monster, grew more eyes, and said, "Ah!" He towered over the monster. Multiple hands of Little Eyes Xiaoyan grabbed the shadows of the monster, and the monster screamed. Little Eyes Xiaoyan swallowed the monster whole and closed his mouth. Yuan Shinji said, "Little eyes, it's much stronger than I thought." He thought to himself, I was worried about this before. Since legend points haven't increased, it means its abilities might be restricted as well, but now it seems like it actually has no impact on its abilities. Little Eyes Xiaoyan said, "Hiccup." Yuan Shinji thought to himself, but what happens when Little Eyes devours a monster like this? For example, the combination between the two rules. The notebook said, as the name suggests, this is a game where death is the price. You successfully contain the monster, it's your turn, so the impact of this urban legend will accrue to you as well. We are now generating legend points and good and evil points. Yuan Shinji said to himself, 1 page, 2 pages, a whole 18 pages. By erasing other players' memories, this monster has unknowingly taken so many lives. The notebook said, a total of 180,000 legend points and 17,000 good and evil points were gained. Unlock, it's your turn. A monster ability that can be used by spending legend points. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and a voice said, "Hello, is anyone there? I just heard a noise here." Yuan Shinji thought to himself, it's already 2 o'clock in the morning. Why would someone knock on my door? He asked. Who is this? As his pendant glowed. He thought, could it be that it's your turn has another trick up its sleeve, just like the one at the abandoned building before? No, the notebook wouldn't give that much information if it's your turn wasn't contaminated completely. He peered through the peephole and saw a man. I'm Xiao Song, I just moved in. We'll be neighbors from now on. I'm really sorry. I wanted to come and visit during the day, but I just heard a loud noise here, and I was worried that you might need help, so I came to take a look. Yuan Shinji thought, a new neighbor. He opened the door and said to Xiao Song, it's okay. There were pests in my house, and I was exterminating them. Xiao Song said, so that's it. Oh right. This is a specialty of my family. Please accept it. Yuan Shinji thought, it's such a very fresh specialty. Looks like nothing to worry about. I don't really want to accept it, but this is considered a form of communication etiquette, right? I'll just have to buy him a gift in return later. He took it and said, thank you. Rest well. Xiao Song said, okay, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. Yuan Shinji closed the door and put the bag on the table. Yuan Shinji said, I'm sleepy. I'll go to bed first. You guys want some? Xiao Ai and Little Eyes Xiaoyan said, no. Yuan Shinji said, then I'll leave it here. In another scene, Chief Qingji said, Chief Xia, this infant death case can be considered closed now. Here's the file. Just leave the rest to our special department. Chief Xia Cheng said, okay, I understand. Thank you. As Chief Qingji walked away, Chief Xia Cheng said, please wait a moment, and Chief Qingji stopped. It was the chief of the public security department, Xia Cheng. Xia Cheng said, I have something I'd like to ask your special department. Chief Qingji said, what is it? Xia Cheng asked, do you know if I have any children? Chief Qingji said, what does that mean? Chief Xia, I don't think we're even considered colleagues, are we? Chief Xia Cheng stood up and slammed the table, saying, I'm sorry, I have a very strong feeling of uncertainty every day. Chief Qingji silently looked at him. Chief Xia Cheng continued, my wife and I obviously don't have children, but why is there a boy's room in my house? At first, I thought it was because I'd been so stressed at work lately that I'd forgotten it was the room we prepared for our future child. But the room has too many traces of someone living in it. Snacks, magazines, computers, and clothes. They are all for a boy who is at least 16 or 17 years old. Chief Qingji said, 16 or 17 years old. Is he a student? The next day at Minghu apartment, Shinji's residence, a sexy lady said, affordable breakfast specials. Yuan Shinji's phone rang, and he took it out, thinking, information from Qian Yubai. In the message, Qian Yubai said, Minghu apartment is in danger. Yuan Shinji thought, Minghu apartment is in danger. But I already dealt with, it's your turn the night before, so why is it still in danger? Moreover, what's the extent of that danger? Is it a certain household, on a certain floor, a certain building, or the entire community? Currently, the notebook doesn't indicate any danger in Minghu apartment. Investigating the entire apartment would be quite bothersome. Suddenly, Yuan Shinji saw Chief Qingji, Qi Xiaoyin, and Hong Yin. Qi Xiaoyin said to him, hello, you're Yuan Shinji, right? We are from the public security department. Yuan Shinji stopped. Yuan Shinji insisted, it's better to just go to my place. Otherwise, you won't be able to ask anything here. Also, could you ask for a leave for me? Hong Yin said, you bastard, what an attitude. Chief Qingji said, Hong Yin, shut up. Hong Yin said, I really want to beat him up. Chi Xiaoyin, holding Hongyin, said, Wah! Chief Qingji said to herself. Although he was taken by surprise at first, he quickly calmed down. He must have realized that if he were just an ordinary person, we wouldn't need to discuss anything with him and would just resort to coercion. Despite being a student, his calm and unhurried mind is enough to get him admitted to the special department, not to mention his spiritual power. They all went to the elevator. Yuan Shinji said to himself, It has reached the 3rd level. He said to them while pointing at the elevator, My place is upstairs, so I'm sorry for the inconvenience. A few moments later, he continued, I can tell you anything you want to know, but you have to answer a few of my questions first. Chief Qingji said, It's okay. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, My experiences during this time have taught me many things, but the information isn't complete. It's good to have these people come to my door so they can clarify the situation for me, saving me from always relying on guesses. Yuan Shinji put hot liquid in a cup and slammed it on the table. He said, I suppose you're not from the public security department, right? Qi Xiaoyin and Hongyin were shocked. Yuan Shinji said, The special department? They all went silent. Yuan Shinji said, I guessed as much. Unfortunately for you, I'm the one who fooled you. After all, there are such special beings as monsters and psychics in this world, so there must be a special department for that. Hongyin said, You! And he broke the cup. Yuan Shinji said, This cup costs 1,000 yuan, pay for the damage. Hongyin said, This thing costs 1,000 yuan? Are you blackmailing me? I'm gonna kick your ass. Chief Qingji said, Ahem, your losses will be compensated. We are indeed from the special department. And no matter how you know about us, or how well you think you know, I have to tell you something. Although monsters have rules, we can't eliminate them. We can only contain them. Even if you have great potential, you can't take this matter lightly. Otherwise, you will be killed by monsters at any time. Yuan Shinji looked at her seriously. Chief Qingji said, All right, tell me, you and your friends saw an eyeball, didn't you? Yuan Shinji said, What eyeball? We played a game. I found the rules of the game and survived. Chief Qingji said, Oh, a game? What game? And what were its rules? Yuan Shinji said, Answer my questions first. I still don't understand many things. If you tell me, I'll tell you everything I know. Chief Qingji laughed, saying, Hey, she thought to herself, Shinji is indeed a person with potential. He knows how to create a situation that is unfavorable to us so that he can get some conditions for negotiation. However, it is clear that he has not faced enough monsters yet and isn't experienced enough. Chief Qingji said, Okay, what do you want to know? Yuan Shinji asked. Spiritual power. I'd like to know what happens when you reach the 3rd level of spiritual power and what abilities will emerge in later stages. Chief Qingji said, There will be no new abilities. Continuing to advance will only expand the range of your spiritual pressure. The stronger your spiritual power, the greater the range of your spiritual pressure. Yuan Shinji said, But aside from expanding the range of my spiritual pressure, if I can't attack the monsters, is it necessary to continue advancing? Chief Qingji said, No, on the contrary. If we want to fight against monsters, we must upgrade our spiritual power. Our lives are at stake. But before we get to that, I want to know how you survived. Yuan Shinji said, I played that game and died twice before I found a way to avoid death. This has something to do with my ability, so can we pick up where we left off? Chief Qingji thought to herself, his ability turned out to be. Hongyin thought to himself, substituting death? Qi Xiaoyin thought to herself, I'm so envious. I can't believe he has the same ability as Mr. Hongyin. Chief Qingji stood up and said, the improvement of spiritual power, after reaching the 3rd level, mainly improves the quality of the soul. To deal with monsters, we need something similar to monsters, but using them requires paying a price, a loss of the soul. The more spiritual power you accumulate, the higher the quality of your soul. Correspondingly, the more times you can use it. She sat beside Yuan Shinji and continued, This is why we keep upgrading the spiritual level. Yuan Shinji looked at her silently and moved to the far end of the couch. Chief Qingji asked, Any more questions? Yuan Shinji continued to drink the water that came from the river of hell. He looked at the water and saw Xiao Ai and Little Eyes Xiaoyan and thought to himself, Speaking of which, the restrictions on Little Eyes and Xiao Ai must have something to do with them. Although I know from my notebook that they have no intention of dealing with Little Eyes yet. Xiao Ai. Yuan Shinji said, Since you can't kill the monsters, how do you contain them? Besides, if you can't kill the monsters, won't there be more and more of them? One day, the human race will be wiped out by monsters. Hong Yin said, "Alas, can't your imagination be richer? We are the special department after all. Can't we just have some monsters that can kill those monsters?" Yuan Shinji looked at Hong Yin seriously and said, "Hey, all my questions have been answered. Now I'm going to give you all the information I know about the game." He took out a paper and placed it on the table. The game is called It's Your Turn. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Yuan Shinji said, "Coming." He opened the door and said, "It's you?" Xiao Song said, "Sorry to bother you, but I'm in the middle of organizing my things. I don't have any scissors at home. Can you lend them to me?" Yuan Shinji thought to himself, this guy is really something, the convenience stairs. If you need something urgent, why ask your neighbor to borrow it? Wait a moment, isn't it? Could it be? He remembered what Chan Yubai said. "Mingwu apartment is in danger." Yuan Shinji said, "Okay, just wait a moment." Xiao Song said, "Sorry for bothering you." Chief Qingji looked at Xiao Song, staring seriously. Yuan Shinji also looked at him seriously and thought to himself. But the people from the special department didn't notice anything strange about Xiao Song. Either that, or I'm wrong. Yuan Shinji handed over the scissors and said, "Here it is, don't be in a hurry to return them." Xiao Song said, "Okay, thank you." He thought to himself, he's better than all of us here. I have to investigate him. Yuan Shinji closed the door and said, "Sorry for making you wait. The new neighbor who just moved in is quite skilled." Chief Qingji said, "Let's go ahead and keep the story as short as possible." Chi Xiaoyan said, "Please write everything you know on this." Yuan Shinji thought to himself, they really didn't feel anything was wrong. It seems that I can only rely on myself. Originally, I wanted to borrow their help to investigate. Chi Xiaoyan handed over the paper. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, actually, it wouldn't hurt to tell them about the rules and information on It's Your Turn. After all, in this era of the internet, it is impossible to guarantee privacy online. It would be bad if they found out that I've given them the wrong lead. He began to write. He thought to himself, at this point, there is no point in fighting with the special department. He said to them, "It's all up here." He handed over the paper and Chief Qingji took it. Shi Xiaoyin and Hong Yin tried to peek at the paper. Chief Qingji said, "Don't you know how to see with spiritual vision?" Hong Yin took the paper and said, "Hey, it seems that only a powerful inspector like me can investigate such an unexplainable matter. Hey, this month's bonus is mine." Chief Qingji said, "You, Shinji-san, would you like to join the special department?" Yuan Shinji asked. "How would that benefit me?" Chief Qingji said. "We can help you understand spiritual powers and provide you with anything you want." Hong Yin said, "Your bank account will be credited with 50 million immediately, and a house and a car will be delivered to you." Chief Qingji said, "During any mission, the public security department will be at your disposal. After investigating the matter, there will be an additional bonus. You'll also have the power to act first and then report later. The bottom line is not to kill innocent people indiscriminately." Yuan Shinji asked, "What about my duties?" Chief Qingji said, "Take turns investigating strange events and don't refuse when it's your turn. However, in case of multiple monsters, collaborative investigations are possible. Inspectors are very likely to die when investigating strange events, and there's a price for that. According to the rules of the special department, power and wealth are what we get for putting our lives in danger. It's calculated based on the time when the investigation of the strange events began. Except for the section chief, none of the inspectors I know have lived for more than 10 years. Many inspectors will have more or less mental problems at the end of their lives and become resistant to doing their tasks. This shift system is actually designed to ensure the proper functioning of the special department. Therefore, we're not going to force you to join the special department." However, Yuan Shinji asked, "Oh, do I have a choice?" Hong Yin said, "Of course. There is also another type of inspector, one that's not under the control of the special department and can form his own organization, but still has to assist the special department with their tasks. If you are like me and want to find someone to rely on, it is better to join the special department. There are many benefits. Contact me when you make a decision. I'll get a commission for bringing in new people. I'm not as stingy as that woman, so let's split it 50-50. Chi Xiaoyan said, In fact, you can also choose to set up your own team." Hong Yin said to Chi Xiaoyan, "Shut up." She trembled in fear. Chief Qingji said, "In short, the enemy of mankind is the monsters, not mankind itself. After investigating monsters for long, you'll realize how ridiculous human intrigues can be." She extended her hand for a handshake. Yuan Shinji said, "You're right." They both shook hands. "I've made up my mind. I want to set up my own team. Its name will be Ghost team. A few minutes later, outside, Hongyan said to Chi Xiaoyan, "You talk too much." Chi Xiaoyan replied, "Whoa," Yuan Shinji said, "Little eyes." Little eyes, Xiaoyan opened his eyes and said, "Mommy." Yuan Shinji thought to himself, "Before the special department came to my door, I embedded Little Eye's powers. I haven't tested the results yet, but if I have a dispute with them or even have to fight them, this will at least provide me with an extra layer of protection. And maybe even kill them." Back in the living room, Yuan Shinji said to Xiao Ai and Little Eyes Xiaoyan, "Both of you are now restricted by the special department, so I can only try this method. Not to mention the new neighbor, there are more monsters to deal with after that. We've got to hurry up and train." The notebook read, "Successfully embedded the Kai balls in the cracks ability. This ability is active, and there are no restrictions on who it can target." Yuan Shinji said, "As it turns out, Little Eye's rule is a passive skill, limited to only torturing domestic abusers. But there's no limit to my ability to use it, so it's not a loss at all." The notebook read, 100 legend points will be deducted for every second you use this ability. Current legend points, 298,148. Do you want to deduct? Yes or no? Please choose carefully. Yuan Shinji said, "Deduct," and pressed yes. The notebook read, "Deduction completed. Current legend points, 298,048. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, "In addition, I don't know if it's a buff from Little Eye's ability, but my field of vision seems to have improved a lot. But that's not enough. Even if I can use monster powers now, I still can't kill a monster. I should be content, at least now I'm able to protect myself a little more." Yuan Shinji said, "Come on, let's walk around the community and see if we can find any clues." A few hours later, at Qian Yubai's class, Jiang City University, a student said, "There's a new antique store that opened recently. I've seen the reviews on the internet and they're very good. Why don't we go check it out together?" His friend asked. "Where is it?" He replied, "I think it's at Asakawa Mall." Qian Yubai was fixing her things and thought to herself, "When I passed by President Shinji's class this morning, I noticed he wasn't there. I went to the classroom and club activity room at noon and in the afternoon, only to find out that the president hadn't come to school today. I secretly snuck into the office to find the leave application. Does the president have any relatives in the note? Does the public security department? I should just go to his house and take a look." Suddenly, her phone rang and she was shocked. It's Mom. The message said, "Mother, honey, today at noon, the little girl Xiao Ling who lives across from us came home from school and specially gave you her favorite doll. I put it on your nightstand. Go buy her some small gifts after school. Be safe." Qian Yubai said, "Xiao Ling?" She remembered her saying, "eldest sister." Qian Yubai said, "Oh, it's her. It's better to buy her a gift first. I can't make her upset." Her mother sent a creepy picture of the doll and said, "It's so cute, you should thank her well." Qian Yubai said, "Let's go to Asakawa Mall. It seems to be near his house." A few moments later at Qian Yubai's household, Qian Yubai's father said, "Have you noticed that our child has become a lot more cheerful recently? Not long after we moved here, she made new friends." Her mother said, "Yeah, she used to be silent and keep everything to herself." Her father put down the creepy doll and said, "That's such a good change. It wasn't a mistake to move here." Qian Yubai's mother said, "After all, our daughter is a bit special." Her father said, "Oh, it's been so hard." The doll stood silently. Suddenly, it smiled, and its eyes moved. At 1759 in the Asakawa Mall, Qian Yubai said, "This cat is so cute, but this bunny seems to be more popular." Suddenly, she heard music and looked behind her. It was already 18. The music played, "It's so good to drink. It's not that I don't love you." Qian Yubai said, "Wow, they're actually playing such a song inside the mall. It's so creepy." "What are you afraid of? Urban legends are all not real." But I heard from my grandma that this place really used to be an abandoned baby farm." She felt a chill and said, "They must be playing this song to calm those infant spirits and prevent them from causing trouble. We may even spot some strange women looking for children." Holding her chest, she thought, "Am I being too sensitive? But my heart palpitations are so strange. I need to find a place to prophesy, just in case." A guy nearby exclaimed, "Did you guys hear that? They actually played this song here. The urban legend is real." Qian Yubai ran and said, "Huff." The guy continued, "But as long as I put on my noise-canceling headphones." Qian Yubai thought, "No one will notice if I just stay here." She breathed deeply and tossed a coin. As it slowly flipped and dropped to the ground, she trembled and said, "What is this music? Where? M2." Suddenly, she heard a voice saying, "Did you find anything there?" Another voice responded, "No, it's been quiet these past few days, and I wish it could just stay that way." The guy said, "How could they open this mall despite knowing that there are ghosts haunting it?" The lady replied, "There's nothing we can do about it. After all, it's the biggest mall in the area, so it's difficult to close it even for a few days. It's just hard work for us. Everything will be fine as long as we keep the resentful spirits under control without any casualties." Jian Yubai thought to herself, "Are they the same psychics as President Shinji? No, but they are dangerous." She picked up the coin. Suddenly, a hand appeared and grabbed hers, saying, "Elder sister." Jian Yubai stopped and looked behind her, shocked. The boy said, "It's so hot in here. I want to go out." She was startled and pulled her hand away from the boy, shouting, "Run! It's dangerous. Go to the safest place possible." Suddenly, she saw something in front of her. The monster said, "Did you see my child there?" And the two bystanders were decapitated. Jian Yubai looked at the monster as it moved in front of her. The people around her stared. She thought, "Don't be scared. It's fake. It's an illusion." She immediately turned back and thought, but the woman in the red dress just now was real. "I've got to get away from her. I've got to get away from her." She dropped her glasses and ran to the escalator, thinking, "Where is the safest place?" A few moments later, in the ladies' room, she thought, "I can't find it. I can't find it. I can't find it." As she sat in a corner, suddenly someone knocked on the door and the monster said, "Can you help me torn oof? The faucet, help me. I'm scared." As the hair moved toward Jian Yubai, she thought, "Damn, I don't know where I dropped my glasses. I can't see clearly. Who are you? Can you please wait?" As the hair moved closer to her body, Jian Yubai said, "Just wait a moment. Right now I can't see very clearly." She suddenly stood up and walked toward the faucet, closing it. Her vision changed and hair came out of her sight. The monster laughed and said, "Thank you very much." Jian Yubai looked in the mirror and thought, "I feel like I'm really going to die." Suddenly Yuan Shinji appeared, and a beam of light shot through the door, hitting and obliterating the monster. Jian Yubai came back to her senses as the monster turned into smoke, her blazer torn. Yuan Shinji called her name, "Jian Yubai." He continued, "Is this the danger you were talking about?" Jian Yubai cried in relief and said, "President." She suddenly ran crying to Yuan Shinji and said, "President, what are you doing here?" Yuan Shinji said, "Stop," and halted her with one finger on her forehead. Jian Yubai said, I'm sorry. Yuan Shinji took out Jian Yubai's glasses from his pocket and said, "Alas." Using crack restoration, he activated his spiritual power, combined with Little Eye's ability to restore damaged items. He said, "Put it on, don't lose it." Jian Yubai said, thank you very much." Yuan Shinji said, "You're welcome. I have a lot to ask you. You have to answer truthfully." Yuan Shinji suddenly looked outside. A lady said, "Hello?" "Excuse me. Are you the inspector? We're members of the scavenger team." It was the Special Department Assistant Reserve scavenger team. A few minutes later, inside Asakawa Mall at 1815, a person said, "Don't panic, everyone. We are shooting a horror movie. Don't be afraid. Please don't take or distribute any videos or pictures. This involves the content of our movie. These are all simulation props. Don't panic." A bystander said, "Oh, you guys are really sick." Another said, "Hey, you're not going to get a shot at me, are you? I have image rights protection." Another said, "Come on, go away." Another said, "There's nothing to see here." His friend said, "Ha ha, if you're willing to be on camera, we'll pay you for the seconds you're on camera. We will take care of it if you don't want to." Yuan Shinji said, "They are also your people, right?" The Special Department Assistant said, "Yes, that's right. They're all my colleagues. In addition to eliminating resentful spirits, they're also responsible for the strategic deception part." Yuan Shinji asked, "I see, so what do you want from me?" She replied, "Nothing. Actually, we just wanted to thank you for your help. You're the only one here who has the ability to directly eliminate resentful spirits." Yuan Shinji said, "You don't have to be so polite. What are you holding in your hands?" Aya said, "Oh, you mean this? This is a spiritual pressure generator that uses soul orbs as energy to simulate the third stage of spiritual pressure to deal with resentful spirits." Her friend said, "Aya, be careful." The spiritual pressure generator was developed by the special laboratory as a means for ordinary people to deal with resentful spirits. Aya continued, An inspector with abundant spiritual energy like you doesn't need a spiritual pressure generator. Yuan Shinji asked. Soul orb. What is that? Aya said. It's the thing you just obtained from killing the red-clothed resentful spirit. Yuan Shinji took out something from his pocket and said, Is this the soul orb? He thought to himself, but Chief Shi's group didn't mention the concept of soul orbs, which shows that in the eyes of the inspectors, it isn't really important. Aya said, Ah, yes. Please take it. Soul orbs can be obtained from saving ghosts and destroying resentful spirits. It's a very useful resource for us. It can be used to enhance spiritual power. Yuan Shinji pressed on the orb and thought, Really? But I can't seem to absorb it. Could it be a limitation caused by the notebook? Anyway, it's not a big deal. He looked at Qian Yubai with a sparkle in his eyes and thought, Should I let her try it out? Qian Yubai said, Club President, what are you looking at me for? Yuan Shinji said, Hey. Then he looked at the special team and said, Thank you for your answers. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. They both said, We won't bother you then. As they walked away, Qian Yubai trembled silently. Aya said, Ah, that's the most handsome inspector I've ever seen. Her friend said, He is also very gentle, and he is so sweet with his girlfriend. I envy her. Qian Yubai heard all their whispers. The ladies continued to talk about 50 episodes or a large-scale romantic drama. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, From this point of view, the spiritual power gap between these people and me is quite large. According to the hints in the notebook, I can already deal with monster rules in the third stage. Although inspectors such as Qingji have spiritual powers, they still have to rely on the rules to investigate and limit the monsters. These reserves also need to rely on soul orbs to eliminate the resentful spirits. Could it be that I'm already considered the best in this world? Qian Yubai said, Ah, that's right. President, are you here to buy something? She thought, This is so embarrassing. It's great to be his girlfriend, but why should the president also hear it? Her consciousness said, Be sensible, but her body said, Hey, love. And she chased after Yuan Shinji. She thought, However, I don't think I'm the reason the president is here, right? Come back to reality, Qian Yubai. Yuan Shinji said, Didn't you tell me there was danger near the community? That's why I took the day off to take a look around here. Qian Yubai said, So it's like this. She thought, That's great. The topic was successfully changed. Yuan Shinji said, I encountered psychics patrolling nearby, and they were rushing to Asakawa Mall at the same time. An officer said, Is there a monster in Asakawa Mall? Okay, I'll be there soon, Yuan Shinji said. I thought it was a monster, so I followed them. It's a resentful spirit. The resentful spirit is not suppressed. Hold it down. I looked it up and found out that it's a grudge case dating back decades. The former site of Asakawa Mall was a place used to dispose of the corpses of children from the nursery. But I don't know what happened. Some experts said that this land is very suitable for investment and construction. Eventually, it was taken over by a big boss and built into Asakawa Mall. After that, it became one of the earliest large-scale malls in Jiang City. The business has been booming, and the traffic and sales have achieved amazing results. But one day, people began to disappear mysteriously. The paper said, Search notice. Hong XX, age 29, and Liu XX, age 5. The two of them went shopping in Asakawa Mall on the 6th of June 2006 and did not return. Hong was wearing a red dress and white leather shoes, and Liu was wearing a yellow t-shirt and denim pants. Contact number, Liu Mom, 1366666666, Yuan Shinji said. Due to the underdeveloped surveillance at the time, there was a delay in locating their whereabouts. But there were always shopkeepers who said that they could hear children crying after 6 o'clock in the evening. A bald man said, Who's there? Suddenly, he saw something. Yuan Shinji continued, Sometimes they claim to see the silhouette of a woman dressed in red. All of this greatly affected the mall's business. The owner didn't want to give up, so he asked an expert for advice. Only then did he realize that this place was originally a dumping ground for abandoned babies, and it's very cursed. The missing people were also killed by the resentful spirits trapped here. The mother and son, who were the first to disappear, eventually turned into resentful spirits. To calm them, they settled on playing songs, including one that sang, It's not that I don't love you. Yuan Shinji remarked, Since then, there have been no more disappearances, and Asakawa Mall could continue to operate. However, the resentful spirits didn't rest in peace, and the mall became an urban legend. At Asakawa Mall, Qian Yubai exclaimed, I heard that music. But then it changed to another strange sound, and I started hallucinating. Yuan Shinji replied, I heard from the special department that the mall has had abnormal incidents for the last few days, but today it escalated. Qian Yubai thought to herself, not necessarily. Maybe it's just because I came here. Yuan Shinji observed, regardless of the reasons behind this incident, as a psychic, you are still too weak. You wouldn't have survived if I hadn't come. Of course, you're not entirely to blame. Resentful spirits can distort people's judgment of danger, leading you to enter dangerous places. Qian Yubai admitted, you're right, I'm too immature. I'll definitely do better next time. Suddenly, she was struck by multiple weak arrows. Yuan Shinji then asked, by the way, are you here to buy something? I'll accompany you. Qian Yubai, crying and smiling, said, eh? Yuan Shinji continued, after shopping, let's continue the conversation interrupted by those people just now. Qian Yubai eagerly agreed. Okay. They then noticed some dolls with a sign that read, price, 40, get one free. Qian Yubai picked up a strange doll and took a few pictures with Yuan Shinji. Their next stop was at the family restaurant. At the table, Qian Yubai asked, President, please extend your hand. Yuan Shinji complied, and Qian Yubai solemnly dropped a coin. They stared at each other as the coin fell into Yuan Shinji's hand. Observing the coin, Yuan Shinji remarked, is this a coin? If I'm not mistaken, your ability is prophecy. Qian Yubai confirmed, yes, you can call it the coin of destiny. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, the goddess of fate in ancient Greek mythology. However, if such a mythological figure truly exists, can she deal with these monsters in a world of monsters and resentful spirits? Yuan Shinji then asked, how do I use this destiny coin? Qian Yubai instructed, just throw it. Before doing so, ask a question in your mind. If it lands on the front side, symbolizing the right track of time, you'll get the correct information. Yuan Shinji inquired, what about the other side? He handed the coin back to Qian Yubai. She silently examined the coin and murmured, you lose your memory for a certain number of days. Yuan Shinji understood. I see. So, there's a 50% chance the coin of destiny will land on the other side. That's why you keep a diary. Qian Yubai explained, well, maybe it's because this coin is tied to my memories. Unless I'm dead, it's just an ordinary coin to everyone else. Yuan Shinji asked, do you trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you and take the coin for myself? Qian Yubai responded, eh? No, that's impossible. You're a good person. As I predicted with my coin, the safest place in Jiang City is the Ghost Club. That's why Yuan Shinji thought to himself, the Ghost Club is the safest place? He silently observed her while taking a sip of water. Continuing to ponder, he realized, it's so safe that all the club members were wiped out. If I didn't have the notebook, maybe even I would have been. He suddenly had an epiphany and thought, wait a moment, could I be the reason it's safe? Yuan Shinji then prompted, ask the coin something now. Qian Yubai asked, ask what? Yuan Shinji urged, just ask. Apart from being a student and an inspector, what is the true identity of Yuan Shinji? Qian Yubai questioned, all right, true identity, aren't you the president of the Ghost Club? She tossed the coin and it sparked. Catching it, she asked, did it land on the opposite side? Yuan Shinji thought to himself, no amnesia? Is she lying to me? Qian Yubai apologized, sorry, regarding this question. The coin won't answer. Yuan Shinji inquired, why is that? Qian Yubai clarified, if the coin vibrates after landing, it means it will provide feedback. If there's no vibration, there's no feedback, regardless of whether it's positive or negative. Due to a previous issue, the upper limit of memory consumption days has been reached. The complexity of the questions I ask depends on how many days of memory they consume. As long as the coin doesn't respond, it means the question requires more than 30 days of memory. Yuan Shinji said to himself, it seems like this coin's powers aren't too unreliable. Yuan Shinji said to Qian Yubai, okay, let's move on to another question. Why is the Ghost Club the safest place in Jiang City? Qian Yubai replied, no, try another one, just ask. Qian Yubai sighed. There's something at Yuan Shinji's home, and she tossed the coin. Yuan Shinji exclaimed, it responded, as the coin dropped to the floor. Qian Yubai's eyes widened as she said, the coin says, your house, it has something very scary. Yuan Shinji stood up and said, I see, this meal is on me, you should quit the club. Qian Yubai exclaimed, Why? Why is that? Yuan Shinji explained, your ability is somewhat useless to the Ghost Club, and the prophecies based on your limited memories are of little use. I need you to prove you're capable of more. Jian Yubai immediately stood up, grabbed his arm, and pressed it against her chest. She said, wait a moment. Actually, this coin has another ability. Yuan Shinji responded. Oh? Jian Yubai continued. I can consume years of memory and alter a person's short-term destiny. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, I'm intrigued. He then asked Jian Yubai, tell me clearly, how can this be changed? Jian Yubai explained. Well, designate a person and visualize them in your mind. Then you can determine the direction of that person's fate, whether life or death. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, even if Jian Yubai used this ability on me, it would only cost me 1 day of my lifespan. But for her, how many years of memory must she consume? Yuan Shinji pondered. Well, we have the whole day. How about a long-term change of destiny? Jian Yubai hesitated and then said, President, have you been trying to deceive me all this time? Yuan Shinji replied. No one asked too much of me. Your behavior simply isn't like that of a person with a normal IQ. You're too naive. Jian Yubai responded. If you put it that way. As an arrow struck her with low IQ and abnormality, Yuan Shinji concluded, well, it seems it's about your bottom line. But if you truly wish to remain in the Ghost Club, then ask the coin one final question. Jian Yubai exclaimed, really? Is that true? Yuan Shinji instructed, use the power of the coin of destiny. Ask if there is any monster in Minghu apartment that could endanger my life. Jian Yubai concentrated and flipped the coin again. Catching it, she said, there's still no response. Yuan Shinji replied, no need. He thought to himself, just now, Jian Yubai learned that there are terrifying things in my house, little eyes and shao eye. But this time, the lack of an answer suggests something even more powerful than them. Jian Yubai called out, President. Yuan Shinji concluded, that's enough for today. Don't disclose the function of your coin to anyone. Otherwise, something bad might happen to you. Jian Yubai agreed. All right. Suddenly, Yuan Shinji showed her the orb and said, eh? Yuan Shinji explained, this soul orb can enhance your spiritual power. Consider it a compensation for me forcing you to use the coin. Jian Yubai gratefully replied, thank you, President. Yuan Shinji reminded her, don't forget to attend the club tomorrow if you have no other plans. Jian Yubai eagerly responded, yes, President. Please continue to advise me in the future. She walked away. A bystander remarked, that scared me. A woman commented, aren't they the actors who just filmed that movie in the mall? What are they doing here again? Her friend replied, these days it seems like there are issues with students' minds. Jian Yubai hurried towards Yuan Shinji and apologized. Sorry. Oh, President, can I accompany you? Yuan Shinji thought to himself, I can't ignore this. Yuan Shinji muttered, my God, today I learned that fools are scarier than monsters. Jian Yubai caught up to Yuan Shinji and shouted, President! Wait for me! Yuan Shinji thought to himself, why do I feel like I'm in trouble? A few moments later, at Yuan Shinji's house, someone knocked on his door. Yuan Shinji wondered, who could it be at this hour? Opening the door, he found Xiao Song standing there. Yuan Shinji silently assessed Xiao Song, thinking, I still can't sense any issues with this person. I'll preemptively decline. Yuan Shinji told him, sorry, I'm also cooking rice. There are hungry children at home waiting for their food, so I can't lend it to you. Xiao Song nodded understandingly. Oh, I see. That's all right, and returned to his apartment. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, let's see if anything happens next. Xiao Song entered his apartment and walked slowly. A shadow muttered, hungry, and continued, hungry, very hungry. In Yuan Shinji's kitchen, Yuan Shinji said, if you say you're going to cook for the kids, you really have to cook for them. No matter how hungry I am, I can't let the kids starve. But where's the rice cooker? He muttered, tisk, Xiao Song, as he suddenly looked back. Xiao Song knocked on the door and said, Mr. Yuan, it's me, Xiao Song. Yuan Shinji replied, coming. Then opened the door and prepared himself. Little eyes. Xiao Yan opened his eyes. Xiao Song said, Mr. Yuan, thank you for lending me your rice cooker. Really, thank you very much. Yuan Shinji, sweating, responded, so it's really you, then thought to himself, he's a monster, that's for sure. He noticed that the rice cooker was missing its lid and continued thinking, even if his request is rejected, he can forcefully borrow things and return them. Is this considered a provocation, or is it a warning? Was I already within his rules from the moment he borrowed from me? In the meantime, How many people has he borrowed things from? It's been a while since Xiao Song moved here. Can he somehow avoid death by first sending gifts to every door and then borrowing things from everywhere? Little Eyes Xiaoyan looked at the rice cooker and said, "Wah?" Yuan Shinji opened his book, wrote something down and thought to himself his ability. Could it be that it has improved a lot? Little Eyes Xiaoyan played with the rice cooker and said, "Yeah?" Yuan Shinji continued his thoughts anyway, now that it has been confirmed that Xiao Song is a monster. I must quickly find out how to kill him and finish this. Accept a gift equal to enter its rules. Don't accept equal to avoid? Little Eyes Xiaoyan pointed at something and said, "Mommy, look." Yuan Shinji asked, "Huh? What's wrong?" He looked behind and was shocked. He thought to himself, next door the resident is on Tian? Little Eyes Xiaoyan went to Yuan Shinji's hand and opened his eyes. Yuan Shinji used his skill, eyeball in the cracks, prying eye. Little Eyes Xiaoyan transferred to the door, opened his eyes and looked at the corridor. Xiao Song said, "Aunt Tian, can you lend me your rice cooker?" Aunt Tian laughed and said, "Oh, Xiao Song, you're so polite. Of course, I'll lend it to you." Yuan Shinji thought to himself, strange. Aunt Tian is usually a vigilant person. She doesn't talk easily to anyone who isn't a long-time resident of this neighborhood. But she actually became so familiar with a weird young man who had just moved here and was borrowing stuff from everywhere. Having said that, I was skeptical about Xiao Song's identity from the beginning, but I still accepted his gift and even let him borrow my things. This monster must be doing something to manipulate people's thoughts, making it impossible to refuse his requests, thereby pulling them into his rules. That's horrible. Suddenly, Xiao Song stopped. Yuan Shinji thought, he's coming back. He became serious as Xiao Song stopped again, this time looking at his door. Yuan Shinji was shocked, but Xiao Song continued to walk back to his apartment. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, did he see me? A shadow figure remained outside. Yuan Shinji muttered tisk and sat on the sofa saying, "Little Eyes, I may need to take a risk. If I don't try, there will be no progress." Little Eyes Xiaoyan said, "Go." Yuan Shinji laughed. "Ha ha, you're not going to help me this time, are you?" Little Eyes Xiaoyan jumped down from the sofa to the coffee table, grabbed the remote, and turned on the TV. Teletubbies played, saying, "Makabaka, don't worry, Yigu Bigu, it's all right, Wussy Dixie." Yuan Shinji sighed, "Alas, kids really are unreliable." Little Eyes Xiaoyan exclaimed, "Yay!" Yuan Shinji unlocked the door and opened it, seeing Xiao Song still in the corridor. Suddenly, thunder clapped and Xiao Song entered his room. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, now is the moment. Little Eyes Xiaoyan suddenly opened his eyes. Yuan Shinji ran and tried to get into Xiao Song's room. Suddenly, he saw Xiao Song, who said, "There you are," and smiled at him. Yuan Shinji froze as his pendant activated. He asked himself, What is happening? He was then consumed by Xiao Song, becoming entangled and falling into a deep sleep forever. Xiao Song smiled, watching him sleep eternally. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, I feel like. He looked at Xiao Song as his pendant glowed and continued thinking, I'm being eaten alive. The system responded to Yuan Shinji, I'm dead. At 3:00 a.m., Yuan Shinji's house thunder clapped outside. Yuan Shinji opened his eyes, waking up and sitting up. He looked at his palm and thought to himself, I was killed before I could use my ability. Am I still not powerful enough? I shouldn't be overconfident. I need to think through every step. I'm afraid I don't have much time left. The current Xiao Song is like a ticking time bomb. Unclear rules about killing people, combined with a higher hunting rate. Anyone could become his next meal. Little Eyes Xiaoyan grabbed Yuan Shinji, who asked, Little Eyes? As Xiaoyan trembled in fear and said, Mommy. Yuan Shinji picked him up and asked, What's wrong? Are you worried about me? I'm fine. Little Eyes Xiaoyan said, Xiao A disappeared. Yuan Shinji asked, Disappeared? That can't be. I didn't feel anything. Did the special department do something before I was revived? He held his pendant and called out, Student Xiao AI, are you there? He opened his book and reassured, Don't worry. Could it be that she got a new job? Suddenly, the page tore. Yuan Shinji was shocked to see the words Underworld Girl Dead appear. He trembled and muttered angrily, Special Department, you guys are really something. In a different scene, the Special Department meeting room, one day before, Section Chief Kang Ping of the Jiang City Special Department addressed the room. Next, we will announce the results of the voting for the devouring plan that we came up with to deal with the disaster-ranked monster Underworld Girl. He continued seriously, 6-6. Suddenly, Tianye slammed the table and shouted, "Why do we have to kill the underworld girl? Is it because you old farts are afraid of death? If we feed monsters at the rank of underworld girl to God, then we will die," Section Chief Kang Ping responded. The special department's final decision is to agree to the devouring plan. Intellectual Circle member Mr. Xiang sighed. Since the special department has already made a decision, we have no objections. In another scene, Section Chief Kang Ping traveled, reading a top-secret document in the car. The document read, "Name, God appearance, unknown death rules, viewing directly, immediate death any contact, immediate death imagining, immediate death approaching within 100 meters, immediate death ways to avoid death. Do not look directly at restricted areas, especially God mountains. Do not contact, imagine, or enter within a 100-meter radius." Suddenly the car stopped. A person outside announced, "The following area does not allow cars. Please show your identification and get out of the car for inspection." The driver got out and opened the door. Section Chief Kang Ping slowly exited the car. Outside, the full moon was visible. Kang Ping showed his badge and introduced himself, Department Head, Jiang City Special Department. A few moments later, the system announced, "Bone scan, match successful. Iris scan, match successful. Fingerprint scan, identification complete. Gene scan, identification complete. The security system confirmed your identity matches the data. You have passed identification. Your identity is devouring plan monitoring agent." At the God Mountains base, someone asked, "Did you bring the person?" An agent replied, "Yes, we only need your command." Section Chief Kang Ping said, "I apologize for taking everyone's time. Let's start. Everyone, stay at a safe distance from the building and bring the interference devices. Don't let anyone else enter the surveillance room." The team responded, "Yes." Kang Ping looked behind and then at the monitor. He said, "Number D23977. Press the confirm button on the phone so that your only child has the right to receive your ashes." He then grinned angrily and remained silent as dark energy formed in front of him. On the phone, a voice said, "Hell communication." Suddenly, energy surged from the phone, causing him to collapse. Kang Ping remained silent, staring at the monitor. Suddenly, the underworld girl Xiao Ai appeared. Kang Ping asked, "You lost, Xiao Ai." Xiao Ai, the underworld girl, looked behind and was trapped. Her color began to fade, and she was stuck in outer space, slowly crumbling into pieces. The monitor showed only static. Section Chief Kang Ping thought to himself, the world's megaphone says, God's power will increase once again, which means the underworld girl can deal with it. How long will we have to use it to deal with monsters? It's getting more powerful, growing. When it completes the next evolution, it would be the end of the world. Back at Yuan Shinji's house, the notebook stated, the special department passed the devouring plan. Department head Kang Ping used a prisoner on death row to lure out the underworld girl. Yuan Shinji asked, "But why did it suddenly turn into random symbols? What does it mean? What kind of method did the special department use to kill Xiao Ai for even the notebook to be afraid of?" He sighed, "That's fine. It doesn't matter how Xiao Ai died, because no matter how she died, I will always choose to revive her." System prompt, confirm usage of 105,568 legend points to revive the underworld girl. Options, confirm, cancel. Yuan Shinji immediately said, confirm. Also, expand her effective killing area to. As the underworld girl, Xiao Ai, was being revived, Yuan Shinji shouted, "The whole world!" The underworld girl, Xiao Ai, suddenly woke up, her presence covering the entire world. She slowly formed, her aura returning as she silently stood. Little eyes Xiao Yan blushed and exclaimed, "Yeah!" Upon seeing the underworld girl Xiao Ai again. The system announced, Underworld Girl Evolution successful. Invitation to Hell ability increased, can now pull other monsters into hell. Yuan Shinji called out, "Classmate Xiao Ai?" The underworld girl Xiao Ai responded, "I'm here." Yuan Shinji smiled and said, "Go give those bastards a surprise." The system then stated, Hell communication has been reopened and the service area has been expanded to the whole world. Leave your resentments to the underworld girl. In various towns, Town A, underworld girl, I've heard of her from one of my friends in Jiang City. I'm checking it out. It can't kill me anyway. Town B, you guys aren't willing to let me live. You forced me to do this. Town C, come to hell with me. The underworld girl Xiao Ai said, pluck a petal, then leave your resentments to me. The tales are real. Karma does exist. A person exclaimed. I've been waiting for you, underworld girl. There's nothing to hesitate about. I won't have to fear the law anymore. I want him to get punished for his actions. The system announced. Congratulations, your legend points have reached 1 million. In a different scene, 10 minutes after the revival of the Underworld Girl Section Chief Kang Ping of the Jiang City Special Department heard a warning in his earpiece. Warning! Warning! The driver stopped and opened the door. Hell communication data is abnormal. Detected new movement of the Underworld Girl. Detected new movement of the Underworld Girl. As they looked at the red full moon and sky, Section Chief Kang Ping was shocked and said, The Underworld Girl. She's revived after being devoured by God. He then grew angry and listened intently to his earpiece. System alert, level 1 warning. Immediately summon the Intellectual Circle. 30 minutes after the revival of the Underworld Girl Intellectual Circle member Mr. Shang said, The plan failed. What do we do now? Tianye asked. Did we anger the Underworld Girl, or does she have other rules? Section Chief Kang Ping responded, The monitors of the Special Department are investigating that right now. We'll let everyone know as soon as we get any news. For now, our plan is to listen to Mr. Tianye and use the forced response headphones to talk with the Underworld Girl. Explanation of forced response headphones, special item. If the person wearing the headphones asks a question, the other person is forced to answer. Intellectual Circle member Mr. Shang cautioned, Wait, have you considered the possibility that the Underworld Girl has already started working with other monsters? They all looked at each other seriously. Mr. Shang continued, Since things have reached this point, I suggest we use God to kill the Underworld Girl again and expand her effective killing area until it covers the entire world. This will take some pressure off our shoulders. Section Chief Kang Ping warned, Mr. Shang, speak carefully. Mr. Shang stood up and replied, I know what you want to do, but I'm getting old, so I'm willing to speak up a little. We're not considering false things here. Our goal is simple, just kill the monsters. Another member chimed in, That's right. If the whole world has to deal with the monster, even if we go overboard, the heaviest punishment is that we get scolded. As for the alliance between monsters that Mr. Shang mentioned, we have to pull them out of the shadows. If the rules are unclear, we'll never be able to deal with them. Section Chief Kang Ping said, The forced response headphones will be able to do just that. All of the dangerous things will be done by the monitors. You guys don't need to worry. Mr. Shang addressed Kang Ping. It seems you think we are very selfish. Have you considered that if the Underworld Girl keeps getting more powerful, she could even overpower God? If things reach that point, humans will be in an even more dangerous situation. Mr. Shang was silent for a moment, then added, No, the monsters are enemies of all humans. We have to make sure nothing happens. If we use the power of others, humans will collapse from the inside. Mr. Shang silently looked at Kang Ping, then walked away saying, Then think about it yourself. Kang Ping replied, I know everyone here is very important to society. Politics, trade, medical, law, entertainment, everyone is a representative of those groups. But do not forget, you do not have the power to deal with monsters. You are under the protection of the Special Department. The Special Department listens to your opinions out of a sense of justice. Mr. Shang was shocked and stopped silently. Section Chief Kang Ping concluded, If you're not happy, you can leave the Intellectual Circle. 10 minutes later, Chief Hong Yin yawned loudly, pulling an all-nighter to game and nap. He answered a call saying, Old Neo, why are you calling me? I'm so tired. The people around him said, Mr. Hong Yin. Section Chief Kang Ping, Jiang City Special Department said, I have a mission for you. Chief Hong Yin immediately responded, I reject. Section Chief Kang Ping, Jiang City Special Department continued, This mission can only be carried out by someone with scapegoat abilities. The Special Department is currently low on hands. You have to accept this mission. You can skip the next investigation. Chief Hong Yin sat down and reluctantly said, All right, what's the mission? Section Chief Kang Ping, Jiang City Special Department replied, Don't be in such a hurry. Wait here at the Special Department for a few days. I'll have some people show you how to use the emotion of resentment. If it comes down to it, we can also hypothesize you. Chief Hong Yin, now concerned, said, Huh? Wait, resentment? You mean the Underworld Girl? At Yuan Shinji's house. Yuan Shinji asked, Classmate Xiao Ai, what's wrong? The Underworld Girl, Xiao Ai, drained of energy, replied, I'm so tired. Yuan Shinji's phone suddenly announced, The Team Crystal is under attack. Little Eyes Xiaoyan, who was playing, shouted, "Ah!" Yuan Shinji then asked, "Do monsters also get tired? But I thought most of your work was done by alternate bodies." Yuan Shinji was the boss, and the underworld girl, Xiao Ai, was the worker. Yuan Shinji's phone then said, "Defeated." Little Eyes Xiaoyan was the intern child. The underworld girl, Xiao Ai, remarked, "Boss, I'm a monster with dreams." Yuan Shinji quickly apologized, Sorry. On a more serious note, do you think we could defeat Xiao Song if you and Xiaoyan work together?" The underworld girl, Xiao Ai, replied, I still can't understand his rules." Yuan Shinji thought to himself, "Still, Xiao Ai's revival is a good thing. At least it's more powerful to use during my investigation." Yuan Shinji took out his pendant and used his power, thinking to himself, Xiao Song went upstairs to borrow things again. A few moments later, someone asked, "Why did you lend it to him?" His friend responded, "He doesn't look normal. We're all neighbors. It's not something hard. Since we can help, might as well." His friend argued, "He lives on the floor below us. How is that a neighbor?" Yuan Shinji thought to himself, "Two people live in that apartment. One writes and draws a manhwa called Zhong Ye. He has an odd temper and looks like he didn't accept Xiao Song's gift, nor has he lent him anything." He laughed and continued thinking, "The other is called Shito. He's a kind, warm-hearted person. The writer may be able to avoid death. As for Shito, he's the same as the rest." Suddenly the doorbell rang, ding dong. Yuan Shinji looked behind in shock. The delivery man said, "Hello, Mr. Zhong, your order is here. Please come get it." Yuan Shinji thought to himself, "Oh no." The delivery guy opened the door and said, "Weird, there isn't anyone here, but the door is open." The elevator, which was on the 19th floor, began going down. A Xiao Song exclaimed, I got it. The delivery man grew worried and began to sweat. The elevator arrived on the 18th floor and stopped. Yuan Shinji shouted, "Hey, you're on the wrong floor. The person you're looking for lives on the next floor." The delivery man, confused, said, "Huh?" and looked at the receipt. It read, "Order number 19, Shotuan takeout, paid salad, Igson beer, sonoris, ion esteemed, bun swan coupon 10 trillion yen total 2,521, Yanjiang City Apartment Group, Area 1 Minminghu. Apartments Area 1, B Building 1, Floor 19. Number 199 artist, Zhong Mr. Note, no need to rush if you're late. We can share." He said, "Oh, you're right, thank you." Yuan Shinji warned, "Hurry, the owner has a mental prob." Suddenly he saw Xiao Song, who was already behind the delivery man. He shouted, "Ah!" Yuan Shinji then said, "Ah, leave." "Oh, Mr. Xiao Song is back. You are quite busy." Xiao Song responded, "Not really. Sorry, did I interrupt something?" Yuan Shinji urgently told the delivery man, "Leave." Then he asked Xiao Song, "Oh yeah, could I check out your place?" Xiao Song was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "Of course," as he showed the door and added, "Please." Yuan Shinji entered and the door closed behind him. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, "I didn't die? So while I'm in his house, I won't die as long as I have his permission to do something. Is that it? These bags, they look familiar." Yuan Shinji asked, "Mr. Xiao Song?" Xiao Song replied, "Yes," with a menacing smile. Yuan Shinji said, "I need something to place a gift in. Could I get a gift bag?" Xiao Song responded, "Oh, so you need a bag." Yuan Shinji said, "Yes, can I?" And he thought to himself, "As I thought, if he doesn't say I can do something, everything here could cause my death." Yuan Shinji asked, "Is that not possible?" He quickly added, "That's fine. I won't take anything without your permission." Xiao Song said, "Oh no, of course you can have one. Please accept it." Yuan Shinji thought to himself, there is something inside? A gift he hasn't given out yet? Xiao Song mentioned, "I have to return Mr. Shito's pot." Yuan Shinji thought to himself, is he asking me to leave? Should I leave? If I try to stay forcefully, I might die again. Yuan Shinji said, "Thank you, I'll be off then." Xiao Song interrupted, "Wait, aren't you going to try it? Those regional specialties are really good." He got closer and added, "Really good." He took a bite and continued, "There is jam, please try it." Yuan Shinji thought to himself, he wants me to eat? Is it because I triggered something by entering as a guest? If rejecting and accepting his requests result in the same outcome, I might as well accept. I might be able to find a new rule. He took a bite and suddenly felt something. Wait, this isn't a cookie. He collapsed and realized, this is a human finger. In a different scene at the special department, Section Chief Kang Ping, Jiang City's special department, said, "This is how we plan to deal with the revived underworld girl." Qingji, speaking cautiously, asked, "Is there something else you want to say?" Chief Qingji replied, "No, after all, the underworld girl is strange. Hong Yin's shadow trick is the best option we have. However, you may not know this yet, but we encountered a new spiritual power user. His spiritual pressure is stronger than most monitors. Also, his special power is revive." Section Chief Kang Ping, Jiang City's special department, asked with interest, "Oh? Tell me more about him." Chief Qingji answered, "His name is Yuan Shinji. He's a student." Yuan Shinji suddenly opened his eyes. "Tip, you have eaten evil neighbor's rotting finger and obtained evil neighbor's rules. Evil neighbor rules, as soon as the evil neighbor settles into the area, everyone, including you, becomes his neighbor. Each house receives a gift. It has nothing to do with how many people live in each house, and it is not limited to humans. Once you accept his meeting gift, he will start borrowing things from you. However, he is polite and will return everything he borrows. If you refuse, he will forcefully take your item. As time passes, what Xiaosong borrows becomes more personal. Until, if you refuse his meeting gift, warm reminder, you ate the rotten fingers of the monster evil neighbor and gained the rules of the evil neighbor. Community rules. Once an evil neighbor moves into your community, all residents, including you, automatically become his neighbors. One gift per household, regardless of the number of residents, and neighbors are not limited to human beings. After receiving Xiaosong's greeting gift, he will start borrowing things, but he will be very polite and will always return what he borrows. If you refuse to lend him an item, Xiaosong will forcefully borrow it. As days pass, what Xiaosong borrows from you will become more and more personal until, refusing Xiaosong's greeting gift results in, Yuan Shinji murmured, "Here they are finally." He thought to himself, if we have to let Xiaosong take action to get his rules, we need to try other methods. At least don't let me. Then he noticed the underworld girl, Xiao Ai, eating the fingers while little eyes Xiao Yan watched. The underworld girl, Xiao Ai, said, "The jam is quite good." She approached Yuan Shinji and asked, "Do you want one too?" Yuan Shinji panicked. "Back off, back off, back off." The underworld girl, Xiao Ai, reassured, "Master, it's just an ordinary cookie." Little eyes Xiao Yan exclaimed, "Yeah," and started eating the whole box, despite having no mouth. Yuan Shinji sighed in relief. "That's good." So far, Xiaosong also seems to be a disaster-level monster. Time and time again, this is really polluting my spiritual power. But whatever the method, he must be killed as soon as possible. He then asked Xiao Ai, "By the way, do you remember how they killed you?" The underworld girl, Xiao Ai, was surprised and hesitated. "Sorry, master. This question, I can't answer it." Little eyes Xiao Yan hugged her, and Xiao Ai continued, "All I remember is I saw something. Then I lost consciousness. I'll try remembering again." Xiao Ai paused and then tried to recall. "Oh," Yuan Shinji quickly said, Okay, it's fine if you can't remember. Maybe this is the notebook's way of protecting you." He thought to himself, the special department has some dangerous power, which is very detrimental to me. On the surface, we have the same goals. But what if they find out that my ability is to create monsters? He then told Xiao Ai, it might be a good idea to use the resources of the special department. They might have Xiaosong's records there, but we must find it before them. If they take Xiaosong before me, they'll use him against you. Then we can only go against each other. At Jiang City, Chief Hong Yin drove his car fast and asked, "Bro, what's it like to ride in a supercar?" Yuan Shinji responded, "Why are you the one picking me up?" Chief Hong Yin laughed and said, "Isn't it great to have such an excellent person like me?" "Ah, you don't fancy a boring old lady like Qingji, do you?" Yuan Shinji grumbled. "I better get out of the car." Chief Hong Yin quickly backtracked. No, I'm just kidding. It's only because I'm on vacation, so I'm free." Yuan Shinji questioned, "Vacation? Are people from the special department that free?" Chief Hong Yin explained, "This is called the Last Supper, okay? If only you joined the special department, I could have given you the task of the underworld girl." Yuan Shinji asked, "The underworld girl?" Chief Hong Yin replied, "Huh? You don't know that urban legend? It's a disaster-level monster." Yuan Shinji said, "How could I not have heard of it? It's a top-class urban legend, but I haven't heard much about it lately. Did you guys deal with it?" Chief Hong Yin looked at him seriously and admitted, "Well, it's hard to say. I died once trying to get rid of her." Yuan Shinji said, "Oh, but you got a good outcome, so your death was worthwhile." Chief Hongyin replied, worthwhile? Come on. The underworld girl was killed by us, resurrected, and became even stronger. The underworld girl, Xiao Ai, thought to herself, little redhead, we meet again. Chief Hongyin continued, now they can only let weak and helpless me talk to her. Yuan Shinji asked, can you also talk to monsters? He thought to himself, as expected, the special department killed Xiao Ai, using some method they thought was perfect. Is it a tool similar to the notebook, or a powerful monster of a higher level than disaster level? Yuan Shinji continued, now they're going to talk to Xiao Ai again. How far have their methods evolved this time? Chief Hongyin said, hey, don't you know that the underworld girl has self-awareness? Yuan Shinji responded in surprise. Huh? From Hongyin's perspective, Yuan Shinji appeared like Detective Conan. Chief Hongyin thought to himself, no matter how strong your spiritual power is, you're still a student. He won't do anything harmful to humans. I'm just being overly sensitive. Chief Hongyin explained, in short, I was forced to learn how to create HP stories and control my emotions to trigger resentment at any time. Only this way can the underworld girl be successfully summoned, allowing us to force her to answer our questions. Yuan Shinji asked, what's your current theory? Chief Hongyin replied, our current guess is that she might have accomplices. Yuan Shinji responded, huh? Not necessarily, it's just a guess. He thought to himself, I can't ask any further, my purpose would be too obvious. How far can they get Xiao Ai to answer? When they arrived at the special department, the security officer greeted them. Chief Hongyin! Yuan Shinji thought to himself, I can't just ask directly. Can you ask her if she has any accomplices? After summoning her, will they get her to reveal who her accomplice is? Or maybe force her to tell them about my new rules? He reflected, Xiao Ai isn't a murderous monster who kills indiscriminately. She's never been on the wrong side of humanity. But if they keep pushing, then don't blame me. A few moments later, Chief Hongyin said, here we are, and drifted the car into the parking spot. At the special department office building, Chief Hongyin commented, this is your first time here, right? Isn't it impressive? Yuan Shinji replied, As they entered the special department hall, Yuan Shinji asked, why is it so quiet? Chief Hongyin explained, no one wants to come here because coming here means there's a mission. The camera focused on Yuan Shinji as he noticed something. What's this? He asked. Chief Hongyin answered, the Eye of Truth, which scans anyone entering the special department for the first time. System, Eye of Truth functions. Scans personnel for basic information, identifies them, and detects spies. Obtains all personnel secrets at great cost. Use with caution. Yuan Shinji asked, can it scan for monsters? Chief Hongyin replied, if it could, we'd have put it up long ago. In the special department corridor, Yuan Shinji asked, then why is it still at the front gate scanning people? Chief Hongyin opened a door and said, all right, let's get down to business. Hold the microphone and read the words. He added, oh, by the way, using the microphone consumes 1 day of your lifespan. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, 1 day of my lifespan? Remaining lifespan, 86 days. This is a wasted opportunity for me to be resurrected. Chief Hongyin noticed his hesitation and asked, what, do you regret it, or are you afraid to die? Yuan Shinji responded, no, I'm just curious what it is. A lie detector? Chief Hongyin explained, it's a tool to test your mind and subconscious. You'll need to test it every 6 months from now on. Yuan Shinji asked, oh, so when I fill out the form, do I get some new privileges? He thought to himself, the number of resurrections is crucial to me. I can't afford to waste legend points. Chief Hongyin asked, what privileges? Yuan Shinji inquired, you should have something like a library here. One that collects monster files, right? May I take a look at it? Chief Hongyin asked cautiously, what do you want to know? Yuan Shinji replied, for example, what's your next move? If I know more, I might be able to help you. Chief Hongyin laughed, nice try. Disaster-level monsters are a core secret. Except for the section chief in the intellectual circle, no one else has the authority to know. Yuan Shinji responded, it's just that as a newbie, I want to learn more. Chief Hongyin agreed, okay, I'll ask them to give you access, but only to the parts that match your current level. As for anything else, don't even think about it. Chief Hongyin thought to himself, if you dare play tricks with me, I'll deal with you first. Yuan Shinji nodded, I understand. He held the mic and said, I will never betray humanity. An intense aura enveloped the microphone, and Chief Hong Yin reacted with surprise, "You," as sweat formed on his face. Hong Yin, in shock, said, "You." Yuan Shinji muttered to himself, "Could it be?" as he held onto his pendant. Suddenly, a voice said, "Test passed." Hong Yin silently stared at the device and said, "You scared me to death. I thought you were." "Hurry up and fill out the form," Yuan Shinji advised. "Check your props and repair them. They might be aging." Hong Yin snapped back, "Stop talking nonsense." "Hey, Ghost Team, you're using such a native name," the system interjected. "I will never betray humanity," the system responded. "Team name, Ghost Club President codename, Ghost Rule ability, Resurrection within certain limits address." Jiang City High School. Hong Yin remarked, "You're still going to school?" Yuan Shinji responded, "Dealing with supernatural beings can get a bit out of hand." Hong Yin advised, "I don't recommend setting up your team in a crowded place." Yuan Shinji, confused, asked, "What do you mean?" Hong Yin explained, "The more people there are, the higher the probability of monsters being present." Monsters identified, gray hair, horned crow, deer head man, stealer hat, laden coat. Hong Yin continued. The Special Science Institute concluded that monster rules are closely related to humans themselves. Yuan Shinji, thinking to himself, said, "I see. It's your turn, using the internet to enforce indiscriminate killing rules." Zhao Song, on the other hand, used a neighbor's identity to forcefully borrow objects to kill people. Zhao Ai relies on resentment in interpersonal relationships. Little Ai's killings are triggered by dysfunctional family relationships. All of this is closely related to humans. Monsters seem to strangely appear here to wipe out humanity. So what if we could isolate monsters from humans? Let's test it out on Xiao Song first, as Xiao Song Yongju's hand was about to grab Yuan Shinji. Hong Yin suddenly grabbed his shoulder and said, "Are you scared?" "Don't worry, you're in a fancy apartment, less densely populated and much safer in comparison." Yuan Shinji thought to himself, "Haha, my neighbor is a monster. I have to go back first." Hong Yin questioned, "Huh? You're not going to study anymore?" Yuan Shinji thought, according to what he said, I don't have access to the core of the special department yet, and even if I did, I wouldn't find anything about Xiao Song. But fortunately, the Institute's conclusions gave me new ideas for experiments, so it wasn't a wasted trip. A few moments later, at Minghu Street alleyway, Qian Yubai said, "President, Club President, Da Qian Yubai?" Yuan Shinji asked, "Why are you here and not in class?" Qian Yubai replied, "You didn't come to school these days. Did you encounter any trouble?" I wanted to come and help, so," Yuan Shinji said, "No need." Qian Yubai, surprised, asked, "Huh? Why?" Yuan Shinji responded, "Don't get involved with monsters beyond your capabilities." Qian Yubai insisted, "But I can still help. I can predict and rule out danger." Yuan Shinji silently looked at her, walked past and said, "No, you're just a hindrance." He looked back and added, "Don't follow me. If you try to get involved again, you'll be expelled from the club." Qian Yubai watched him walk away and said, "President." A few moments later, at Minghu apartment, Xiao Song's house, Yuan Shinji thought to himself, based on the known clues, Xiao Song kills at random locations. His assessment for Xiao Song Yongshu is as follows: killing location, random killing range, neighbors. He continued thinking, when you become his neighbor, whether you accept his gifts or not, you'll be included in the scope of death. As for his constant borrowing from his neighbors, it's likely that he'll eventually evolve to Xiao Song's 11 Rules, 5. As days pass, the items borrowed by Xiao Song will become more and more relevant to you until he borrows your heart. 6. If you refuse his greeting gift, you will have only one chance to offset the forced borrowing. Yuan Shinji thought, one chance to offset the forced borrowing? Could it be? People who have rejected his gifts can still be saved. I must warn them before Xiao Song takes action. No, with Little Eye's power, I can see this guy's like a ticking time bomb. He used his eyes and thought, I have to trap him. Yuan Shinji asked himself, did it work? As his eyes were consumed. Another rule stated, you can't trap Xiao Song in the house. Human houses can't trap monsters. Yuan Shinji, shocked, thought, damn, that's one hell of a rule. I can only risk my life. Xiao Song Yongju asked, why are you standing at the door of my house? Murmured Yuan. Shinji, can you please lend it to me? Yuan Shinji responded, I'll lend you this hand, and attacked Xiao Song Yongju. Xiao Song Yongju suddenly asked, your heart? Suddenly, Xiao Song Yongju took Yuan Shinji's heart. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, ha, seriously, If only I were a monster. Monster, evil neighbor, enters killing mode. The door of Xiao Song Yongju opened. Xiao Song Yongju said, "Heart, please lend me your heart." As he walked down the corridor, Xiao Song Yongju entered a room where someone was drawing on a Chinese Apple computer and said, "Huh, who are you?" the person asked, startled. Xiao Song Yongju responded, "Ah, what are you doing?" The person screamed, "Help, don't kill me, argh." Number of survivors remaining in the apartment complex 0. A few moments later, it changed to 1. Xiao Song Yongju suddenly looked up. Yuan Shinji, breathing heavily, held his pendant and muttered, "Desk." Then he smiled. The rule stated, there's only one chance to offset the forced borrowing by returning Xiao Song's greeting gift. Yuan Shinji said, "I found out your key rule." He sweated heavily and thought to himself, it's a good thing I kept a backup plan and didn't throw away what Xiao Song gave me. Yuan Shinji opened his fridge, and suddenly, Xiao Song Yongju was there. Xiao Song Yongju said, "Oh." Little eyes Xiao Yan looked at him and asked, "Who are you?" Xiao Song Yongju replied, "Can I borrow?" Yuan Shinji immediately ran and shouted, "Xiao Yan, come in here." "Mama," Yuan Shinji thought to himself, the notebook reminded me before that Xiao Song's targets aren't limited to humans. Xiao Song Yongju, with his power raging, demanded, "Your heart?" Yuan Shinji thought. Why is there such a strong smell of blood on him? And there are bloodstains on his shirt. Something's wrong. Xiao Song Yongju said, "Yes, here you go." Ah. Yuan Shinji watched as Xiao Song dropped a heart. The rule stated, there is only one chance to offset the forced borrowing, which is by returning Xiao Song's greeting gift. Xiao Song Yongju said, "Thank you. I'll be off then." Yuan Shinji thought to himself, should I follow him to see what happened? During the time I took to revive, did he already start killing people? How is this possible? Is anyone still alive? As Xiao Song Yongju dropped a heart, he said, Oh, I'm sorry. You caught me. Goodbye." Mr. Yuan Shinji looked down the corridor and muttered, "All dead." All of their hearts were taken away. The neighbors' voices echoed in his mind. "It's all your fault, murderer. Accomplice, give me back my life. Save me." Yuan Shinji, trying to calm himself, said, "No." A neighbor's voice demanded, "Give me back my life." Yuan Shinji thought to himself, calm down. Then he shouted at the voices, "All of you, shut up." The rules for the evil neighbor were clear. Once an evil neighbor moves into your community, all residents, including you, automatically become his neighbors. 1 gift per household, regardless of the number of residents, and neighbors are not limited to human beings. After receiving Xiao Song's greeting gift, Xiao Song will start borrowing things from you. He will be very polite and always return what he borrows. If you refuse to lend him an item, Xiao Song will forcefully borrow it. As days pass, the items borrowed by Xiao Song will become more and more relevant to you until he borrows your heart. If you refuse his greeting gift, you will have only one chance to offset the forced borrowing. There is only one chance to offset the forced borrowing, which is by returning Xiao Song's greeting gift. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, Xiao Song has already taken everyone's heart except mine, and I've used my backup plan to avoid dying. Why hasn't he left? Why are there still 3 locked rules? Rule 11. You can't trap Xiao Song in the house because human houses can't trap monsters. Damn it, Yuan Shinji muttered as Xiao Song Yongju asked, "Could you let me borrow your soul?" Suddenly, Yuan Shinji turned around, and the notebook displayed lifespan -1 day. Remaining lifespan 83 days. Yuan Shinji sighed. Oof, I died again. After he borrowed the heart, can he also borrow the soul? This should count as escaping. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Xiao Song Yongju's voice echoed, "Mr. Yuan." Yuan Shinji exclaimed, "Again?" Xiao Song Yongju repeated, "Can I borrow your soul?" Yuan Shinji thought to himself, I've entered an infinite loop. He dropped his phone. And the notebook displayed lifespan -1 day. Remaining lifespan 82 days. Yuan Shinji tried to call Chief Qingji before he slept forever. Chief Qingji answered, "Hello." Yuan Shinji said, "I am Yuan Shinji." Chief Qingji asked, "What's up?" In the future, while talking to monitors, use your alias. She was taking a bath, all naked and wet. Yuan Shinji responded, "Oh, I'm Ghost. I encountered a monster that kills using the rules of evil neighbor. I've entered an endless loop. You don't have to come over, but I need your help to get its information." Chief Qingji asked, "Did you say disaster level monster evil neighbor? How is it over there? She stood up and said, a little while back, it was controlled by the neighboring city's special department. Wait a moment, I'll get your data. She then called the special department and said, hello, I would like to look at the file for evil neighbor. The special department replied, yes, Chief Shinji. Chief Shinji instructed, send the data to me using the mental data passing machine. The Matrix then uploaded the data to Chief Shinji. She said, the way to avoid dying from the evil neighbor is to return the things he originally lent you, assuming you haven't thrown them away. Yuan Shinji said, you mean the greeting gift? I've already returned it to him. Right now, he's asking for my soul. Xiao Song Yongju's voice called out, Mr. Yuan. Chief Shinji shouted, ghost? Yuan Shinji coughed. Chief Shinji, now serious, threw her towel off and said, I'm Shinji. I have something to report to the special department. 1 minute later, Yuan Shinji asked, Shinji, are you still there? The notebook displayed, lifespan -1 day. Remaining lifespan, 81 days. Chief Shinji replied, yep, are you okay? Yuan Shinji, struggling, responded, ha, still alive. Chief Shinji, now dressed, said, then listen, you may have run into a monster with patched rules. Yuan Shinji asked, patched rules? Chief Shinji explained, every monster is an embodiment of a set of rules. Humans are able to live because their rules have certain holes in them. In order to patch up those rules, monsters will use humans as fertilizer to improve themselves. Evil neighbor's ultimate goal is to forcibly borrow the target's heart, and the target can avoid death by returning the greeting gift. But after patching, the evil neighbor has broken through the old set of rules and evolved to forcibly take the target's spirit, leaving no chance to escape death. I think the monster evil neighbor has evolved to a tyrannical level. At that time, 4 people from the special department died to figure out its rules. By using the item mitosis stamp, after stamping it on a person, the body and soul will be copied 100 times and split out. Copy, split? Yuan Shinji echoed. But after the split, each soul was so weak that each body was essentially a zombie. The neighboring city's special department used this item to trap the evil neighbor in a singular building. After the evil neighbor finishes killing all 100 copies, they just stamp another person and keep repeating that. Yuan Shinji asked, is this stamp capable of copying a complete soul? Chief Shinji replied, yes, but after the evil neighbor has evolved, after borrowing the spirit of the copy, it should think that they aren't complete humans and therefore do not qualify as its neighbor. The stamp wouldn't do you any good after that. Yuan Shinji asked, I want to ask, the person that stamped doesn't die, right? Chief Shinji confirmed, yes, you want to. I want to borrow this stamp. After he takes a piece of my soul, he would find that there are no more complete people here and leave. After that, I'll be able to escape the rules and avoid death. Chief Shinji said, I see, I'll immediately submit a request form. The stamp will be sent to your house shortly. She thought to herself, in this kind of extreme situation, he's still able to stay calm and find a way to survive. This child is really impressive. A few moments later, a drone arrived with the package. Yuan Shinji said, this fast? Chief Shinji replied, the special department was always highly efficient. Good luck. Yuan Shinji took the package, opened it, and stamped it on his chest. The notification appeared. Your body has been split into 100 copies. Warning, your soul has been split into 100 copies. Suddenly, Xiao Song Yongju arrived and said, Mr. Yuan Shinji, as he opened the door. Xiao Song Yongju suddenly faced 100 copies of Yuan Shinji, all looking at him seriously. The rules stated, once an evil neighbor moves into your community, all residents, including you, automatically become his neighbors. 1 gift per household, regardless of the number of residents in a single household, and neighbors are not limited to human beings. After receiving Xiao Song's greeting gift, Xiao Song will start to borrow things from you. He will be very polite and will always return what he borrows. If you refuse to lend him an item, Xiao Song will forcefully borrow it. As days pass, the items borrowed by Xiao Song will become more and more relevant to you, until he borrows your heart. If you refuse his greeting gift, you will only have 1 chance to offset the forced borrowing. There is only 1 chance to offset the forced borrowing, which is by returning Xiao Song's greeting gift. Once he borrows the heart, now, the soul, Xiao Song will continue to evolve and patch up his rules. If you try to leave the building, Xiao Song will follow you until he gets the item he wants, your soul. After getting all of the souls of the people living in the apartment building, Xiao Song will leave. You can't trap Xiaosong in the house because human houses can't trap monsters. As Xiaosong Yongju devoured the souls of Yuan Shinji's copies, the rules stated, completely unlocked evil neighbor's rules. Tip: since Xiaosong has recognized you as his last neighbor and you have split your soul, he will stay here forever to return your heart and take your soul. You have received Xiaosong's real name, Song Yongju. Confirm suicide option to reset? Yuan Shinji smiled and thought to himself, so that's how it works. Even if I split my soul into 10,000 parts, it's useless. Although the clone's heart is borrowed, the soul doesn't completely disappear. Because as long as there are other pieces of the soul living in other clones, he can't get the whole soul. He'll act as if all of the shards are one and take them all. To think I ran into such a powerful monster. The rules said, commit suicide and reset. Yuan Shinji said, Song Yongju, now it's my turn. He then emitted an intense crimson energy. The notebook displayed, lifespan, -1 day. Remaining lifespan, 80 days. Yuan Shinji called, hello, Qingji. Chief Qingji answered, you failed again? Yuan Shinji sighed, yeah, I failed. But Qingji, I have a new idea. The notebook displayed, legend points, 1,252,925 good and evil points, 244,948 spiritual power, 100 plus rank 3 lifespan. 80 days, Yuan Shinji asked. When the special department was dealing with monsters, have you guys tried using monsters to deal with monsters? Chief Qingji was shocked and thought to herself, does he mean? How could he think of this? No, that's not possible. He's just a student. If he were the one to revive the underworld girl, he wouldn't be trapped in the evil neighbor's loop. Yuan Shinji asked, Qingji, is something wrong? Is this something I'm not supposed to know? Chief Qingji asked, that's not it. What are you planning? Yuan Shinji replied, I want to summon the underworld girl and drag Xiaosong into hell. This is probably the best way, Chief Qingji admitted. The underworld girl, Xiao Ai, suddenly appeared and said, Master. Chief Qingji cautioned, wait, even if you succeed, you'll go to hell when you die. Yuan Shinji hushed the underworld girl, Xiao Ai, saying, shh, Chief Qingji warned. After making a contract with the underworld girl, it doesn't matter what kind of ability you have, you can't escape the rules. I advise against this plan. Yuan Shinji countered, huh? Are you able to come up with a better plan? Chief Qingji sighed, honestly, there is nothing wrong with your logic. The special department once used an item with rules to create an area and trap a monster inside it. A neighboring department used a ghost Buddhist statue to trap the tyrannical level monster, girl that I can see. In order to hold up the sealed area, strong and pure mental power is needed. Yuan Shinji remarked, from what I understand, that kind of item is rare enough that you could count the number of them in the whole world on one hand. And the requirements to keep them up are strict. So can you get me one? Yuan Shinji asked. Chief Qingji paused for a moment and then admitted, you're right. Yuan Shinji continued, if I can live another day, I'll count it. To have my soul wander in hell forever or to continue this way now, what's the difference? The underworld girl, Xiao Ai, wrote on a piece of paper, Master, your acting skills are really good. Chief Qingji thought to herself, sigh, none of the monitors have that kind of guts, we can't compare to him. Being able to make a choice, even if it means his soul will forever be trapped in hell in order to trap the monster. He's someone that people should look up to. Yuan Shinji said, all right, classmate Xiao Ai, let's get to work. The underworld girl, Xiao Ai, responded, all right, master. Yuan Shinji became serious and declared, I want to patch the underworld girl's rules and evolve her abilities. The notebook displayed, confirm usage of 300,000 legend points to patch death rules of underworld girl. Confirm usage of 600,000 legend points to evolve underworld girl? Yuan Shinji said, confirm. The notebook confirmed, use 900,000 legend points. Rules patch. After pulling off the petals of the spider lily, the cursed person will not be able to escape hell. No one will be able to escape her rules. Suddenly his eyes electrified. A few moments later the door chimed. Ding dong. Xiaosong Yongju appeared and said, Mr. Yuan. He opened the door and continued, can I borrow your? The underworld girl, Xiao Ai, handed over a flower to Yuan Shinji. Yuan Shinji said, Song Yongju. Xiaosong Yongju was shocked as Yuan Shinji continued, it's time to pay for your sins. Xiaosong Yongju looked at Yuan Shinji who declared, go find a permanent home in hell. As they stared at each other, the scene shifted. In hell, Xiao Song Yongzhu lay down in a boat with the underworld girl, Xiao Ai. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and sat up. He then said to the underworld girl, "Hello," and handed over his bag of goodies. "I'm your new neighbor, Xiao Song. These are some regional specialties. Please take care." The souls around him laughed as they grabbed the bag and his body. The underworld girl, Xiao Ai, looked at him and said, "Looks like they welcome you. Don't worry, you will have lots of neighbors. Master planned all of this just for you. After getting there, you better thank him." The next morning, Yuan Shinji held the lotus flower against his chest, feeling a sharp pain. He muttered, "Hiss, it looks real. I should keep this mark for now. That way the special department won't suspect anything." Little Eyes Xiaoyan suddenly cried out, "Mama!" The underworld girl Xiao Ai informed, "Master, the evil neighbor has settled in hell." Little Eyes Xiaoyan repeated, "Mama, mama." The underworld girl Xiao Ai added, "That bastard keeps giving trash to the souls on my territory." Xiao Song Yongzhu, meanwhile, was introducing himself to a damned soul, saying, "Hello, I'm your new neighbor, Xiao Song." The damned soul, unimpressed, called for the underworld girl, Xiao Ai, telling her that Xiao Song Yongzhu was messed up in the head. Yuan Shinji advised, "Classmate Xiao Ai, don't take that stuff out, it's disgusting." The underworld girl Xiao Ai apologized, "Sorry, master. I didn't mean to." Yuan Shinji reassured her, "It's fine. The speed at which Xiao Song passes out regional specialties can't catch up to the speed you pull in souls. There are infinite souls. He won't be able to pass out a gift to everyone, much less start asking for things. You are the owner of hell. Your word is law there. Even if you take all of his gifts, he can't do anything to you." The underworld girl, Xiao Ai, agreed. "Master is right." Little Eyes Xiaoyan called again, "Mama." Chief Qingji sent a message. "Chief Qingji, your case has been sealed. According to the rules, all monitors must regularly see a psychologist, no matter if they are tied to the special department or not. How do you want to arrange it? You can come over to the special department building, or we can send someone your way." Yuan Shinji grumbled, "Seriously, who would want to go to the department building for no reason?" The underworld girl, Xiao Ai, informed him. "The special department arrived last night and cleaned up while everyone was asleep." Yuan Shinji mentioned, "Once they sign the confidentiality agreement with the real estate people, those people will lose their jobs." "Ah, is that so?" Yuan Shinji replied, seemingly indifferent. Half an hour later, someone knocked on the door. "Hi, I'm your new psychologist, Sherry. I didn't knock on the wrong door, did I?" It was the special department psychologist, Sherry. Yuan Shinji responded, "Call me Ghost." Sherry smiled and said, "Mr. Ghost, from now on, we're neighbors." "Neighbors?" Yuan Shinji asked, looking down the hallway. He was shocked. "People can still live here?" Sherry nodded. "Of course. Come see Mr. Ghost. The special department has cleaned everything in the area." Yuan Shinji thought to himself, what does this count as? Spying? He then said aloud, "Whatever. Let's hurry up and finish so that you can complete your job." Sherry gently corrected him. "That's not how it works. Let me explain, Mr. Ghost. The special department sees you as an important person, so they sent me to help you. I'm not here to spy on you. The thing that happened last night, I've heard about it. Please relax and leave everything to me." She then held his arm, looking at him with her big green eyes. "Just pretend that I'm your new friend," she added, her pendant swinging gently as she spoke. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, "She's not an easy one. She's trying to get me to let my guard down." He exhaled and said, "I didn't say I wouldn't cooperate. Do we start now? I like to be more straightforward." Sherry seemed taken aback. "Oh, okay. I wanted to talk about some other things first. Please lie down first." She put her bag on the coffee table, knelt down on the ground, and began to take off her coat. She then looked at Yuan Shinji and instructed, "Please lie down." Yuan Shinji, shocked and confused, replied, "Huh? Relax. Raise your hands, palms facing the ceiling." "Breathe," Sherry directed. Yuan Shinji began to sweat as the room grew hotter. He thought to himself, "This feels like a scam." Sherry took out a small box from her bag and said, "Please hold this, Mr. Ghost." Yuan Shinji asked, "What is this?" Sherry was suddenly startled and explained, "This is a crystal of the heart. The crystal of the heart is a product developed by the special department to check one's emotional stability." Yuan Shinji inquired, "Then, what does this mean?" Sherry continued, "There are two meanings to a pure black crystal. One is severe depression. The other is what we call corruption, where one's emotions are polluted and the brain loses rationality. Suddenly, Sherry took off her necklace and said, "Sorry, Mr. Ghost, I want to try something." She began to swing the pendant in front of Yuan Shinji. Yuan Shinji grabbed her wrist and said, "I do not need hypnotic therapy. This kind of thing isn't effective against me. Can you explain corruption?" As he said this, Sherry suddenly dozed off and collapsed into his lap, her body pressing against him. Yuan Shinji, confused, quickly pushed her onto the sofa and muttered, "I let my guard down. This thing, did she put herself under hypnosis?" He looked at her and then at the clock, noticing that time seemed to slow down. Sherry woke up, finding herself underwater, and panicked. "I can't breathe." She realized, is this Mr. Ghost's mental world? As she observed the surroundings, she saw a black hole and thought to herself, this is what happens if humans and monsters go to war. Survival of the fittest. Greedy, stupid humans will all be eliminated. This is bad. Did Mr. Ghost already start disregarding human life and death? If left alone, Mr. Ghost will become a threat to society. Just now, I nearly lost my mind. I have to find where his subconsciousness is. Suddenly, the ground beneath her cracked, and she was shocked as she fell into the abyss. As she free fell, she heard someone laugh and say, "Elder sister, you look delicious." Sherry was horrified to see a huge eye staring at her. "What's this, a monster?" she thought. The monster attacked her, tearing her clothes bit by bit. She quickly reached into her pocket, pulling out a ring, the silver-white radiance, a tool developed by the Special Science Institute used by psychics to deal with aggressive dangers like dangerous monsters. It reduced the spiritual attack caused by the opponent's spiritual power. She began to chant, "All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. Like dew or lightning, one should view them in this way." Suddenly, the ring reacted, filling the cracks with intense light. She was transported to another place where she shivered from the cold. So cold. But that's where Mr. Ghost's subconscious should be. The subconscious is an unrecognized part of a person's mental activity. It is also the deepest and most inaccessible part of the inspectors. To enter Mr. Ghost's subconscious and find out what's there may be more difficulties to face, she thought. In the distance, she saw someone. The underworld girl Xiao Ai appeared and asked, "Are you here to see my master?" Sherry froze and began to sweat. "You are," she stammered. She thought to herself, a young girl with long black and purple hair, red eyes, and a sailor uniform with the mark of the flower of the underworld. Realizing who she was, Sherry gasped, "The underworld girl! Could it be that the underworld girl will become one of Mr. Ghost's subordinates in the future?" Xiao Ai confirmed, "That's right." The underworld girl, Xiao Ai, asked, "Why are you here?" Special Department Psychologist Sherry replied, "I'm here to tell the truth." Xiao Ai warned, "Otherwise, you'll stay here forever," as she looked closely at Sherry with sharp eyes. Sherry confessed, "I hope Mr. Ghost won't turn out to be a monster," and held Xiao Ai's hands. Xiao Ai asked, "You're talking to a monster about this?" "Yeah, that's what I really think," Sherry admitted. She thought to herself, the underworld girl here may be a mechanism set by Mr. Ghost for himself. Therefore, any psychological treatment techniques aren't applicable here and may even be counterproductive. Sherry then said to Xiao Ai, "From a human perspective, I can't allow Mr. Ghost to become such a powerful monster that could threaten society. But out of selfishness, after I learned about Mr. Ghost's deeds of fighting against monsters, I also thought that such a good person would never turn like that one day." Xiao Ai sighed, "Alas, although you'll probably die here, since you aren't an enemy of my master, I hope this can help you." She handed Sherry a red cloth. Suddenly, a demon appeared and said, "Underworld girl, you betrayed me." Sherry was shocked as she saw the underworld girl being consumed by the demon. Panicking, she thought, "I must get out of here. I must get out of here." For a moment there, I thought I was really going to die. The souls around her began to grab at her, and the demon taunted, "Why do you want to kill me? Do I deserve to die? You people with spiritual powers who refuse to save us, you are all villains. Sob, sob, I don't want to die. Come and accompany me, just like you casually sacrificed me." As the souls grabbed at her body, Sherry thought to herself, "I think I found it, the heart knot of Mr. Ghost. Well, I guess I'll just have to do it my way." She then used her skill, weaving dreams, start. Back in the living room, Yuan Shinji thought to himself, "This psychiatrist feels really weird. I feel like she's dying." He noticed that Sherry was trembling and sweating on the sofa and wondered, if there is an accident, the special department should be able to take care of it, right? Suddenly, Yuan Shinji felt a strange sensation and fell to his knees, gasping, Hey, Uff! This woman! He then saw a vision in the club. Jia Binbin exclaimed, "Oh, see, I told you Yuan Shinji was secretly sleeping here." Yuan Shinji groaned. So noisy. Jia Binbin urged, "Shinji, you've got to wake up." Yuan Shinji, shocked, responded, "Jia Binbin, Li Zhongxing?" Li Zhongxing asked, "What are you doing? Are you still sleepy?" Jia Binbin teased, "You're really weird. I can't sleep anyway, thinking about tomorrow's adventure." Jia Binbin then showed his phone, which displayed a message, "It's your turn." And Shinji said to them, "Just outside Jiang City. Abandoned factory building." "Then it's agreed." Yuan Shinji immediately shouted, "What's with that group? Delete it immediately." Li Zhongxing asked, Shinji, what's wrong with you?" Jia Binbin, confused, said, "Ah?" Yuan Shinji snatched the phone and said, "Don't worry about that." He thought to himself, "With my current abilities, plus the evolution of Xiaoai, I don't need to enter the game. I can." Suddenly the system spoke, capturing the included target, "It's your turn. After being included, it's your turn. We'll lose the ability to hunt members in the group. Include or not?" Yuan Shinji became serious and said, "Yes." Slowly he began to transform, his eyes turning red and becoming blank. The system announced, "Inclusion successful. Congratulations, Mr. Ghost, your friends have escaped death." Yuan Shinji continued to transform, but Li Zhongxing hugged him, trying to stop the transformation. "Hey, brother," he shouted, while Jia Binbin, scared as always, pleaded, "Don't you dare." Li Zhongxing shouted, "Wake up." Suddenly the transformation retracted, and Yuan Shinji opened his eyes, confused. "What?" he murmured. Li Zhongxing and Jia Binbin smiled and said, "Don't turn yourself into that just because you want to save us." Yuan Shinji began, but Li Zhongxing laughed and said, "We know we're dead." Jia Binbin added, "Well, we're glad you came to see us." They both hugged Yuan Shinji, and Jia Binbin warned, "But brother, you must not get carried away. We're still waiting for you to burn the latest comics for us." "We've got you," Jia Binbin declared. Li Zhongxing said, "Hey kid, you disappear as soon as school is over." Yuan Shinji coughed as they both used their combination skill. "Strong man hold." Li Zhongxing said proudly, "We're so proud to see how powerful you've become." Jia Binbin agreed, "That's right, you can see it as revenge for us to teach those annoying monsters a lesson. But you must take care of yourself." Yuan Shinji replied, "I'm getting stronger, isn't that good?" Jia Binbin responded, "How come you are more troublesome than us right now?" "Of course it's good to get stronger, but we know what your real wish is," Jia Binbin said. Yuan Shinji paused, memories flashing in his head. He then spoke seriously, "To destroy the monsters and lead mankind to survival." Yuan Shinji said, "My wish is to destroy the monsters and lead mankind to survival." It was 7 o'clock. Yuan Shinji opened his eyes and said, "Am I back to this morning?" He took out his phone and said, "Qingji, let me ask you something." Chief Qingji replied, "Speak." Yuan Shinji asked, "You're the one responsible for the property in my community, aren't you? So where did these people go after that? What happens to their lives?" Chief Qingji responded, "Does it matter?" Yuan Shinji said, "Of course. You fired them, so why didn't they get any compensation? I thought you were aligned with human interests." Chief Qingji replied, "It's our fault we couldn't save the residents of the community. Those who are alive, if they're not properly resettled, their lives will be even more difficult." "What kind of guardian is that?" Chief Qingji continued, "I understand. The special department has received your valuable opinions. However, the specific implementation still needs to wait for approval from the superiors." Yuan Shinji dropped the call and said to Special Department Psychologist Sherry, "So, are you satisfied, Sherry?" The Special Department Psychologist replied, "Mr. Ghost, this is not my wish. Rather, it's a projection of your inner self." Yuan Shinji said, "You are indeed a capable psychiatrist." Special Department Psychologist Sherry replied, Thank you for the compliment." Yuan Shinji touched her smooth shoulders and said, "Thank you for your treatment. Can we get out of here now?" Special Department Psychologist Sherry said, "Well, of course. However, you still need to take another test. Please follow me this way and you'll be out of the dream." A few moments later, Yuan Shinji opened his eyes and remained silent. Special Department Psychologist Sherry said, Mr. Ghost, you're awake. Here's some freshly brewed black tea. I took the liberty of borrowing your kitchen. Yuan Shinji drank the orange juice and said, "So, shall we start now?" Special Department Psychologist Sherry said, "I'm sure you've already guessed that, Mr. Ghost. In the long run, if you are ever killed in a battle with a monster, there's a chance you'll turn into a monster." Yuan Shinji thought to himself, she's only half right, because in my dream, I took the initiative to turn myself into a monster. I spent 100 million legend points and turned myself into an unknown monster. The notebook stated, "You spent 100 million legend points to turn your physical body into a monster." Yuan Shinji thought to himself, loss of consciousness, loss of control, loss of sanity. I seem to be able to see what I've done, but I don't know what I've done. All that's left is the thrill of killing. Yuan Shinji said, "Well, that's really terrible." He thought to himself, it's better not to tell her that I actively turned myself into a monster in my dream. Don't worry, I'll work hard not to become a monster. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Special Department Psychologist Sherry said, "I'll get the door, Mr. Ghost." She gently opened the door. "John Yubai, sir. Sorry, I must have gone to the wrong place." Special Department Psychologist Sherry laughed gently and said, "I'm a new neighbor. Please take care of me." Yuan Shinji asked, "What are you doing here?" Qian Yubai replied, "Ah, President." Yuan Shinji told Qian Yubai, "Don't stand in the doorway." Qian Yubai rushed in and said, Okay. Qian Yubai and Special Department Psychologist Sherry sat on the sofa. Qian Yubai looked at Special Department Psychologist Sherry and thought to herself, she's so beautiful, her temperament is also very gentle. Is she really a neighbor? But the president isn't the hospitable type. Yuan Shinji turned on his television and the news anchor said, "Welcome to today's midday news." Here's a preview. A man being interviewed said, "My daughter has been kidnapped. You're so incompetent. Why haven't you caught the bad guys yet?" The news reporter continued, "Recently, there has been a high incidence of kidnappings in the city, and today another 20-year-old woman went missing. According to the investigation by the Public Security Department, this incident is part of a chain of nearly a dozen kidnappings in recent days. The general public is urged to pay attention to safety." As a Special Department Psychologist, Sherry looked at Qian Yubai blushed shyly. Yuan Shinji spoke up saying, "She is my subordinate, and she knows about monsters. You can say anything you want." Sherry nodded and replied, "In case you haven't been keeping up with the news lately, the indiscriminate kidnapping case has been the hottest social news story in recent days. The culprits are incredibly cunning, and the Public Security Department has even tried to borrow special props from headquarters. If this continues, the special department might be called in." "Is it that serious?" Yuan Shinji asked. Suddenly, he noticed the underworld girl, Xiao Ai, and looked at her silently. Xiao Ai gazed back without saying a word. Yuan Shinji stood up. "You guys go ahead and chat," he said before heading to his room and closing the door behind him. Inside, he took out his notebook and muttered, "As expected, the popularity of the kidnapping case has affected Xiao Ai's business. The growth of the subpages has slowed down a lot. I spent 900,000 on Xiao Ai to strengthen her after dealing with the evil neighbor, and I gained another 500,000 legend points and 100,000 good and evil points," he continued. The notebook displayed legend points, 865,425 good and evil points, 315,948 spiritual power. 100 plus level 3 lifespan, 19 days. Yuan Shinji muttered to himself, "Logically speaking, I should have earned back all the legend points I spent by now, but Xiao Ai gained almost nothing tonight." "Yes, master," the underworld girl Xiao Ai replied. "Those kidnappers, they're to blame." Yuan Shinji nodded. "You're right, you can't always expect good things to happen, but if what goes around comes around, why not add fuel to the fire?" "Xiao Ai, I have an idea," he said. The notebook seemed to respond, asking, "Do you want to make a new friend to keep you and Little Eyes company?" After Qian Yubai and Sherry left, Yuan Shinji pretended to know how to use a computer and said to himself, "From my memory, my old roommate was really into a movie called Phantom Caller. In it, the Phantom Caller would send a voice message to the victim's phone 3 days before killing them. The message would be the scream of the victim dying. Phantom Caller. Since it involves cross-time and uncontrolled killing, it would take hundreds of thousands of legend points to write. I need to create a new urban legend." He clicked on a video on the internet and murmured, "Huh? A new beginning, a song with a cheerful tune, but it carries a miserable story. It's sad to hear. Is a new beginning popular again?" The screen showed, genius child composer Yuan final composition. It was the last song she ever made. 5 years ago, her love and passion for music brought her fame, but it also brought demons to her doorstep. After a long time of being trailed, a group of people managed to kidnap her, threatened her family for money, and didn't allow the police to intervene. Her parents originally didn't report this to the police and paid the ransom. However, a kind reporter seeking fame chose to spread the news of her kidnapping. At the same time, the security department decided to intervene, and the kidnappers were arrested. There was enough evidence to show that, during her captivity, she wasn't abused, and was even provided the best tools for composing. As a result, this song contains a child's bright dreams for the future. News about Yuan reached its peak on the day of her death. Afterward, her family slowly faded from public memory, and except for some of her most loyal fans who still grieve, Yuan was forgotten by the world. Yuan Shinji said thoughtfully, "I can combine this with the movie." He closed his eyes and began to create. The notebook wrote, "The phantom caller's targets are kidnappers. After picking up the call, the target will hear their own screams as they die. Additionally, their body will begin playing the song A New Beginning. The song cannot be paused or stopped in any manner. After the song ends, the target will be killed by the phantom caller. If the target chooses not to pick up." A few moments later, outside, someone said, "Did anyone notice?" Whether downloaded or saved in a playlist, the song A New Beginning suddenly sounds strange. "Yeah," his friend replied. "I think it sounds creepy." "Why did the music change? Is it the work of hackers?" another person wondered. In a different scene, someone referred to as bad guy said, "Hello? Why are the police here? What's there to be afraid of? You weren't this useless when we were planning this. If we really have to talk about it, you are the main planner. I'm just a worker. You can decide whether we continue or turn ourselves in." On the floor, a victim named Lin Yue cried, "Oomph, oomph." Bad guy grabbed her and chuckled. Suddenly, his phone beeped. He answered it, and a loud scream echoed from the other end. Startled, he threw his phone, shouting, "What the hell is this?" As he felt a strange sensation wash over him, he stammered, My body." His phone began to play the song A New Beginning. Bad guy went wild, shouting, "Hugh, Hugh, it hurts, oh wow." His eyes bulged and he exploded, screaming, "Ah!" Lin Yu, the victim, stood there trembling, shocked as blood crept toward her feet. The cigarette dropped from her hand, landing in the puddle of crimson water. Tears streaming down her face, she whispered, "How can this be?" His scream. A figure beside her said, "It's the exact same scream as the call earlier." At the same time, at the security department, a person exclaimed, "This is terrifying. I've never seen anything like this." His friend responded, "I'm going to have nightmares tonight. It's so weird." In the security department control room, the lady officer remarked, "Captain Bai, you've watched it countless times already. This case, It was then revealed that Bai Xiaohui, the second team captain of the security department and the person in charge of the serial kidnapping case, was overseeing the investigation. In a flashback, a suspect pleaded with the police, "I'm sorry, I know I did something wrong. It was a moment's decision. I didn't mean to hurt my sister. Please, I don't want to go to prison." Captain Bai Xiaohui addressed the suspect. "Through our investigation, we've determined that this series of kidnappings is a collaborative crime. Lin Yue's brother is one of the suspects in this case." An officer warned, "But everyone is listening. Don't say anything crazy. Am I understood?" The criminal responded, "Oh yes," and listened. Suddenly he heard a voice shouting, "Ah! Save me!" The officers were startled as music began playing. One officer grabbed his phone and muttered, "What's going on?" "I can't turn it off." Lin Zhong, the suspect, muttered, "What kind of trick is this?" He began trembling, saying, "No. I'm so cold, my head hurts." "Hey, what are you doing?" the officer shouted. Lin Zhong suddenly went mad, screaming, "Ah! Save me." The eerie music entered his mouth as he slammed his head against the back window of the police car. Bai Xiaohui observed, 3 minutes and 35 seconds. That's the time between when the suspect picked up the phone and when he died. The strange thing is, according to the recording, the phone rang at 6 o'clock sharp, but the phone showed 6:03 and 35 seconds. He added, "What's eerie is that according to data analysis, the sound came from Lin Zhong himself. The future, dying Lin Zhong called his past self?" Bai Xiaohui instructed his lady officer, "You go out first. I have something to report to the higher-ups." In a different scene, a notebook displayed, Legend points, 1 win 2456666. Yuan Shinji commented, looks like the effect is quite good. Some people are already dying. Now that I think about it, should I increase my lifespan a little? The notebook responded, data updated. Used 20,000 legend points. Remaining lifespan, 100. Ah, Yuan Shinji muttered in surprise. The notebook informed him, your spiritual power has reached over 200. You can proceed to rank 4. Do you wish to proceed? Tip, proceeding now may result in failure, yes or no? Yuan Shinji thought, what does this mean? Isn't the highest rank in this world rank 3? 2 hours after the incident, Bai Xiaohui, the second team captain of the security department, remarked, this case is indeed special, as you expected. The special department will take over on your behalf. The paper displayed the title, Indiscriminate Kidnapping Case. Chief Qingxi asked, are you sure you want to continue participating in the investigation? Yes, I want to get to the bottom of this, Bai Xiaohui replied. Chief Qingxi continued, this case doesn't involve a resentful spirit you're familiar with, but a monster. Resentful spirits are extremely harmful and can't be dealt with by ordinary firearms, but monsters are even more dangerous. Monster? What kind of monster? Bai Xiaohui asked, bewildered. Monsters are the incarnation of rules. They kill people based on rules. As long as those rules are triggered and humans can't find the pattern, death is inevitable, Chief Qingxi explained. Bai Xiaohui was shocked, and Chief Qingxi added, you can withdraw from the investigation now. As for the kidnapped people, we've already sent someone to question them. We've confirmed that both suspects died in exactly the same manner. The specific manifestation was detailed. When someone answers or makes a call, they will hear their own death screams for the next 3 minutes and 35 seconds. According to statistics, 328 people had died, ranging from 12 to 80 years old. Additionally, the melody of the instrumental piece New Beginning on the internet had significantly changed, and it couldn't be removed or deleted. The special department had opened a new file, naming it Phantom Caller. Bai Xiaohui's phone rang and he answered, sorry, Chief Qingxi, it's a call from my mother. His mother's voice trembled. Xiaohui, please come home quickly. Your wife's family. Something has happened. At Bai Xiaohui's house, his wife sobbed, I don't believe it. How could my parents? Bai Xiaohui spoke to Chief Qingxi. As you can see, my in-laws are affected by this. I've made up my mind. Please allow me to continue participating in the investigation. I want to avenge the 2 elders, Bai Xiaohui declared. Chief Qingxi responded, since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. However, this next matter is confidential. Please ask your wife to leave. His wife pleaded, honey, please don't go. The security department's second team captain, Bai Xiaohui, in charge of the serial kidnapping case, gently assured her, it's okay. From now on, you'll move in with my parents. As he watched his wife walk away, Bai Xiaohui turned to Chief Qingxi. Chief Qingxi cut him off. We'll take care of your wife and parents. Now take the deceased's cell phone and call yourself. This is trial and error. She handed him the phone. Bai Xiaohui, taking it, said, understood. He whispered to himself, am I really going to die from answering a phone call? Suddenly, the phone rang. He answered, hello? The person on the other end replied, hello? Chief Qingxi said, that's enough. You didn't die. 8 hours after the incident, Qi Xiaoyin placed a stack of papers on the table. Here's the number of deaths and their information from the last half hour. I'll leave them here for you. Bai Xiaohui asked, how many people have died so far? 1,362, Qi Xiaoyin replied. What? Do you have a clue? Bai Xiaohui inquired. No, not yet, Qi Xiaoyin admitted. Oh, by the way, Chief Qingxi said your wife gave this to the special department. It belongs to your in-laws. It's a diary. It was said to be hidden in a crack in the wall, so your wife didn't dare to look at it. But after thinking about it for a long time, she gave it to us. We'll collect it after you've seen it. It might help the case. Bai Xiaohui gently opened the diary and muttered, this is. He began to read, I was the one who killed that child. April 28, 1999. Aya came home with a bloodied forehead. Her hair, which had been brushed by my wife, was all disheveled by someone, and there were many bruises and scars on her skin. It was her classmate who did it. He hit Aya, and I realized this wasn't the first time it happened. But he and his family had no intention of apologizing. I just wanted them to teach their child a lesson and apologize, that's all. They kicked me out, threw money in my face, and called me a country boy. so I went to my hometown and had someone help me kidnap that boy. The man agreed because I saved him once in the past. The plan was simple, and it went smoothly. I had an alibi, and no one suspected me. I wasn't going to let a boy ruin my family. I buried him alive. To my surprise, my wife found out but said nothing and silently helped me. She said that when our kid grows up, gets married, and has a stable life, we'll turn ourselves in. I promised her. I also told her that I would write it all down in a diary, and that if the diary was found, it would be our fate. Yuan Shinji murmured, "Fighting evil with evil?" He added a rule: the phantom caller is very useful, and the legend points it costs to write it are almost all replenished by now. As long as someone is alive after robbing or kidnapping someone, they're within the killing scope of the phantom caller, even if they did it decades ago. Therefore, the good and evil points gained by the phantom caller are, on average, higher than those of Xiao AI and Little Eyes. However, I never thought it would be so easy to advance to the 4th level. Legend points, 787,513. Good and evil points, 327,702. 200 plus. Level 4 lifespan. 100 days. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, although the feeling of my spiritual power hasn't changed much, my body has become lighter and my agility is higher than before. I just don't know if I can modify it now. He attempted to modify the phantom caller rules supplement. If the kidnapper is fighting evil with evil, the phantom caller will not capture him. The notebook stated that the phantom targets people who engage in kidnapping and robbery. After answering the call, the recipient will hear their own death screams, and the new beginning ringtone will ring all over their body. It can't be stopped or turned off. Yuan Shinji was startled, and the notebook shot at him. The notebook declared, "You don't have enough legend points to modify the rules." Tisk. "It's indeed not enough," Yuan Shinji muttered. Suddenly someone knocked on his door. "Big brother, are you home?" the person called out. "I'm here. Just come in," Yuan Shinji replied, taking out his phone. As the music played, the person said, "Big brother, I know you're home. Open the door for me. Open the door." Yuan Shinji grinned. "Eh? I really didn't expect you to be such a troublemaker." He walked toward the door and gently opened it. Suddenly he saw Yuxuan, who was about to knock again. Without warning, Yuan Shinji picked her up and she exclaimed, "Eh?" He threw her into the living room and Yuxuan said, "Oops." Yuan Shinji became serious, pointed at her and warned, "If you prank me like this again, I'll keep you locked up in the notebook and never let you out." "Shao Shun," Yuxuan said. "I know. Actually, I have something to say." Yuan Shinji replied, "Hmm?" Yuxuan touched Yuan Shinji's hand and said, "The rule that you wanted to change just now requires at least 2 million legend points. But it doesn't matter. Not every human being needs to be saved by you." The underworld girls Xiao Ai and Little Eyes Xiaoyan listened to them. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, being comforted by the monster kid of my own creation, it's really a bit complicated. Yuxuan noticed something and said, "Eh? Another human has entered my rules again." She looked at the door, then turned around and said, "I'm leaving first, he." And with that, she vanished. Yuan Shinji asked, "Did she just scare us on purpose again?" The underworld girl Xiao Ai and Little Eyes Xiaoyan nodded. Chief Qingji said, "The legend about the phantom caller has been spreading. We've already shifted public focus to an online virus." In the vlog it stated, "The urban legend is just an online virus?" Jiang City News blog reported, "A widely known online safety expert is showing how to deal with this new virus. No need to be frightened." Chief Qingji continued, "After all, the phantom caller's only medium is a phone, and the only thing that has changed is the song New Beginnings. Currently, monitors from all over the country have reported cases of the phantom caller. After using prisoners to test, we found that the target of the phantom caller is kidnappers." Criminal number 2, Criminal Team 1. Phantom caller experiment. Attempt 167. If that criminal has the number of another criminal, that number will be called automatically, and the cycle continues. The criminal must be in possession of a phone to activate the death rules. There's one good thing, but I also find this suspicious. The kidnapping mentioned in the phantom caller's rules can determine good versus ill intent. This means when the police kidnap a criminal, it doesn't make them fall into the death rules. Section Chief Kang Ping from Jiang City's Special Department said, "There's no need to look deeper into this for now, Chief Qingji. After a meeting earlier, we've decided to categorize the phantom caller as a disaster level monster." Disaster level, Chief Qingji acknowledged. Next, the special department will work with the intellectual circle to stop the song's downloads and restrict phone usage. Chief Shinji said, "We can handle the news, along with the speech from the expert, and everyone will be more careful." Then next, Section Chief Kang Ping said, "Yes. Next I will go to High City and borrow the tool Invisible Scissors." Chief Shinji asked, "You mean?" "Invisible scissors. It can cut things that the eyes cannot see, like sound. A warning to the user. Users ranked 2 or below will die immediately. Users ranked 3 or above will only have a small chance of dying, but will definitely lose usage of some parts of their body." Section Chief Kang Ping asked, "Is there a problem?" "Originally, the intellectual circle wanted to use the silent horn, but I refused." Chief Shinji said, "No, I have nothing to say against what the higher-ups have decided. But do you remember Ghost?" Section Chief Kang Ping replied, "Oh, the child that summoned the underworld girl to deal with the evil neighbor?" Chief Shinji responded, "Yes, according to the psychiatrist Sherry. His mental state was constantly getting worse because of the loss of empathy. For that reason, should we be more careful about dealing with the phantom caller?" Section Chief Kang Ping stood up and said, "Looks like Ghost has made a heavy impact on you. Monsters are born through humans and feed on humans. The monsters that look righteous right now will be able to kill all humans once their rules are refined. Chief Shinji, you understand, and so will Ghost. Doing what's best for humans, we can only destroy all monsters at all costs. Even at the expense of some, including myself, it will be worth it. For the time being, the special department will use pigeons to communicate." Chief Shinji said, "Yes, I understand." At the Ghost Club, Yuan Shinji said, "Oh, you're here." Chan Yubai replied, "Good afternoon, club leader." Yuan Shinji thought to himself, "She's writing in her diary again. That's normal. Chan Yubai usually records every little detail about her daily life. If she is unlucky after tossing the coin, she loses her memory, so she can only remember things through her diary. The loss of Chan Yubai's memory isn't like clinical memory loss. It's an erasure of her whole memory, unable to be restored. But is there really a need to write about me walking into the club room, opening the window, and then drinking some water? Chan Yubai wrote in her notebook, walked into the club room, opened the window, drank some water. Yuan Shinji thought, in my memory, even though she always had her diary, she wasn't always writing in it. Suddenly, a pigeon came in and landed on Chan Yubai's head. It cooed, and a note was attached to its feet. Yuan Shinji took the pigeon and read the message. Hongyin said, "Ghost, do you want to eat together tonight? Pretend it's my last meal. Sob, sob, sob." Yuan Shinji thought, "Oh, I almost forgot about him, but it doesn't matter. Who told him to leak the news too early? Good child. You got this." Focus, Shai has already completely read and understood con actor's self-improvement. Plus, just asking a question won't even cause death. What an actor, Yuan Shinji muttered. Yuan Shinji wrote a note saying, "Not free." He then said to Chan Yubai, "Chan Yubai, there's something I need your help with." Chan Yubai responded, "Please, go ahead." Yuan Shinji continued, "I need you to use the coin of destiny to help me ask." Chan Yubai looked confused and said, I'm sorry. I think I left the coin at home and forgot to bring it." Yuan Shinji thought to himself, "She didn't bring it. I thought she never let that thing leave her body." "Then bring it tomorrow. I need it for something," Yuan Shinji instructed. "Okay. I'm very sorry." Chan Yubai apologized. Yuan Shinji continued his internal monologue. "She's writing again. Something's off about her. Is she lying? But she's still at rank 1. This abnormality might not mean anything. I need to refine Xiao Shun's rules, meaning I need more legend points. It's about time to start looking for monsters to adopt, but all of the recent news on monsters has been stolen by Xiao Shun and Xiao Ai." The latest vlog of Jiang City's hot topics listed 1. Most popular legend in Jiang City, Underworld Girl. 2. How real is the Hell Communication website? 3. New legend Phantom Caller, overlaps with a kidnapping case from years ago? 4. 3 biggest oddities in Yoksun's death. Yuan Shinji pondered, "I wanted to use Chan Yubai's ability to find a clear spot, but should I use spiritual pressure on her? No, I don't want to accidentally kill her. It's not worth it. It's been forever, and she's still at rank 1. She probably hasn't been working too hard. I wonder what she's been up to." At 5 o'clock in the evening, Chan Yubai announced, "I'm going home now." Yuan Shinji replied, "Okay, be careful." As she walked away, Yuan Shinji thought, "I'll follow her for now." It's fine if she notices, we're heading in the same direction anyway. They walked through the corridors and exited the campus. Yuan Shinji watched her from a distance as she crossed the street. He focused his gaze on Qian Yubai's building, scanning the entire structure. Found it. Room 8003 on the 8th floor, he muttered to himself. Someone knocked on the door and Qian Yubai's mother said, "Coming." She opened the door and was shocked to see Yuan Shinji. Hello? Who are you looking for?" she asked. Yuan Shinji smiled. "Hello, auntie. I'm looking for Xiaobai." "Xiaobai? Are they close?" She wondered aloud, then asked, what's your relationship with her?" "Auntie, I'm Xiaobai's boyfriend," Yuan Shinji said. She was taken aback and stammered, "Boyfriend? When did my daughter get a boyfriend?" Yuan Shinji smiled and broke into a light sweat. Suddenly, Qian Yubai spotted Yuan Shinji at the door. "Mr. President?" she exclaimed. Yuan Shinji waved at her. "I'm your boyfriend now. Why are you still calling me president?" Qian Yubai was momentarily frozen in shock but quickly snapped back. Shinji, come on in," she urged, grabbing his arm. "Okay," Yuan Shinji replied. He thought, something is definitely wrong. Her mom said she couldn't even make any friends because of her timid nature. I didn't expect her to find a boyfriend after transferring to another school. "Why don't you stay for dinner tonight and introduce us to your parents?" Qian Yubai's mom suggested. Yuan Shinji paused and replied, "No need, my parents are dead." Qian Yubai said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know that." Yuan Shinji took her hand and said, "It's okay. Now I have Xiaobai to comfort me. I was an introvert without any friends before she transferred here. She changed me." Qian Yubai blushed and held Yuan Shinji's hand softly. "Shinji," she whispered. Qian Yubai's mom, observing them, said, "I'll get dinner ready. Your father will be home soon." "All right, Mom," Qian Yubai replied. She then took off her glasses and, looking at Yuan Shinji seductively, said, "Shinji, do you want to come to my room?" Pressing her soft chest against his arm, she invited him. "Yeah," Yuan Shinji responded. He thought, since I told her that we're in a relationship, Qian Yubai has automatically switched to girlfriend mode. The expression, the tone of her voice, the emotion in her eyes, they all seem real. But this just proves that the Qian Yubai in front of me, President, Qian Yubai said, and Yuan Shinji realized, is a monster. Suddenly, another figure asked Yuan Shinji, "What do you want to do?" Yuan Shinji thought, judging from her mother's behavior, it looks like she's the only one infested with monsters. Her parents are safe for now. Wild monsters have no emotional thinking. The reason why this monster behaves like this is complete imitation. Could it be that Qian Yubai is already dead? Did the monster take her form after killing her? Its ultimate goal might be to invade the family and kill them all. If she is truly dead, then I must take the coin of destiny. Yuan Shinji said, "Help me by using your coin of destiny to ask which place is in danger." Qian Yubai replied, "I'm sorry, Shinji. I seem to have forgotten the coin in the club room. But I'll make it up to you tonight," she added as she began to gently remove her clothes. It's okay," Yuan Shinji responded. As he scanned the room, he noticed a doll. "Huh? What's this?" he asked. "Oh, it's a gift from my sister next door," Qian Yubai explained. "Can I have it?" Yuan Shinji asked. "Yeah," Qian Yubai agreed. Yuan Shinji took the doll and muttered to himself, "The killing rule hasn't been triggered. Could it be that I'm mistaken and it's just an ordinary doll? No, there's a bit of spiritual power in this doll. Is it alive? Is it because I've advanced to level 40? It seems that this kind of weak, almost imperceptible spiritual power isn't easy to ignore." Suddenly, Qian Yubai's father announced, "I'm home." Yuan Shinji thought. Qian Yubai responded, "Dad, this is my boyfriend." Her father was shocked and stammered, "Be boyfriend?" Yuan Shinji analyzed the situation and thought to himself, he's normal, nothing out of the ordinary. Then he greeted politely, "Hello, uncle. Xiaobai, go to your room first. I have something to discuss with your parents," Yuan Shinji said seriously. "Okay," Qian Yubai replied as she headed to her room and closed the door behind her. Yuan Shinji turned to the parents and said, "Both of you come outside with me." A few moments later, Yuan Shinji stated, "The Qian Yubai living with you is not your daughter. In fact, it's not even human." The parents were stunned, and her father asked, "What do you mean? Please explain." Yuan Shinji continued, "Qian Yubai told me that you know about her use of the coin of destiny, right? Which means you're aware of the existence of monsters in this world. The Qian Yubai inside is just a monster that can't use the coin of destiny. If you don't believe me, I have a trick you can try. Tell her that you're her aunt and uncle, and she'll automatically switch your identities and speak to you as if that's the truth. It's best for both of you to stay away from this apartment. I'll find a way to get you downstairs. I don't know what kind of rules this monster uses to kill people, so if anything strange happens, call me immediately. The father said anxiously, but, my daughter, I'll call her out. You two stay here, Yuan Shinji instructed. Be careful and keep your emotions in check. Don't let the monster sense anything. Qian Yubai suddenly emerged and asked, what's wrong? Her father replied, Yubai, we're your uncle and aunt. We need to see your parents about something. Are they home? Qian Yubai answered, my parents aren't here right now. Why don't you come in and wait for them? Yuan Shinji quickly intervened. You go back first. Your uncle and aunt are busy. I'll see them off. As the parents trembled in fear, Yuan Shinji urged them, you should leave now. As Qian Yubai walked back to her room, her mother sobbed, and her father murmured, our daughter isn't really dead, is she? She'll come back, right? As Qian Yubai tied up her hair, she asked, Shinji, why are you back so soon? Yuan Shinji replied, it's better to start with trial and error since you want to be human so badly. He adjusted his sleeve and Qian Yubai looked puzzled. Yuan Shinji said coldly, let me show you how humans die. He then slammed her face into the wall. She groaned. Ugh. Cough. No. Yuan Shinji grabbed her neck and twisted it, shattering her spine. As she fell silent, smoke started rising from her body. It seems I've been exposed, she muttered, as she turned into smoke, transforming into a small doll. A puppet, Yuan Shinji thought. Suddenly, the doll attempted to burst from Yuan Shinji's shirt. He was startled when Qian Yubai, now naked, suddenly shouted, President! She quickly jumped inside Yuan Shinji's coat, crying, I thought I would never see you again, and hugged him tightly. Qian Yubai isn't dead? Yuan Shinji questioned in his mind. Suddenly, another doll opened the door and peeked inside. Yuan Shinji noticed and said urgently, hurry and get dressed, I'm going after that thing. As the doll ran away, Yuan Shinji thought, this wild monster, it's capable of thought. President, Qian Yubai called out. Yuan Shinji grew serious and pondered. There's no trace of an escape. So, it hid its aura and is still inside the apartment building. He took out his phone and said, hello, I'm Ghost. I need assistance in capturing a puppet-shaped monster in my current location. Judging by its power and ability to control and affect others, it's likely at the misfortune level. The person on the other end replied, understood. We will access the cameras in the area and conduct a spiritual investigation. Yuan Shinji instructed, quickly, have the police notify everyone in the area to turn in all puppets immediately and destroy them all. Yes, Sir Ghost, the officer confirmed. All monsters have their own rules of movement, Yuan Shinji thought. The evil neighbor, Zhao Song, came to Jiang City with clear traces of his journey. Zhao Ai prefers a lazier approach, using an object as a connection point to pull people into her realm. Zhao Yan just sits inside the house, waiting for abusive people to see the image. This puppet is probably similar to Xiao Song. Or maybe it teleported the moment I caught it, but why would it run away? Suddenly, Qian Yubai's father spoke up. Shinji, Follow me, Yuan Shinji commanded. Even though this monster is good hiding in plain sight, it should be safe inside your house. Huh? You mean? The father questioned. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, I can feel that the coin of destiny in my pocket has returned to normal. That means its user has returned to Qian Yubai. In the distance, a voice echoed, Father, Mother, trust me. I'll do my best to be better. As Qian Yubai's parents followed Yuan Shinji, a boy's backpack suddenly opened, and the doll peeked out, smiling mischievously. A few moments later, Yuan Shinji turned to Qian Yubai's parents. Now prove to your parents that you are the real Qian Yubai, Yuan Shinji said, handing her a coin. Just toss it and ask a random question. Qian Yubai took the coin and tossed it. It landed on the coffee table with a soft clink. She trembled and whispered, P. President, Mom, Dad? Tears welled up in her eyes as she rushed forward to embrace them. I thought I would never see you both again, she sobbed. Her mother gently stroked her hair. It's good to have you back, my dear. It's so good to have you back. Yuan Shinji stood up, a thoughtful expression on his face. There's nothing wrong, he muttered to himself, remembering the moment when Qian Yubai, naked and vulnerable, had clung to him. Her memory reverted to when I saved her because I failed to ask a question. He then addressed her sternly. Do you regret it now? Do you understand the importance of training? Will you keep treating the soul orbs like toys to display on a shelf? Tears streaked down Shan Yubai's face. President, I was wrong. The news anchor's voice cut through the air. Next up is an announcement. There has been a great deal of talk about the phantom caller incident. The Jiang City Police Department has launched a press conference to reveal that New Beginnings contains elements of induced hypnosis and hallucinogens designed to create social disorder. We advise people to refrain from using mobile devices. Yuan Shinji scoffed. The special department is good at telling lies, he muttered. What item will they use this time? He looked at Xian Yubai and her parents. Sorry, I have other matters to attend to. I'll be off now. At the special department building, Chief Qingzi entered with urgency. Department head, this is the third monitor to die. Many people from the intellectual circle have also faced incidents. All the pressure is on you. They want you to make a decision. Section Chief Kang Ping of the Jiang City Special Department nodded thoughtfully. I know, let's use the invisible scissors. Chief Qingzi's eyes widened. Okay, I will contact. Wait, Kang Ping interrupted. Let me use the item this time. Qingzi was taken aback. Department head, how could you do this yourself? Ghost's hopes are too idealistic. We still need you. There are many people on my list with incurable diseases willing to help their families financially. If you're not happy with that, I'll do it. Kang Ping sighed. You younger ones have more in common than you think. Don't deny it. Qingzi hesitated. Is that so? Prepare everything, Kang Ping ordered. I'll see you in the basement. My spiritual power is much higher than everyone else's. If we can deal with the phantom caller without anyone dying, that would be the best. The funding for the special department isn't that well these days. It would be better to not have to pay that many people. A set of artificial eyes or ears is much cheaper. And he said to himself, honestly, it's been a while since I've felt this rush of excitement. It's like when I just joined the special department. Later, in the basement, a bald man, bound and gagged, struggled on the floor. Music played softly as the phone rang. Kang Ping, holding the invisible scissors, activated them. He carefully cut through the musical notes, causing the melody to be interrupted. As he concentrated, he suddenly screamed in pain and collapsed. Everyone rushed to his side. Department head! In another scene, Yuan Shinji returned to his apartment. Little eyes Xiao Yan ran up to him, crying out, Mama! The underworld girl, Xiao Ai, looked up, a tiara in her hands. Master, do you feel it too? She asked. Look, Mama, she didn't die. She's just been restricted. Yuan Shinji sighed. It's okay. It'll be over soon. I'll just use the legend points I earned from her. Little eyes Xiao Yan jumped up and down excitedly. Yay, yay! The notebook glowed, displaying text consuming 30,000 legend points. Completing the rules of Phantom Caller, cut off phantom calls will still be able to kill people. The insufficiency and interruption of the melody doesn't affect the killing. The scope is extended to the whole country. Yakshuan materialized, her form flickering. Big brother, brother. She whimpered before hugging Yuan Shinji tightly. How scary. I feel like my body's been cut into pieces. They're interrupting all my calls. Suddenly she stopped and pointed to her mouth, eyes wide in panic. What's wrong? Yuan Shinji asked. The notebook responded. The head of the special department used the rule transparent scissors to restrict the phantom caller. At the same time, they activated the horn of silence in conjunction, preventing it from becoming another underworld girl situation. The horn of silence? What's that? Yuan Shinji questioned. The notebook answered, the horn of silence, rule hem, draws all sound in the area into the horn. The special department blew it in the slums, where the risk factor is highest. The cost was to make 10,000 people in the area unable to make a sound for the rest of their lives. Yuan Shinji patted Yuxuan's head, his expression grim. It sure is expensive. The notebook blinked, not enough legend points. Back at the special department's affiliated hospital intensive care unit, Section Chief Kang Ping, now lying in bed, asked weakly, Has it been activated? Chief Qingzi nodded. Yes, the horn of silence has been activated. The phantom caller can't continue to commit crimes anymore. It's safe to assume that it has been restricted. Tomorrow, the Public Security Department will hold a press conference and explain that the reason behind the vocal cord paralysis was that terrorists poisoned the water supply. Jiang City headlines, slum poisoning. The terrorists have developed a new poison, poisoning in the slums of Jiang City. The resettlement fees for these people have also been prepared. The agreement has been signed and is in force. If these people renege on the agreement or have objections, the money will be taken back. confidentiality agreement. But it doesn't matter. This huge compensation, which is actually paid to keep them silent, was funded by the elders in the intellectual circle. Only you, Section Chief Kang Ping of Jiang City's special department asked, "By the way, how are things going with that kid, Hong Yin?" Chief Qingji replied, "He's been getting ready all this time. There's no need to worry." Hong Yin, who hasn't appeared in many days, he said the underworld girl is too easy to kill. The strong man is coming. Section Chief Kang Ping said, "Well, you've worked hard. By the way, aren't you going to hold a farewell party for Hong Yin?" He suddenly added, "Call ghosts. Find something to distract him if he objects." Chief Qingji hesitated. "So you mean, is this really appropriate?" Section Chief Kang Ping responded, "It doesn't matter. With his ability and character, the monsters we fear so much might just be stepping stones for his growth. Whether you want to test or trust him, why not lend a helping hand?" At the special department cafeteria, Yuan Shinji said, "So you asked me to dine with you in the cafeteria?" A guy in the back shouted, "Granny." "One more, please," Hong Yin exclaimed. "And what's wrong with that? The chefs in our special department are all 5-star Black Pearl masters. Have you ever had seafood soup for 28 cents or a bowl of Wagyu beef for 150 cents? Chief Qingji mentioned, "Shrimp, seaweed soup, and beef rolls, just ask if you want." Hong Yin cried, "Wow! I'm going to see the underworld girl tonight. Can you be nice to me?" Yuan Shinji replied, "It's hard to comment, but I wish you success." "You didn't call me here just to see Hong Yin off, did you?" "Of course not," Hong Yin said. Chief Qingji continued, "Also, here's an acceptling.com membership card. It's a website led by some of the country's top plutocrats. Its main purpose is to serve as a conduit for some top figures to issue ghost cleansing quests." She threw the card, and Yuan Shinji caught it with 2 fingers. Yuan Shinji asked, "Why are you giving this to me?" Chief Qingji explained, "Monsters. Resentful spirits. Even the richest of the rich are bound to die if they encounter them. But those with connections will find channels in the special department to purchase equipment or issue quests. Or, if they have a way to contact the inspectors, they can call for help." Another lady chimed in, "It's just that we aren't short of money, and we don't have the time to be very sympathetic. If it wasn't a mandatory requirement for the special department, we wouldn't go there." Yuan Shinji asked again, "So why did you give me this?" "You guys didn't answer my question." She said, "Ghost, you didn't know? After you restrained your evil neighbor, you made a name for yourself among the intellectual circle inspectors. Many inspectors would love to befriend you, not to mention the commoners." Chief Qingji added, "There have been a lot of strange things going on recently, and you're not like most of the inspectors. You're extremely capable, not afraid of death, and you want to protect the weak and ordinary people. We'd like to see you get more recognition for what you're doing. You'll be the mainstay of the inspectors, and we need your help to defeat the monsters. Your obsession with monsters comes from the fact that your good friends were killed by the monster It's Your Turn, which is understandable. But I've always wondered, did you have anything to do with It's Your Turn disappearing?" Yuan Shinji was shocked, and the lady became furious, saying to herself, "Wow, it's gossip," Yuan Shinji thought. "They're on their guard just because I'm too aggressive with monsters. She's already suspecting if I have ulterior motives. Going back to It's Your Turn, I almost forgot about that." Yuan Shinji said aloud, "It's Your Turn is indeed gone, and I'm wondering about that. Maybe it bullies the weak and is afraid of the strong. Ran away when it found out I was a capable person? You don't think I'm capable of killing a monster, do you? Can a monster be completely killed?" Yuan Shinji thought to himself, being accommodated into Little Eye's belly. I guess it's already become a part of IIT. As Little Eye's Xiaoyan tried to compose himself, he trembled and shouted, "Ha ha, ho!" Yuan Shinji stood up and declared, "Chief Qingji, I would like to emphasize that I have passed all the tests in the special department. But it doesn't matter. Believe it or not, I will accept your kindness." He thought to himself, I should get more quests so I can replenish my legend points. I have you to thank for giving me the opportunity to release Xiao Shun from the Horn of Silence. I don't care if you doubt me. Chief Qingji said, "So be it. It's just some confusion I wanted to clear up. No offense. We'll take this guy to sober up first. He's not going to escape tonight." The lady waved goodbye and said, "Bye, ghost." Chief Qingji looked back and said, "Oh, by the way, the person looking for you this time is probably Mr. Xiang from the intellectual circle. His grandson is missing. He's paying a lot of money to have the inspectors investigate. But it's as if his grandson vanished into thin air without a trace, and the inspector never returned either. The time is 23:33, at Yuan Shinji's house. Yuan Shinji said, "Hongyin will be here at midnight, Xiao Ai. Will you be okay?" Little Eyes Xiaoyan replied, "Sir, please trust me. Graduated, an actor's self-improvement. You can test me if you wish." Yuan Shinji said, "No need, you can make those two bored-out beings test you. There's still something I need to look into. It probably has something to do with the special department. If it's a monster, it's going to be quite draining, both mentally and physically." How annoying. Yuan Shinji looked at them, and the underworld girl Xiao Ai said, "Mama?" Little Eye Xiaoyan said, "Sir?" Suddenly, he fell to the ground and muttered to himself, What's this place?" At that moment it felt as if my spirit was separated from my body. Now that my spirit is trapped in this place, I can't do anything. Yuan Shinji's eyes became serious and he said, "He Qian, you scoundrel, I'll kill you." The people around him said, "What is this place?" "Sob, let me out." Another said, "He Qian, you won't die an easy death. You will go to hell." Yuan Shinji thought, "A room that looks like an artist's workroom." Another voice shouted, "Just you wait. Let me out." Yuan Shinji thought, noisy. Let's see what he is first. He doesn't look like a monster. Rather, it's as if he used some item. He Qian said, You are the calmest spirit I've seen. Why aren't you afraid?" "I don't like the look on your face, the look of someone who is all high and mighty." He Qian gently tore the paper and said, "This is punishment." Yuan Shinji responded, "Shh." He Qian asked, "Tell me, why aren't you afraid like the others? Or are you just pretending to be calm?" Yuan Shinji replied, "He Qian, right? It's not too late to feel guilty about your actions." He Qian sneered, "You talk big, like the child of some famous person. Such a bad temper. No wonder that Tian person was willing to pay such a high price for your murder. It's fine, though. You will become scared like them and beg me like them. You are just an imprisoned spirit, and yet you dare to threaten me. Look at you. I'm about to kill you. I've decided I'll give that Tian person 30% off. Ha 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 ha." Yuan Shinji thought, paid murder? Tian? Do I know such a person? It doesn't matter. There's no need to care about what comes out of an insane person's mouth. He Qian exclaimed, "Damn, it's hot. What is?" As the paper started burning, Yuan Shinji thought, I've remembered his name and face. He Qian screamed, "Whoa, what? He committed suicide? Impossible, impossible. I already imprisoned his spirit. How can someone just destroy their spirit? That's his spirit, spirit." A person on the paper said, "That trash is done for this time." Another one added, "It's time to pay for what you've done." "Die, die," He Qian yelled. "Shut up, just you wait, wait." "No, he committed suicide. Dead, he must be dead." Yuan Shinji suddenly woke up and said, He took out his phone and said, "Hello, I'm a monitor of the special department. My nickname is Ghost. Please help me look into a man called He Qian. He has long hair and deep shadows under his eyes. He is an artist." The officer replied, "Sir Ghost, I found him. He just appeared near the Dark Night Bar." 15 minutes later, at the Dark Night Bar, Yuan Shinji looked serious as he walked the streets. He Qian asked, "Tian Zhongze, what do you have against him? Make it clear." Tian Zhongze replied, "Love rival," as he showed a picture of Tian Zhongze while drinking said, "Didn't I say I set my eyes on a psychiatrist? She looked all right, so why wouldn't she become mine? But she refused me, saying there's someone she likes. Later, I found out about him, then came to you." He Qian asked, "So, you don't know anything about his background?" Tian Zhongze replied, "What? Is there a problem? Isn't he just someone who looks good? You're so good, none of the laws can do anything about you. What is there to worry about?" He Qian said, "You don't know, but I imprisoned his spirit, but he..." Yuan Shinji suddenly jumped and was behind them saying, "Hello, you two. Why don't we grab a drink together?" He Qian stammered, Who are you?" Yuan Shinji responded, "You don't remember me? When you were just at home. Spiritual pressure activated. That's not what you said." As Yuan Shinji's powers grew, both of them trembled in fear. Yuan Shinji said, "And you?" Tian Zhongze smashed the bottle at Yuan Shinji's head, and they both dropped to the ground. Yuan Shinji said, "Talk, how did you get the picture?" Tian Zhongze, afraid, said, "What picture? I don't know." There's no picture." Yuan Shinji replied, "Oh, is that so? Too bad I heard your conversation just now very clearly." As the phone levitated, Yuan Shinji said, "Tell me what you've done. or I will break your limbs right now and throw you into the river. Tian Zhongze's phone had a compilation of inappropriate pictures. Tian Zhongze said, I'm a teacher from Jiang High School. The school recently hired a very nice psychiatrist. She only lives in the staff dormitory 2 days a week, and I heard she has a side job, but she's very secretive about it. I liked her very much and tried to pursue her, but she rejected me mercilessly. I swear, I accidentally saw the picture on her phone. I just guessed you're the one she likes. Yuan Shinji said, so you bribed her friend to secretly take all kinds of pictures of Sherry for you, as well as pictures of Sherry and me. Then you made He-chan kill me. Tian Zhongze stammered. Oh. Yuan Shinji said to the officers, take that man named Tian away and treat him as a death row prisoner. The officer replied, yes. Tian Zhongze shouted, no, you're going to arrest me. Yuan Shinji turned to He-chan saying, as for you, wait a moment. For a change, let's go to his house and see his masterpiece. It was 1:15 a.m. Yuan Shinji called the special department psychologist Sherry. When her phone rang, the name displayed was Lord Ghost. Yuan Shinji said, hello, it's me, Ghost. Special department psychologist Sherry answered, shocked, Ghost, Lord Ghost. Yuan Shinji replied, there's something I want to tell you, so listen up. A few moments later, he added, that's it, you can handle it yourself, I've got to go. Special department psychologist Sherry thought to herself, the fact that Lord Ghost called at this time means that the photo involves his safety, but he only informed me to save my face. This matter must be handled well. I should be grateful and shoulder my responsibilities. As she walked out of her room, she saw her friend and heard her say, thank you, brother, for the 0-degree big rocket, meow. Her friend, Xiao Jing, a female live streamer, said, let's learn to meow together. Special department psychologist Sherry asked, Xiao Jing, you're still broadcasting at this hour? Xiao Jing replied, Peer, why did you come in without knocking? Did you give my picture to Tian Zhongze? How much did you get? Xiao Jing said, how can I take money? Baby, I'm doing this for your own good. You're not young anymore. I think that guy named Tian is not bad looking. He wanted to know who his rival was, so he asked for a picture of him so he could fight for you. Meow. Special department psychologist Sherry replied, don't do live broadcasts anymore. It's too much work. I'll introduce you to a job that will definitely satisfy you. Xiao Jing asked in shock, really? Is that true? She then hugged Sherry and said, Pear, you are so kind. Special department psychologist Sherry said that. Xiao Jing said, what kind of job is it? Xiao Jing said to herself, did the person named Tian succeed? So, she rushed in excitedly to test me? That's great. With Pear's connections, she'll definitely be able to find me an extraordinary job. When the time comes, I'll ask her to introduce me to the boy in the photo. After all, he's so good looking. Wouldn't it be a waste if he was eaten by this old Pear? Special department psychologist Sherry said, a job that pays well. Aren't you curious about where I work on my side job? You'll find out when you go there tomorrow. You'll like it. Xiao Jing said, Special department psychologist Sherry said, this job, it's a once-in-a-lifetime job. In a different scene at He Qian's place, the special department stormed in as someone in the picture shouted, someone's here. It's the public security department. Please let me out. I've been in prison for a whole year. Kill that person named He. Kill him for harming innocent people. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, found it. A trap lady shouted, that's right. His boyfriend said, kill him, kill him. Yuan Shinji mused, but it can't be controlled. Is it bound to He Qian? A boy shouted, aha, you've had your day, bucktooth centerfold. A four-eyed dude chimed in, four-eyed. I've been pulling up a painter time, Yuan Shinji asked. Tell me, what's the cost of using it? Another person in the picture said, what? Don't you dare speak. Yuan Shinji thought, as a general rule, the cost of a single use of a rule item isn't something even an inspector can sustain. Although this He Qian is obviously an ordinary person, he can use rule items without any restrictions. The officer urged, Lord Ghost asked you a question, but there's still no answer. Yuan Shinji asked, not talking? You've used this pencil to imprison the souls of people in your paintings. So there must be a corresponding method of torture, right? If you tear the painting, you're ripping the soul apart. Isn't that correct? Alas, Yuan Shinji became serious and said, spiritual pressure. Collecting as souls. He continued, I have all the time in the world to spend with you slowly. Yuan Shinji muttered to himself, my current 4th level spiritual power is well integrated with Xiao Ai's ability to collect souls. This new skill is quite suitable for torture. He added, I'm also very calculated in my actions. I'll make you feel intense pain but never enough for you to die. Ichian trembled in fear, clutching Yuan Shinji's legs, pleading, No, I'll speak. Please let me go. I'll speak. Yuan Shinji observed him and said, These poor souls in the paintings, they don't know they'll never escape in their lifetime. You're sentencing. If you tell the truth, I can grant you euthanasia. Otherwise, I'll speak, Ichian blurted out. The cost of using this pencil, it's random, a random death of a friend. I'm going to rule this world. With such an ability, I'm the chosen one, he declared with madness in his eyes. Random death? Yuan Shinji questioned. He thought to himself, most of the rules in this world come with a price, and they're yours to pay. This pencil feels a bit like Pandora's box. So your friends aren't all dead? Yuan Shinji asked. Ichian responded, I make money killing people with this thing, and then I use part of it as a dating fund. The boundaries of how this pencil determines friends are very blurry. Even new acquaintances count. So anyone you meet at KTV or bars can be used. Treat them to a drink and a song, and now and then do some multi-person projects. You'll have everything. An officer suddenly entered and reported, Lord Ghost, we found a piece of a painting in a cubicle in the studio. The soul here wants to speak to you. Oh? Yuan Shinji looked at the painting. Greetings, Honorable Inspector, the image spoke. I am Shang Zhen from the Shang family, and I've been waiting for your rescue. Rescue? Yuan Shinji asked. Can you contact someone from the special department from within the painting? The officer replied, Of course not. It's just that I was sure this person's actions would attract the attention of the special department. He couldn't have lasted long. Suddenly, Ichian rushed toward the painting, yelling, Damn you! You knew everything but didn't tell me? I'm going to tear you apart, you bastard. If I knew there were other superpowers in this world, how could I have killed anyone? Yuan Shinji looked at him seriously, and Ichian instantly backed away in fear. Shang Zhen said, You've imprisoned my soul, and you still want me to help you. But didn't I help you kill your brother too? Ichian retorted. He paid to have you killed, didn't he? You didn't even tell me anything. When my soul was trapped, I could only tell him some information to get him into those ranks. But I omitted all details about the inspector. It was just a means of survival, Mr. Inspector. It doesn't matter, Yuan Shinji said indifferently. I won't interfere in unnecessary matters. Send Shang Zhen back to the Shang family and arrange euthanasia for Ichian. Yes, the officer responded. No, wait, sir, let me go, Ichian pleaded. I'll be your subordinate. If you want to kill someone, I'll draw them for you. To use this pencil, you need to produce a picture as realistic as the real person. This thing is so powerful, it can't be wasted. Yuan Shinji paused and glanced back. Oh? He questioned. So can it imprison monsters? Ichian eagerly replied. It can. Of course it can. As long as I draw the monster, I can imprison its soul on paper. Yuan Shinji shook his head. That's a real shame. Monsters, they're soulless. The people in the painting laughed. It can't. It's hopeless. Yuan Shinji commanded, Take him away. How is it possible? How is it possible that there are beings without souls? You're lying to me. You must be lying, Ichian shouted in disbelief. Yuan Shinji whispered to himself, As for this, since it's difficult for me to use it, it would be better to destroy this serpent in the Garden of Eden before it's too late. Back in Yuan Shinji's living room, he asked, Hong Yin used the forced response headphones to ask you, How did you come back from the dead? The underworld girl, Xiao Ai, replied, Well, I only answered with 3 words. Outside the rules. They were reporting missions. Yuan Shinji smirked. Well, you've truly mastered the essence of fooling around. The underworld girl Xiao Ai, holding the book of the art of language, explained, After he asked the first question, his brain overloaded, and I lost my vigilance, letting him ask a second question. The special department now knows there are other thinking monsters in this world. It doesn't matter, Yuan Shinji replied calmly. They've been speculating on this answer for a long time. And now they have your confirmation. But, as I can guess, they are going to be crazy anxious again. Hongyin was euthanized by the special department and had just been resurrected from his death. It will probably take a while for him to regain his senses. Chief Qingji said, Alas. Yuan Shinji said the head of the special department has not yet recovered from his serious injury, so the already fragmented special department won't bother me with only Chief Qingji. It's a pity that the legend points were consumed a bit too much. As Yuxuan tries to talk to the mirror, she said, Ah. Yuan Shinji said to himself, Xiao Shun, I still need more legend points for her. The underworld girl Xiao Ai said, Master, actually, Xiao Shun's ability is still usable. Yuan Shinji said, Huh? Just like when you combined your physical body with some of the power of eyeballs in the cracks? Yuxuan tries to give Yuan Shinji a paper. Yuan Shinji took it and said to himself, Yeah, I didn't expect that being a monster means being restricted. The paper said, Big Brother is using my power. Yuan Shinji told himself, her powers, I can still integrate them into myself. Yuan Shinji took out his notebook and it said consuming 5,000 legend points. Yuan Shinji was shocked, and Yuxuan said, Big Brother, acquired skill, absolute pitch, a musician's ear that is very sharp. With this, you will be able to discern through your ears what may seem imperceptible. And his ears glowed. Yuan Shinji said, What does that mean? Can you stop being so mysterious and give me a practical example? Suddenly it went silent, and the picture of the doll appeared. Yuan Shinji said, Oh, I see. If I had this skill before, that monster wouldn't have been able to escape even if it hid its aura. In this way, the soul pencil case came to an end for the time being. And this case also made me famous in the intellectual circle. The next day, the head of the Shang family asked me to secretly investigate a new case. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, he will give me a mansion, a symbol of wealth and status, in the second ring road of the city center. More practically, I'll have hundreds of top-grade soul beads, extracted by unknown means. Absorbing one is equivalent to absorbing the power of a doom-level monster. Sima Feng, the second son of the politician Sima family, died for no apparent reason. The Sima family used special means to investigate and eventually discovered an incident that couldn't be counted as a coincidence. Many of the deaths recorded in this city in recent months happened in the third private hospital, and they were all middle-aged or elderly people. Sima Feng also had an appendectomy there not so long ago. However, the third private hospital is a high-standard hospital, with an average of 3,000 outpatient visits per day and an average of 150 surgeries per day. That large flow of people doesn't mean anything. At the Jiang City Third Private Hospital, Yuan Shinji said to himself, the Sima family had sent people to investigate, but everything in the hospital was normal. They tried to ask the hospital dean for help, but the hospital dean was either unwilling to accept their requests or came to the same conclusion. In short, there is no problem with this hospital, but the Sima family is still unwilling to give up. It seems like this is just the right time to test Xiao Shun's ability. At the gastrointestinal surgery unit, Yuan Shinji said to himself, I had a feeling that the intellectual circle's lead couldn't be an empty one, but so far, everything seems to be very normal. No monster movement. Suddenly a person dropped outside. Yuan Shinji looked back and said to himself, Is that it? As the elder soul levitated, a person said, Doctor, arrange the emergency room. Someone needs help. At the emergency room, a person asked, Are you a family member of the patient? Yuan Shinji said, I'm not. Doctor, may I ask if the deceased has been in this hospital recently? The doctor said, Who are you? Get out of here. Yuan Shinji said, I'm a special officer of the public security department. The deceased was involved in a confidential case and required hospital assistance. I want to see his case information. If you need to verify my identity with the public security department, please do so as soon as possible, and don't waste my time. The doctor trembled as Yuan Shinji looked at him seriously, and he said, All right. Please wait a moment. At the dean's office of the third private hospital, the dean sweated and said, This patient was examined yesterday in our hospital. The patient is an elderly person living alone, and all his physical examination statuses are here. His situation is indeed not optimistic. Yuan Shinji said, Did he have any surgery at your hospital? The dean said, No. Yuan Shinji said to himself, According to the information provided by the intellectual circle and the public security department, the suspicion is that those who died in recent months were middle-aged and elderly people who underwent surgery. But this person had just done a physical examination. Yuan Shinji said, Okay, Mr. Dean, would you mind scheduling an operation for me? The dean asked, What do you mean? Yuan Shinji said, I want to have an appendectomy with just local anesthesia. The dean said, Local anesthesia? Then you'll need to sign a liability waiver. Yuan Shinji replied, Okay, just make the arrangements. He thought to himself, the appendix is a vestigial organ of the human body, but it can be considered an immune organ during childhood. In adulthood, the lymph nodes and spleen take over the immune function throughout the body, and appendectomy is the best option. It is not yet possible to determine the cause of sudden death in patients who have undergone surgery as long as the risk is taken. It would be a trade-off for monster-killing rules. I have a feeling that the level of this monster is not to be underestimated. If I contain it, I'll have a lot of legend points and good and evil points at my fingertips. In the operating room, the surgeon said, "The surgery will begin." Yuan Shinji thought to himself, human beings, all of them are human beings. There is no unusual spiritual pressure. From the sound, everything's okay. Surgical tools, operating table, and even this operating room. There are no rule items. Little Eyes and Xiaoxun's abilities are activated at the same time. Plus, I've been upgraded to level 4. If there is a violation, it's impossible to go unnoticed. Did I really think in the wrong direction? Strange. I'm suddenly feeling a little sleepy. As he went under, suddenly, he woke up with a quickened heartbeat and thought, huh? Did I really fall asleep? A nurse said, "You're awake. Here are some things you need to keep in mind after the surgery." Yuan Shinji thought, this situation can only be caused by force majeure. That means, I've gotten closer to being a monster. He asked, "Sorry to interrupt, but are there any more surgeries scheduled in this hospital today?" The nurse replied, "Yes, there will be a transplant operation in the cardiac surgery department in 10 minutes. I'm going to watch it, so go and let them know," Yuan Shinji instructed. Okay. The nurse went outside, thinking, the dean issued an order that whatever request this young man asks for, we must grant it. Who the heck is he? Yuan Shinji thought to himself, my lifespan is not reduced. Lifespan, 100 days. So I didn't die just now, I just fell asleep. Before I took on this mission, I set it to automatically restore my lifespan to 100 days at midnight every day. In this way, I can better visualize the change in the number of days. Right now, I have a vague feeling of discomfort in my body, but it's not caused by rebirth. A few moments later, Yuan Shinji said, "Open the chest," and thought, since I can't make progress while lying on the operating table, what about watching an operation? The surgeon instructed, "Expose the mediastinum and open the pericardium. Cut off the great blood vessels. Extracorporeal circulator, assisted circulation." Suddenly, there was a clunk. Yuan Shinji was startled and thought, if it weren't for my heightened senses, I wouldn't have noticed it was here at all, that door. Naturally, these doctors and patients are also unaware of this. Then my previous unexplained coma. Was it also due to the appearance of this door? Because I was lying on the operating table? He stepped through the door. I can smell blood. Yuan Shinji murmured and took off his glove. He thought, the heart? I'm in the heart? It's too dark, and even with my level 4 spiritual power of observation and Little Eye's ability, I can only vaguely see that there are 2 staircases ahead of me. One up, one down. What's the difference? He was confused. Suddenly the room exploded. Yuan Shinji exclaimed, "That's," as his world slowed down. Blood. 1 minute later, the notebook read, remaining lifespan 99 days. Lying down in the blood pool, he looked up and muttered, "Tsk. Here we go again. So soon." He thought, the way up is blocked, but there are still 2 other ways out. One is to go down the stairs, and the other is to go back the way I came. Yuan Shinji rushed toward the door and tried to reach it. As he was about to go through, he suddenly woke up. He was shocked. Hey, you guys, he thought, I can't move? I can't get away. Have I been restricted by the monster's rules? If you manage to escape through the door, will you be forcibly placed on the operating table and undergo surgery? He looked around and continued thinking, then, I'm already in the monster's rules. That's not quite right. What? Are these people the same doctors from before? The surgeon commanded, open the chest and prepare to open the sternum. Yuan Shinji shouted inwardly, they're alive. They're still humans. As he felt everything, his sternum was being ripped apart. Lying helplessly on the operating table, he thought, my heart has been removed? The notebook read, lifespan -1. Remaining lifespan, 98 days. His pendant, marked by the underworld girl Xiao Ai, glowed. He woke up, panting. Huff, huff. As the doctor walked down the hallway, a nurse opened the door. Yuan Shinji controlled hypnosis. He continued pondering, what's certain right now is that a black door appears if I watch the surgery while still conscious. If I watch the surgery, the monster will take my heart. Heart, open the chest, prepare to open the ribs. No, I don't have a heart. As memories flooded back, he recalled the surgeons taking out his heart. The surgeon had said while operating, open the chest, prepare to open the ribs. Yuan Shinji cried out, no, I don't have a heart. How is this possible? I don't have a heart. I have a heart. I don't have a heart. If a human doesn't have a heart, can they live? They can't. His mind spiraled. If a human doesn't have a heart, can they live? This is common sense. I will die. I will die. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. The notebook he held displayed, remaining lifespan, 97 days. Found rule, you cannot live without a heart. A crimson light shone, and he felt the emptiness where his heart should be. Yuan Shinji thought, I have to replace my missing organs. The notebook prompted, replace 2 organs, heart and vermiform appendix. Use 2,000 legend points. Confirm? Yuan Shinji responded, confirm. A new heart began to form, and he smiled like a demon as he held it. Suddenly, it beat, and his chest absorbed it. Yuan Shinji carefully placed the new heart inside himself. Suddenly, he heard a voice say, you're awake? Yuan Shinji replied. Reflecting on the experience, he thought, the time when I lived without a heart, I was under some kind of control by the monster. It wasn't until I noticed my heart was gone that I realized. But everyone in the hospital, doctors, nurses, passing patients, they could all see the hole in my chest. Yet they weren't frightened as normal people would be. Nurse, can I ask you a question? He inquired. Ask quickly. I have to change another patient's bandages, she replied. Can a person live without a heart? He asked. The nurse looked shocked. Of course they can. Why would you ask such a question? One more question. Did I undergo heart removal surgery? The main surgeon, I think his last name was Lin? Yuan Shinji pressed on. No, there was no appointment for heart removal surgery scheduled for you. Why would there be one? Also, Dr. Lin has been in his office the entire time. You should rest, she said, concerned. Sorry, I was just curious, Yuan Shinji replied. The nurse sighed, muttering, did he mess up his brain? Should I tell the hospital head? Yuan Shinji's thoughts raced. It's been altered. Not only has their common sense been changed, but their bodies have also been tricked into believing it. If you undergo surgery at this hospital, your heart will be taken and your body deceived. Is the heart the key to this monster? The people who died, including myself, none of us had heart surgery. A normal person can't see that heart door. Suddenly, his pendant reacted. The notebook displayed, activated building type monster, monster name, body part hospital. Activated death rules. 1. Understand that humans cannot live without a heart. 2. Realize that your heart is gone. Inactivated. Ha! Yuan Shinji muttered. Using his power, he took his coat and thought, so that's how it works. I was right, a building type monster that can control everyone within the hospital, and it's well hidden. He suited up, donning his pants, belt, and shoes, then thought, I have to find its weakness next, or I'm afraid everyone in the hospital. As Yuan Shinji put on his coat in style, he glanced at the door and saw the old man collapse onto his bed. This isn't good. Hurry, doctor. The patient just stopped breathing, activating emergency protocol, the nurse cried out. Why did he stop breathing? Yuan Shinji wondered aloud. Taking out his phone, he said, Hello, hospital dean? I want to observe the latest resuscitation efforts for cases of respiratory failure. A sick lady in a wheelchair looked at him and murmured, Honey, I think I'm in love again. The dean responded, Mr. Yuan, the hospital is very cooperative with your investigation. However, resuscitation is not the same as surgery. It's about the timeliness of human life, so I'm afraid I can't agree to that. That man is hopeless, Yuan Shinji thought. A doctor shouted, Quick, prepare a ventilator and medical oxygen, as he ran toward the emergency room. But it's really strange. Why isn't the heart the problem, but the respiratory system? Yuan Shinji wondered. Then he asked the dean, Can you arrange a lung-related surgery for me to observe? The dean said, Sure, I'll make arrangements right away. Yuan Shinji said to himself, Tuberculosis patient, female, 47 years old. Her soul is in normal condition, and she has never been treated in this hospital before. Is it out yet? Yuan Shinji looked around and thought, Here it comes, before jumping inside the room. He bit his glove and ripped it apart. He was shocked after seeing the door. It's coming so soon? He then ran and a few moments later was stunned, saying, A dead end? Tisk. It's too late. As it approached him, Yuan Shinji continued to run, thinking to himself, it doesn't seem like I'm completely suspended here. It's more like I'm sliding on something. By the time I landed after the fall, it didn't seem to be so deep. He then jumped, landed, and said, huff. He saw a room and remarked, the liver. It's really in the order of the human body's organs, each of which represents a different door. These doors are like the organs of the human body, interconnected with each other. Each door also corresponds to an operating room in the hospital. Last time, it was the heart. This time, it's the liver. I'm able to detect certain fatal options since my senses are elevated. In that case, I'll keep trying to open different doors until I find an organ that doesn't cause death. The only organ that can be removed without causing death should be the kidney. He remembered the notices saying, shocking. An 18-year-old boy sells his kidney to buy fruits and 4 mobile phones. Internet rumor has it that there is a complete industrial chain of kidneys in the northern part of the Mian Bay area, Yuan Shinji thought to himself. But is it that simple? Tisk, it's better to quickly find the doors of other organs to explore. I'll die anyway, or at worst, I'll be dissolved by the blood flow again. And he ran again. As he ran, he said, spleen, death can't be avoided. Stomach, death can't be avoided. Kidney, death can be avoided. Large intestine, death can't be avoided. Small intestine, death can't be avoided. Yuan Shinji panted in exhaustion and thought, are there any side effects of multiple explorations? A body elevated to the 4th level shouldn't be this tired. I still need to continue exploring further down, or find a way to get to the top. At the top, there should be the brain. Suddenly, the floor cracked, and he asked, where's that sound coming from? Is this the sound of a heart beating? I can't see anything, so holding on to something to prevent falling is impossible. This space is collapsing infinitely. What a strong smell of bee blood. What kind of space is this? The heart? The heart again? Is this paper? It's like a notebook, but it's hard to see anything clearly. It looks like someone else has been here besides me. However, this person is most likely dead. As he looked at the doors, Yuan Shinji said, I see. Every door in the hospital. No, the entire hospital. They are all supporting this heart. Time to act. He then used his power and held his heart. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, damn, it's tugging at my heart. Ja. As he felt pain and fell to the ground, he thought, I can't suppress it anymore. Suddenly, his heart popped out of his chest, and he fell to the ground. The notebook said, Yuan Shinji is dead. Remaining lifespan, 96 days. Yuan Shinji's eyes became serious. He stood at the door of the heart, panting, and said, huff, did I trigger something? The notebook said, you saw a heart. Confirm to leave it and choose a new path. The options were yes and no, and the system warned, do not choose this. Yuan Shinji muttered to himself, more mojibake. And he selected yes. Suddenly, his pendant followed something, and he began to feel something. He then ran, thinking, according to the text, this is how I'll be able to avoid death. Besides, I think I've already found it. This heart is the monster's main body. He then saw a room and said, uterus? Uterus? What is that? He was shocked as the blood approached him. Yuan Shinji thought, no time to think, I have to go. And he entered the room of the uterus. Yuan Shinji stepped inside and said, finally, I'm out of there. This is the front door of the hospital. Uterus. So this is what that meant. As he sat outside on the bench, he thought, but why does that door mean I get to live? Because it means life, or is it because I never had this organ in my body to begin with? Suddenly, he held his chest and said, huh? He felt the paper and said, oh, I almost forgot about this. TCH, it's completely soaked in blood, but why does it look familiar? He remembered Qin Yubai. Yuan Shinji said, it looks like Qin Yubai's notebook. It's all soiled. I can't really read anything. January, XX19. No, as September. Or is it December? The last digit of the day, ice. 15-3. Yuan Shinji closed the paper and said, if it was December, then that is about 6 months ago when the hospital's information storage caught on fire. All files were burnt, and the digital copies were also damaged. So, I can only see the information for the last 6 months. And he thought to himself, 6 months ago, Qian Yubai also came to this hospital, entered the door, and survived. But that diary was found in front of the heart door, which certainly leads to death. The rules don't have feelings, so how did she live? And if she didn't enter the door, how did she avoid the flow of blood? Yuan Shinji thought. The coin of destiny? Then she must have used the month ability, sacrificing a whole month's memory as the cost. I need to ask her if she remembers anything from before she entered the hospital. Yuan Shinji took out his phone and called Chan Yubai. Hello, he said. Chan Yubai, who was taking a bath, rushed out, still dripping wet. President, do you need me? She stammered, water glistening on her body. Are you available right now? There's something I need to talk to you about. Come meet me, Yuan Shinji requested. A few minutes later, Yuan Shinji asked, Did you go to the 3rd private hospital in December last year? He gestured towards the table, where delicious pastries and cake were laid out. Chan Yubai was taken aback, her gaze wandering to Yuan Shinji's lips, his neck and chest, and the way he casually played with his cup of water. She couldn't help but stare at him. Chan Yubai? Yuan Shinji called out. Startled, she snapped out of her thoughts. Sorry, President, I blanked out. I said, did you go to the 3rd private hospital in December last year? He repeated. I don't know. Something really strange happened last December, Chan Yubai confessed. I don't remember anything from that time period, and my diary from that time disappeared as well. Also, last year, my parents told me they were in a car accident, but I don't remember it at all. I only found out when my dad was doing his checkup, and the doctor mentioned it. Even though they're fine now, they're in the same situation as me. They can't remember anything before the accident. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, I'm certain her parents didn't go to the 3rd private hospital because of the first incident. The fire, a monster, Chan Yubai, and her parents' memory loss. This can't be a coincidence. Could it be? He stood up and Chan Yubai asked, Is something wrong? No, I'm just investigating something. This meal is on me. You should go home now, he said. As they headed outside, Chan Yubai hesitated. Do you not need my help this time? No, I don't need your ability for now, so you should rest. If I need anything, I'll let you know, Yuan Shinji replied. Okay, good night, President, she said softly. Walking away, Chan Yubai thought, he doesn't seem interested in women. In the past, I wanted to become the president's wife. Now I'm happy just being a tool. As she felt tears welling up, she added to herself, but I'm still so useless. Suddenly, Yuan Shinji called out, Wait, I'll walk you back. Startled, she turned to him. You go first, I'll follow behind, he said. Chan Yubai's heart fluttered and she replied, Okay, she whispered to herself, he really cares about me. Yuan Shinji observed her as she walked and thought, I was right. She got surgery at the 3rd private hospital. She lost her heart. Her parents knew she was treated there, which is why they lost their memories. The fire destroyed her records, and the coin of destiny gave her hope to survive. But she'll die the moment someone finds out she doesn't have a heart and confronts her about it. Her personality is shaped by all these events. Life hasn't been kind to her. Since I chose her to work for me, I owe her some encouragement. Sigh. Dealing with monsters has really made me emotionless. He recalled his role in the monster housing company. High danger job, no pay, no breaks, always on alert, ready to act on command. The results are all that matter, Yuan Shinji muttered. Hey, Chan Yubai, he called out. She turned around, startled. Yes? I forgot to congratulate you on reaching rank 2. Good job, he said sincerely, thinking to himself. I will get your heart back as a reward. A while later, at Chan Yubai's neighborhood. President, please wait a moment, she called out. Is there something else? Yuan Shinji asked. Chan Yubai pulled something from her chest and handed it to him. There have been many people entering the hospital recently, and I know the president is investigating it again. This amulet is for good health. I hope you'll accept it. Consider it a return gift for the soul orb. Reading the note attached, Yuan Shinji thought, physical wellness. So that's it. Why do the elderly have a high mortality rate? Because they're not as fit as the young. Even though the human body remains alive thanks to the monster, viruses and bacteria can still invade, making the already weakened elderly more susceptible to illness. When the body tries to activate its protective mechanisms, it discovers the missing heart, exposing the monster's deception. Thank you, this is really helpful, Yuan Shinji said, smiling. Phew, I'm glad. Goodbye, President, Chan Yubai said, feeling relieved. The system stated, know that humans can't live without a heart. Know that I don't have a heart. The human body will not forever be deceived by the lies of the human hospital. Picked up hidden items, Chan Yubai's diary 1 hidden tips. The door of life is born from nothing but also from something. Everything is interconnected. Yuan Shinji spoke over the phone. Hey Dean, any kind of surgery will do, preferably lung surgery. He added, Dean, this guy throws his scrubs away every time I want to observe it. A nurse informed the dean, "This guy always throws his scrubs away every time he walks out of the room," as the dean began to sweat. A few moments later, in the surgery room, the sign read, "In surgery." As the door opened again, Yuan Shinji threw his scrubs on the floor once more and walked through the door. Yuan Shinji muttered to himself, "The life gate is born out of nothing, meaning no heart resonating can escape from the monstrous heart itself. Or, I must enter the door of an organ that I don't possess, such as a female organ. What follows, naturally, will lead me to the true purpose of why it's taking them before returning the hearts it took away from others." Suddenly, blood began to spill again, and Yuan Shinji was shocked. He started to run, saying, "I must first give up my heart. Then, my heart." He entered the room. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and saw the surgeons looking at him, preparing to operate. In a moment of horror, blood splattered everywhere, and Yuan Shinji thought to himself, "Then my heart." He tried to open his eyes again. The system stated, "Yuan Shinji, from now on, you will assume that you'll be able to live even if you don't have a heart." Hypnosis success. At the third private hospital at 6 o'clock in the morning, a sign on the wall read, "Outpatient Clinic, Payment Office, 2nd floor. Measures to prevent COVID-19. 1. Stay away from infections. Avoid high-risk areas. 2. Wash your hands frequently. Use soap and other detergents. 3. Wear your mask correctly. Use a medical mask or N95. 4. Actively enhance physical fitness. Maintain a rational diet and intake of water." Yuan Shinji whispered to himself, "Since the hypnosis took effect, I didn't die." He threw his scrubs again and entered through the door. He murmured, "The next step is the same. Wait for the monster. Enter the door and find the bottom space." He ran and entered all the rooms until he finally reached a huge door. He looked ahead and thought to himself, "Then, get it." He held the huge heart and veins began to form. Concentrating, Yuan Shinji grinned. He lifted the heart and managed to make it smaller. It worked. "I'm not dead. Finally," he said in exhaustion, his aura intensifying. Yuan Shinji placed his hand on his chest, tearing the stitches open. Impatiently, he grabbed all the stitches and pulled them out, shouting in pain, "Ha!" He felt an intense wave of pain and gasped, "Ha!" He winced, then placed the heart inside his chest, saying, "Ha!" He grinned. "I'll just take this heart and make it mine," he declared, inserting it. Suddenly, the heart began to beat, and his chest glowed. Knocked out, he fell to the ground. The system announced, "Contain the monster Thuman Hospital." Legend points. 1,800,000. 800,000. 650. 7,102. Exceeding 600,000. Spiritual power. 500 plus. Level 4 spiritual power overflows. Lifespan is automatically restored to 100 days. Do you want to promote your spiritual power to level 5? Won't fail. Won't fail. Yes. No, Yuan Shinji trembled as he tried to press the yes button. Suddenly the alarm blared. Alarm! Alarm! An announcement followed. A magnitude 4.4 earthquake occurred in Jiang City. The epicenter has not yet been identified. There are multiple affected areas. Residents are advised to remain calm and evacuate buildings. The alarm continued. Alarm! Alarm! Chief Qing Ji and Section Chief Kang Ping were both shocked as everyone felt the tremors. The announcement said, "The earthquake originated from the base of the Sacred Mountain. Location, Sacred Mountain disaster level, undetermined source, Sacred Mountain base magnitude, 4.4 plus satellite 204 detection. God creates a disturbance." Meanwhile, Yuan Shinji absorbed the monster's heart and his eyes electrified with power. At the Sacred Mountain base, Section Chief Kang Ping said, "President Nambo, is the earthquake's epicenter really the room that God is in?" "Yes," replied temporary President Nambo. "This event has already alerted the whole world. The International Monster Institute will soon send someone to Jiang City." "Oh yes, how long has it been since the Underworld Girl event?" Nambo asked. "About half a month," Kang Ping replied. "None of the predicted oddities have happened. It's just a monster capable of self-thought that has been swallowed by God before." As he lit a cigarette, temporary President Nambo quickly snatched it away, saying, "Gentlemen, watch it. Your body hasn't recovered yet. Plus, the current monitors that the special forces are raising aren't good enough to replace you yet. What I mean is," Section Chief Kang Ping continued, "let's hold back on telling the international forces that monsters are capable of self-thought." "Why?" Nambo asked. "If we can find a monster like that, other places can too," Kang Ping explained. Could it be that other countries have found one but also chose not to disclose it? Nanbo asked in shock. There is a huge chance that the underworld girl cannot be controlled by the forced response headphones, and we've been lied to, Section Chief Kang Ping concluded. I have been thinking since that day. The underworld girl, a monster with self-thought, could be hinting at something. If monsters can think like humans, could a human turn into a monster? Temporary President Nanbo exclaimed, Impossible! How could the international research team not have looked into something like this if it existed? If a human is chosen as the vessel for a monster, then the vessel does not possess self-thought. Even if they do, those thoughts are no longer the thoughts of a human. Does the relationship between the monsters have to be peaceful? Section Chief Kang Ping responded, President Nanbo, even if it fails, we must start dealing with the changing God. In another scene, Yuan Shinji's eyes turned purple. He felt pain in his chest and muttered, my body doesn't feel uncomfortable. I just can't remember what happened after putting in the heart. Is this it? The notebook read, Monster name, body part hospital heart. Can people live without a heart? This is a hospital that goes against science. As soon as you step foot into this hospital, you step into the edges of death. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, it didn't fail, except for this heart at the end. The notebook continued, body part hospital, heart. Yuan Shinji said, it can't be what I'm thinking of. Could there be other organs appearing in different forms of monsters? It doesn't have to be a hospital. It could be another building or a kind of monster I haven't seen before. At 1550, will they attract each other, attempting to form a real body? It's as if there is a rule that needs to be created from many other rules, coming together to create a new monster, and therefore new rules. The heart is just a piece of those rules. As it kills people, it fixes the bugs in its system. Meanwhile, the other pieces are doing the same, until they form a new monster. Yuan Shinji thought, this could become a problem. Legend point, 1,835,977. Good and evil points, 6 spiritual power, 500 plus rank 5 lifespan. 100 days. Yuan Shinji pondered, I wonder if these legend points are enough to fix the bugs for the phantom caller. But all those people living without a heart, should I do this? The reason I came is the phantom caller. Thankfully, the body part hospital changed the thought processes of the doctors and nurses. They're using them instead of killing them. After the monster was tamed, their thought processes returned to normal, which would cause their deaths. As Yuan Shinji looked at a mother playing with her son, he thought, the third private hospital is still running smoothly. At the hospital, Yuan Shinji called Mr. Feng. Hello, Mr. Ghost. Yuan Shinji reported, the reason behind Sima Feng's death has been found and dealt with. It was caused by a monster. I will report the monster to the special department. You can get information from them. Feng replied, so it was really a monster. Thank you so much. He was able to tame the monster in just 2 days? Does he possess some special item? Feng continued, I will have someone send the rest of the promised soul orbs. Yuan Shinji replied. At 2:22 a.m., at the Daily Internet Cafe, the benefit was, all the type skins are free. The computer announced, congratulations, player 38, war god of the tall grass, on getting a triple kill. An ugly man grinned and swore at the game. In his earphones, he said, the two of us should work together to deal with him. Suddenly, he was shocked when someone said, hello? His teammate shouted, the opponents are here. Another exclaimed, an actor? Did he die, that fraud? In another scene, Qian Yubai slept quietly, a stuffed toy covering her behind. A nurse said, patient in bed 1, it is time. Qian Yubai responded, okay. The underworld girl, Xiaoai, said, this is to go. Little Eyes, Xiaoyan, and Yuxuan played with syringes. The doctor stated, patient Qian Yubai, identity confirmed, starting heart transplant. Qian Yubai thought to herself, wait, why do I need a heart transplant? This is weird. They don't seem normal. It's like a nightmare. As she lay on the operating table, exposed, she thought, but I feel like it's very safe here. It feels warm. It's time for surgery. We will now perform a heart transplant. The surgery was successful. I wish you good health and a happy life, the doctor said, as all of it went into Yuan Shinji's notebook. Suddenly, he was frustrated, sitting in a corner and drawing Yuan Shinji as a pig on the floor. The underworld girl, Xiaoai, said to Yuan Shinji, sir. Yuan Shinji replied, just drop it if you're asking me to console her. I've asked the notebook. The points I got from the body part hospital weren't enough to release her anyway. As Yuxuan cried, Xiaoai said, no, I wanted to report something else. Yuan Shinji said, "Go ahead." Xiao Ai continued, "Do you remember what happened when you tamed the body part hospital?" Yuan Shinji replied, "Oh, that. I just remember putting the heart into my body. Then I woke up, but it felt as if time was different. I could have been either unconscious or dead." Xiao Ai said, "At the same time that you tamed the body part hospital, something happened to it." "My lord, someone is calling me. I need to deal with it instantly," Xiao Ai stated. Yuan Shinji asked, "Is it the special department?" Xiao Ai replied, "It's from the general administration of the special department." As Yuan Shinji looked at the projection, the underworld girl, Xiao Ai, presented him with a flower. "I, Xiao Ai of the underworld, on behalf of the World General Administration of the Special Department, wish to cooperate with you and your monster alliance," she said. "Let us seek common ground and work together to fight against the god who could resurrect at any moment. That god, if you look at it, you die. If you touch it, you die. If you imagine it, you die. And if you approach it within 100 meters, you die." Yuan Shinji murmured to himself, "What's the matter with that god's resurrection?" According to Xiao Ai, when I took the heart from the human body hospital, that god moved at the same time. Is there any connection between the two? Meanwhile, Xiao Ai thought to herself, no need to give them any feedback. That so-called god must be destroyed. Yuan Shinji continued contemplating, I can use the special department to gain more legend points and good and evil points through their channels. I need to keep the initiative in my hands. Right now, I'm no match for this god. It's time to advance. I absolutely can't let myself be killed by it. The next day, at school, "Hey, isn't that Yuan Shinji?" a boy exclaimed. "Yeah, it's him. He's so handsome. No one else looks like that," another boy replied. "I heard the school allowed him not to attend classes or exams, but today he actually came," an emotional boy remarked. A flamboyant boy commented, "Will the Inspector General's office punish him for dressing like that? I mean, even the school uniform looks like it's made for bullies." A girl nearby sighed dreamily. "So handsome. Why? Just because he's good looking?" An envious boy grumbled. "But I remember he used to be so gloomy, and didn't he start some kind of ghost club or something?" "That's weird," another girl added. Yuan Shinji noticed their stares, feeling slightly confused. "Ah, he's looking at me," the first girl shrieked, blushing furiously. "Sure, he's a good-looking guy," the envious boy muttered. "But he's only got a quarter of my charm." "Wow, so cool," the girl said, clutching her chest. Yuan Shinji thought, I almost forgot. Since I haven't been to school for so long, the Ghost Club activity room hasn't been confiscated yet, right? My God, I almost felt like he was going to kill me. One girl whispered to her friend. "I can't stand the way he looks at me," her friend replied. "But I kind of want him to kill me, he. Another girl giggled. "Does he have a boyfriend? I'd love to get his contact info," a guy nearby mused. "I asked the special department to send a heads up," Yuan Shinji thought, "but I'm not sure if they were that meticulous." Suddenly, a girl called out, "Yuan Shinji, please wait a moment." Huff, huff. He turned to face her. May I ask who you are?" "Eh? Me? I'm the class president. Don't you remember?" she stammered. "Did I do such a poor job as class president?" she thought to herself, disheartened. "Oh, you're the class president. What can I do for you?" Yuan Shinji responded with his usual face blindness. "The school festival is coming up. So, can you help?" she asked eagerly. "The school festival?" he replied, a bit bewildered. Suddenly, the class president summoned all her strength and grabbed Yuan Shinji's wrist. "That's right. At the annual school festival, you can do whatever you want. It's the most anticipated event among students. Showcase yourself. Create unforgettable memories with your friends," she urged. "All right, I'll help," Yuan Shinji agreed casually. He agreed? Just like that? The class president thought to herself, stunned. "Then, let me teach you about some of the equipment that boys need to carry. Doing hard labor? I thought of something." "Wait for me," Yuan Shinji said, walking away. "Eh?" the class president muttered in confusion. He thought, those little gangsters from before. I don't know if they've been punished according to the rules. Why not teach them a lesson and make them do the hard labor? "What's wrong with that girl?" a boy whispered. "Her confession must have failed," his friend replied. "It really failed," the class president sighed. Yuan Shinji looked back. "By the way, class president, may I ask where the school bullies are now?" A few moments later at the school sports warehouse, "Ha ha ha. I robbed another punk yesterday," a bully bragged. "He was so scared he peed his pants right in front of me." "Qin Shaoshan is pretty rich. I got some money for free yesterday," another chimed in. "Ha ha ha. I'll treat you all to Kentucky Raw Chicken tonight, a friend announced. Oh my God, you're amazing. You're really the living king of hell in Jiang City. Another boy cheered. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, shattering into pieces from the force. Yuan Shinji stood there, radiating an aura of power. He showed off his Chinese-made shoes, size 42, and smirked. Yo, you're all here? What do you want? A bully demanded. I'm here for the school festival. I'm here to help, Yuan Shinji replied coolly. About a dozen of them. They're lucky none of them died, he thought to himself. Suddenly, he noticed an unattractive girl at the back and muttered to himself, Huh? I guess borrowing money by robbing and bullying others isn't enough for you guys anymore, Yuan Shinji remarked. He took out his Chinese phone and said, Hello, Public Security Department? There are a few students forcing girls here. As a bully tried to hit Yuan Shinji with a steel bat, he shouted, Bastard, I'll beat you to death. Yuan Shinji taunted them and said, Come on, what are a dozen of us afraid of? Come on. Yuan Shinji then used his power to play with the bullies. One of them suddenly hit himself with his own steel baseball bat, cracking his skull and screamed, Ah! Another punched himself in the face, causing his tooth to fall out and shouted, Yuan Shinji, you! A bully who was starting to go bald yelled, Darn it, you jerk. Why are you hitting me? A boy with hair like pubic hair stammered, No, I didn't mean to hit you. Wah! All of the bullies were shocked and lay on the floor, while the ugly blonde girl remained standing. A blonde bully murmured to himself, What's this feeling? It's so scary. Why is my body completely out of my control? Is it Yuan Shinji? Yuan Shinji revealed his demonic aura and said, It feels as if you finally learned to be quiet. He then smiled and said, We must abide by the law in this school from now on. Please be obedient and confess to the Public Security Bureau with me. The blonde bully pointed at the ugly blonde girl and said, Wait a moment. He's not a woman, he's Wang Zhanren. Wang Zhanren confessed, Yes, it's true. I woke up today as a woman, and he tried to look cute, but still looked ugly. A person in the back laughed, and another said, Wow, Brother Zhanren is so attractive as a girl, haha. Another bully vomited to the side. Yuan Shinji asked in confusion, Wang Zhanren? Silently, he thought, and then suddenly it hit him. He remembered Yuan Shinji's memory of Wang Zhanren. Yuan Shinji became puzzled and was silent. He asked, You changed your gender? Wang Zhanren shouted, Jerk! Don't you dare slander me. My ambition is unchanged, even if I've been changed into a woman. The fact that I'm a man will never change. A few days ago, my body was all over the place. As soon as I woke up, I was like this. The boy with the pubic-like hair said, Wow. Brother Ren's chest is as big as it was before. Wang Zhanren played with her chest and muttered, Darn it. Yuan Shinji said to himself, That isn't a lie. If that is so, it is probably a monster. Go back to work, all of you, except you, Wang Zhanren. One boy protested, Why should I? Don't think of doing anything funny. Wang Zhanren covered her chest and shouted, Hey, you guys, are you really leaving without me? Aren't we still brothers? A bully stammered, Sorry, Sister Ren. An ugly boy added, I didn't think he liked this type. Poor Brother Ren. Yuan Shinji looked at him seriously. Wang Zhanren yelled, You jerk, stop messing around. She tried to charge toward Yuan Shinji. Yuan Shinji suddenly grabbed her fist and thought to himself, Of course his strength changed along with his body. Wang Zhanren gasped, This can't be possible. Yuan Shinji moved forward, grabbed her neck and slammed her to the ground. Wang Zhanren groaned, Ugh, you dare. Is this how you treat women? Yuan Shinji sighed. I'm too tired to deal with your nonsense, so just start talking. From the moment your symptoms began until now, tell me everything. Suddenly a voice said, I finally found you. You're Wang Zhanren, right? What are you guys doing? Wang Zhanren cried out, Save me. Save me. Yuan Shinji stepped on her ugly face, causing her to cry out. Yuan Shinji asked. And you are? The newcomer replied, Oh, I'm Yuan Bo. I'm with the police. Don't touch my skin, he added as he handed over his card. Yuan Shinji noticed a mark on his hand and said, Too late. Looks like the two of you already had skin contact. Yuan Shinji asked, What do you mean? Are you from the special department? Are you a monitor or an apprentice? Yuan Bo explained, My team is in charge of this monster event. I've already contacted the special department. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, His spirit power is about the same as Qian Yubai's. Is he that weak? Yuan Shinji said, I'm a student at this school, here to get the boys' help. However, I am a monitor, but I'm not with the special department. Yuan Bo replied, Oh, That's good. Yuan Shinji shifted back to the topic. Now tell me, what is up with this monster? Yuan Bo responded thoughtfully. He thought to himself, he's really tall. Then continued, this monster is called the gender swapper. From what we currently know, it affects people through skin contact. The transformation happens within 3 days. It actually affected me as well. I was initially a woman. Yuan Shinji asked, just a gender swap, they won't die? Yuan Bo clarified, wait, all the monsters we tame are small ones. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, tames very powerful monsters. He added aloud, monsters can be weak as well. Yuan Bo thought to himself, he's so full of himself. I've got to hold back. Don't forget I was once like him. My job has nothing to do with power, but the way he speaks really angers me. Yuan Bo continued, small monsters mark humans. Once they die, their souls are eaten. They mark humans and eat their souls after they die. They also fulfill the death requirement. Yuan Shinji muttered, so that's how it works. It's my first time hearing such things. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, all this time, the monsters I've encountered had very dangerous powers. But it seems that's not always the case. Compared to the ones before, smaller monsters seem more like pranksters and are certainly better than those so-called friendly monsters that keep borrowing things. Turning to Wang Jianren, Yuan Shinji instructed, since you're in charge, inform the school. Collect the data, quarantine the necessary people, and get the police to assist. Even though no lives are in immediate danger, this could still trigger some social unrest. If anyone is unwilling to participate, come find me. This monster shouldn't be that old. It should still be controllable. As he dragged Wang Jianren along, Yuan Bo asked, excuse me, I haven't even asked your name yet. Haha, just you wait. I'll show you who is boss. Then he said aloud, oh, I forgot. I'm Ghost, the president of the Ghost Club. Yuan Bo's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? You're Ghost? The renowned monitor who managed to be reborn? In just one short month, you were able to use the underworld girl to deal with that evil neighbor. You even took care of the human body part hospital recently. The mysterious person, Sir Ghost? The following day, Yuan Shinji woke up, drenched in sweat. He muttered to himself, darn it, why do I have this kind of debuff now? How long has it been since I last got sick? The underworld girl, Xiao Ai, offered, Master, we don't have much to do. Do you need our help? No, thank you, Yuan Shinji replied. Little eyes, Xiaoyan whispered, Mommy. Xiaoyan, I really don't want to hear that right now, Yuan Shinji responded tiredly. All right, leave me. As they left the room, Xiao Ai, Xiaoyan, and Yuxuan lingered by Yuan Shinji's door. I think, Xiaoyan began, but Xiao Ai interrupted, the smell is good. Xiaoyan simply smiled like a joker. Inside, Yuan Shinji muttered, it seems. He pulled the comforter over himself, feeling sweat bead across his forehead. He looked serious but soon dozed off, his hands trembling as he grasped the sheets. Suddenly, his hands became smooth and smaller, his feet slender and soft. Yuan Shinji fought to stay awake as a monster toyed with his head. Hey! He shouted, startling the monster. Without hesitation, Yuan Shinji grabbed it, and it cried out, "Ah!" He squeezed it so hard that it popped. Yuan Shinji jolted awake. Her eyes widened as she sat up, staring silently ahead. She glanced at the window and stood, picking up a mirror. Is this what I look like as a woman? She asked herself. She scowled. Tisk, my spiritual power isn't weakened, and shattered the mirror with her power. But something even stranger has happened. Yuan Shinji thought, looking at the euthanasia drug she had obtained from the Shang family. At first, I thought the side effects of my transformation were so painful because my spiritual powers had reached the 5th level. According to Wang Jianren and Yuan Bo, their symptoms were minor, just a flu, and some bearable headaches. Their symptoms were mild because they have no spiritual power, or it's relatively weak. It seems I underestimated this. The system's voice echoed in her mind. The strange sexual transformation not only affects the body but also the soul. Euthanasia drugs are of no use either, Yuan Shinji muttered. If my soul is still male, I only need to die once to return to my original state. As she put on a new shirt, she resolved, this time, I took it lightly, but I must change back as soon as possible. Yuan Bo's ability is too poor, and his efficiency is too low. I must intervene this time. A few moments later, she sighed. Phew, this one fits better. Glancing at herself, she muttered, sorry, there's really no way I can accept you. She then toyed with her newfound chest and remarked, It doesn't feel bad, but it's definitely in the way. Suddenly, Xiao Ai, Xiao Yan, and Yuxuan peeked through the door. Yuan Shinji caught their stares and asked, "What are you looking at?" Seeing the pretty woman, Xiao Yan cried, "Mom!" Xiao Ai addressed her as master, but Xiao Yan continued, "Mom! Mom! Mom! Mom!" Meanwhile, Yuxuan gazed lovingly at the new Yuan Shinji. Yuan Shinji sighed to herself. Might as well go straight to the special department. She picked up her phone and said, "Hello, this is Ghost." Chief Qingzi responded, "Ghost, what happened to your voice?" "Sex changer monster." "You haven't received the message yet, have you?" Yuan Shinji asked. "Oh, I see. You actually fell into the trap?" Chief Qingji replied. Another voice, Hong Yin, chimed in. "Shall I go?" "Ha ha ha. The ghost turned into a woman. Let me see, she must be pretty." Yuan Shinji calmly explained, after entering the sex changer monster's rules. The soul also changes gender. Are there any rule items in the special department that can address this? "What? That monster can even affect the soul?" Chief Qingji said, sounding shocked. "Let me check, but I'm not sure if there are any items that can change the gender of a soul." Hong Yin teased again, "Enjoy life, Ghost. You can experience 2 lives in one. You'll definitely make some good money. Otherwise, I'll come to you. I'd love to try being a girl." "Turn on the video, Ghost." "Ah, okay," Yuan Shinji replied with a smirk. Suddenly, Chief Qingji and Hong Yin were shocked. Hong Yin stammered, You. Yuan Shinji teased, "Shut up, are you happy now?" Hong Yin's nose suddenly burst with blood and exclaimed, "Awesome." "Ghost," Chief Qingji suggested, "maybe you can try the wish dice. It's a 6-sided die. The user needs to roll it twice. If the first roll is 1 to 3, you die directly. If the first roll is 4 to 6, you move on to the next stage. In the next stage, one side will show your wish, while the other 5 sides will show death. But this shouldn't be a problem for you." Yuan Shinji asked, "Can any wish come true? What if my wish can't come true?" Chief Qingzi replied, "If it can't be achieved, the 6-sided die will show the death sign. Ghost, from now on, all your requests for rule items will be given the green light. Should I send someone to deliver them?" Yuan Shinji was confused and said, "Huh? I can now apply for items when I'm not on duty, so I don't have to go to the special department?" Chief Qingji smiled mysteriously and said, "If you want to come, everyone might surround you." Yuan Shinji was silent, thinking to herself, strange. Yuxuan looked at Yuan Shinji, while the underworld girl Xiao Ai and Little Eyes Xiao Yan waited for her to finish her call. Yuan Shinji reflected, after changing genders, even the elites in the special departments became easier to talk to. In short, regardless of whether I can change back or not, it is still necessary to find the monster's original body. 10 minutes later, someone knocked at the door, and Yuan Shinji called, "I'm coming." Suddenly, Xian Yubai and Special Department Psychologist Sherry arrived. Special Department Psychologist Sherry exclaimed, "Surprise!" Xian Yubai said, "See, Club President, you're here too?" Yuan Shinji responded, Don't worry, President. I won't touch you. No, no one can touch you." As Special Department Psychologist Sherry presented the dice, Special Department Psychologist Sherry remarked, Hoo, I can feel my heart flutter. You're really so beautiful that even people of the same sex can feel excited." Xian Yubai was still infatuated with Yuan Shinji and said, "So beautiful." Yuan Shinji replied, "Can you please stop speaking in such a disgusting way?" She thought to herself, "Is this the wish dice? Wait a minute. Ever since I became a woman, it seems that after seeing my face, my 3 monsters, the Special Department, Xian Yubai, and Sherry all lose their minds." Special Department Psychologist Sherry thought, "Lord Ghost," while Xian Yubai thought, "See Club President." Yuan Shinji said, "Hey, you two, show me the backs of your hands." They both showed their hands and asked, "What's this?" Yuan Shinji thought, one doesn't need to touch a sex-changed person to. Suddenly, she handed them sunglasses and said, "Put on your sunglasses." I suspect that the monster has supplemented its rules and that eye contact is all it takes to transmit it, which is quite a problem. I wonder if it's also contagious through video. Please remember to ask Chief Qingji and Hong Yin. Special Department Psychologist Sherry asked, "Huh? How come?" Yuan Shinji suddenly tossed the dice. She thought to herself, "I've made my wish," and it dropped to the ground, showing a 5. As it vanished, it turned into death. Yuan Shinji thought, all 6 faces show death. Doesn't this rule prop work either? Then I'll just die once and see. Even if I can't turn back into a man, what if I touch someone who is contagious as a woman? Special Department Psychologist Sherry said, "Lord Ghost, could it be that you want to?" Yuan Shinji replied, I need to die now. You can go. She held the dice and looked at it. Tossing it again, she declared, my wish is to become myself again. Suddenly it became death, and her head was decapitated. With another toss, it showed death. The notebook read, wish dice restored to its initial state. Lifespan, -1 day. 99 days remaining. Yuan Shinji tossed it again, and it landed on 5 again. She thought to herself, it didn't work. Yuan Shinji called Yuan Bo and said, hello Yuan Bo. Please forward all the investigation data on the sex changer monster to me now. I'm taking over this monster case. She grinned in anger. Yuan Bo replied, all right, Mr. Ghost, I just saw some information inside the community monitor group chat. Do you want me to tell you? Yuan Shinji asked. Is there finally some movement? Tell me. As the underworld girl Xiao Ai, Little Eyes Xiao Yan, and Yuxuan watched silently, Yuan Bo continued. Other than the ones who were infected, the earliest round of people who swap genders have one thing in common. They've all played a game called Dream Dragon. Whole server benefit, free gender swap, team income, congratulations to Chaoyang area player, the wind blows the grass as light shines. Yuan Bo explained, in the game, there's a gender swapping pool. Inside, there's an NPC fairy, and you can use points to change your gender. There was an event where you could swap genders for free. Yuan Shinji asked, a game? A fairy? She thought to herself, that means the dream I had was real. Yuan Bo confirmed, yes, I just logged into the game and found that the fairy is no longer there. As he was level 6, his ID was Yuan Bo. Player Yuan Bo is taking a hot bath. Player Yuan Bo is taking a hot bath, Yuan Bo said. There is nothing in the gender-swapping pond. Yuan Shinji asked, do you know when it disappeared? Yuan Bo said, I asked some older players. They mentioned there was a bug 9 days ago. Yuan Shinji replied, all right, then have you contacted the game company? Get the IP addresses of the gender-swapped individuals and have the police quarantine them. Yuan Bo said, you're right, I didn't think of that. Yuan Shinji asked, how long have you been a monitor? Yuan Bo answered, half a year. Yuan Shinji asked, is this your first monster? Yuan Bo laughed and said, haha, let's do this. I'll check out the company and see if there are any human factors involved. Even though gender swapping isn't very dangerous, it causes civil unrest. Jiang City's population density is very high, so it could create major disturbances. Yuan Shinji said, hurry and get more people to investigate. I'll have the special department assist us with this case. Oh, also, pick out the people who look attractive after swapping genders. I have some questions for them. 3 hours later, at the special department's interrogation area, 2 people waited as Yuan Shinji and Yuan Bo arrived. A girl said, sister, be gentle. Yuan Shinji responded, shut up. My colleague told me that you've all been uncooperative and answered each question with lies. The girl said, ow, that hurt. Yuan Shinji continued, then it's my turn to ask you questions. Every time you lie, I'll whip you. The blonde girl smirked and said, sounds good? A guy laughed. The blonde girl blew Yuan Shinji a flying kiss and said, I'll answer a question every time I get a kiss. Yuan Shinji slapped her face so hard that mucus came out of her nose, then whipped her. Yuan Shinji ordered, Yuan Bo, drag this person out. Yuan Bo responded, yes, Mr. Ghost, as the blonde girl fell to the ground. Yuan Shinji said, next. The remaining 2 became terrified. He continued, I don't know what you're trying to hide, but if you want to live and enjoy life, you might want to think before you speak. The girl screamed in horror, ah, no, don't come any closer. Yuan Shinji grew serious. Are you going to continue lying? As Yuan Bo dragged the blonde girl out, he muttered to himself, he's scarier than the rumors say. The man cried out like a little girl, no, I won't lie, ask away. The girl just sobbed. Yuan Shinji walked towards the couch, sat down and asked, after swapping genders, did your charisma increase? Who did you come into contact with? What happened? The man replied, after becoming a man, I looked better, but I was scared, so I stayed home. A girl exclaimed, wow, is he a celebrity? A dork chimed in, he's so handsome, so attractive. The man continued, the next day I got the courage to go out but noticed that everyone was giving me strange looks. It seemed normal to attract girls, but even men were acting weird around me. An unattractive man said, hey brother, leave your contact information. We can game together. A muscular man added, shooting games are better with more people. The man went on, I told my best friends what happened, but they reacted the same way as others. A guy looked down his pants and said, this is. An old bald man said, I became an uncle. A thin man cried, "Sob, you monsters." The man continued, and then they also became men. They were going to take things further, but for some reason, they returned to normal. Yuan Shinji listened patiently. The girl added, "My God, me too." Yuan Shinji questioned, "That gender-swapping pool, did you create it? Were you the one who released the fairy?" The girl, crying, replied, "Sir, I'm just a very good programmer. I created the program for it. I don't know what happened, it just disappeared. Sob, I was treated like that by my colleagues too. I'm also a victim." Her boss had said, "Come to my office after work. It's about time you got a raise." Another colleague said, "Senior, can you help me with something?" Yet another added, "I recently bought a treadmill. You should come over this weekend." She continued, "And what's worse is that after they became girls, they lost interest again." Yuan Shinji thought to herself, they are all telling the truth, not a hint of a lie. She asked, "When did this start?" The man replied, "It started 9 days ago and they returned to normal after 2 days." The girl added, "For me, it started 6 days ago and they returned to normal after 3 days." Yuan Shinji said, I get it now." The two looked at her, confused. Yuan Shinji said, "Thank you. You may leave now." They both asked, "Really?" The girl said, "Thank you. We'll leave right away." As she walked away, the man hesitated and said, Before we leave, could I get your contact information?" "Nee." He handed over his phone. The girl was shocked. Yuan Shinji gave him a death stare and said, "Scram." The girl dragged him away, exclaiming, "Ah, you really have guts, don't you?" Shouted, "Die under the crocus flower. Become a loose ghost." Yuan Shinji thought to herself, "I've got this sorted out now. The reason we can't find it is because it's changing bodies. So, you're currently inside my body, inside my eyes to be more precise." As Yuan Shinji took off her gloves, an eye on her palm opened. Yuan Shinji said, "Relax, I won't lock you up this quickly," as she brought her palm close to her eye. "I still have to put on a show for those people." Chief Qingji said, "So you're saying that the eyeballs in the cracks monster can handle the gender swapper? Have you come up with a plan?" Yuan Shinji replied, Its essence should be in my eyes, so whenever I make eye contact with someone, they'll be charmed and transformed. Find a death row inmate and tie his registration to me." A few moments later, in the death row inmate cell at Tanakazawa, the inmate shouted, "Wow! Who the heck are you? Why are you beating me?" Yuan Shinji, wielding a bat, said, "I'm your jailer." Chief Qingji cautioned, "Hey, watch your strength." The beaten inmate responded, "But you're clearly a woman." Yuan Shinji replied, "I'll beat him up. Show me a picture of the eyeballs in the cracks afterward, causing me to enter its rules." There was a precedent of the underworld girl restraining the evil neighbor. A gender-swapping monster should be easy to deal with using a monster like the eyeballs in the cracks. Chief Qingji said, "But can you afford it? Once you stare at the eyeballs in the cracks picture, you will fall into hallucinations and die from painful mental torture." Yuan Shinji smirked. "Qingzi, you've changed. What's the matter? Have you also fallen for my charms due to the swapping?" Chief Qingji blushed and muttered, "Get lost. There's no need for you to go through the process of getting the picture. It will be sent straight to you. Just don't let anyone see it." Yuan Shinji said, "You'd better be grateful to me, otherwise you'll be in this mess for a while." She walked away, adding, "Bye." Back in Yuan Shinji's apartment, Little Eyes Xiaoyan said, "Mom," and handed over a picture of his eyes. Yuan Shinji responded, "Little Eyes, here's your picture." Little Eyes Xiaoyan looked at the picture, unamused. Suddenly, he slammed the picture on the table. Yuan Shinji, just returned from beating up a death row inmate, asked, "You don't like it?" "It took a lot of effort for me to get it." Yuan Shinji removed his sunglasses and asked, "Little Eyes, can you see the guy in my eyes?" Little Eyes Xiaoyan said, "Mom." Yuan Shinji replied, "It can be fixed, can it?" "It's up to you." Little Eyes Xiaoyan pondered. Yuan Shinji challenged, "Let's see whose rules are more powerful when they collide. If you die, I won't resurrect you." As Little Eyes Xiaoyan covered Yuan Shinji, Yuan's vision became blurry and his mind ached. Yuan Shinji lay on the sofa, covered by Little Eyes Xiaoyan's eyes, as darkness seeped into her vision. Multiple pupils appeared in Yuan Shinji's eyes, causing the fairy to leap away in confusion. As Little Eyes Xiaoyan chased it, he panted and tripped to the ground, groaning, "Ugh!" Little Eyes Xiaoyan called out, "Mom, Mom, what?" As he examined the fairy closely, the fairy asked, "Me?" and then screamed, "Wah!" Suddenly, Yuan Shinji's eyes changed, and the fairy emerged from Little Eyes Xiaoyan's grasp. Little Eyes Xiaoyan gleefully captured the fairy, saying, "Mom, look." Yuan Shinji thought to himself, I didn't change back immediately, but the ability to charm and infect must be G1. Yuan Shinji then instructed Little Eyes Xiaoyan, "Well done, now eat it." The fairy screamed in terror, "Ah!" as Little Eyes Xiaoyan bit down on it, swallowing it whole with a smile. Hee hee. Suddenly, Yuan Shinji's pendant glowed, and the notebook revealed, "Points for taking in the gender swapper will be settled after 3 days." Yuan Shinji mused, 3 days, so it takes 3 days for everyone who's entered the rules to return to normal. That's quite long. However, the special department has already blamed the leakage of unknown viruses from pharmaceutical research, and surprisingly, so many people believe such a poor explanation. On the news outside, a reporter announced, "The leakage of the virus from Jiang City Research Institute has now been contained, but there are still many remaining problems." A boy remarked, "Can't you develop this gender-swapping drug quickly? I need it." Another person added, "Honey, would you be excited if I swapped genders?" Their partner replied, "Of course." A bald man chuckled, "Hee hee. I'll take it every day." Yuan Shinji reflected, although swapping genders can't majorly affect lives, the impact is growing. In the street, a girl said, "Handsome guys are offering night discounts." A guy on his phone complained, "Hey, Mom. The blind date you set up for me last time was a transcender." Another girl in the street asked, "Are you a man or a woman?" A man, furious, beat someone up and shouted, "Bastard! How dare you turn into a woman and lie to me? Give me back my dignity." The victim retorted, "Wah! Aren't you also a woman?" A girl running away pleaded, "Brother, please let me go. I was transformed into a woman." A man slyly responded, "Why don't you leave me your contact information, little sister?" Another man said to Yuan Shinji, "Hey, beauty, how about a swimmer's workout?" Yuan Shinji reflected, according to secret statistics from the Public Security Department and the Special Department, the crime rate in Jiang City is skyrocketing daily, and the Public Security Department is overwhelmed with complaints. Although I have nothing to do with their problems, I just want to change back as soon as possible, and only when these people return to normal can I earn legend points. Suddenly, Yuan Shinji heard a knock at his door. He opened it gently and found Qian Yubai, now gender swapped, standing there. Qian Yubai said, "President, did you ask me to come?" Yuan Shinji replied, "What are you hiding for? It's not like I haven't seen it before." Qian Yubai stammered, President, I'm not." Yuan Shinji interrupted, "Starting today, you'll be training with a team of wild watchers, following them in their quest to rid the world of spirits." Qian Yubai responded softly, "Oh." Yuan Shinji continued, "What was that person's name again?" "Right, Yuan Bo. I haven't been supervising you these past few days, and you've been slacking off again. I want you to build up your spiritual power and upgrade it to the 3rd level in 3 days." Yuan Shinji exerted tremendous pressure on Qian Yubai, causing him to exclaim, "The 3rd level?" Yuan Shinji thought to himself, that gender swapper has wasted a lot of my time, and the notebook didn't pay much attention to it either, so I don't think there's much in the way of legend points. The chaos created this time didn't allow Xiaoai to gain many legend points either. It's time to start looking for some new monsters. 3 days later, Yuan Shinji opened the curtains and said to himself, "Finally, I'm back." The gender swapper has been tamed by Xiao Yan, and he gained a new skill, mimicry. In the shadows, Yuan Bo said to Qian Yubai, "Next, I will teach you how to differentiate a normal spirit from an evil spirit." Little Eyes Xiao Yan responded, "Okay, Ms. Yuan Bo." Yuan Shinji thought Qian Yubai has nicknamed herself Shadow and started training with Yuan Bo and her group. I hope Xiao Yan's new skill will turn out to be useful. Qian Yubai needs to at least get braver. It would be good if she could reach rank 3. Suddenly, Yuan Shinji's phone rang. He answered, "Hello?" A girl on the other end said, "Yuan Shinji? I'm the class president." Yuan Shinji replied, "What's up?" The class president explained, "The principal told me to contact you and ask you to come to school. Something happened at school, the escape room that our class and the neighboring class." Yuan Shinji interrupted, "Escape room?" The class president continued, "Yes. Yesterday, around noon, the 10 students in charge of the escape room said they were going to recheck everything, but according to a witness, they never came out after they went in. Some teachers went in to look for them, but all of them disappeared as well." Yuan Shinji said firmly, "I'm on my way." As one of the big attractions of the school festival, their classes had borrowed 2 empty classrooms on the 4th floor of the West Building. The West Building used to be the 3rd-year building, but after the school campus was expanded, they built a new one, and the old building was repurposed for storage. At the scene, the police instructed, "Everyone clear out. This is not a spectator sport. Move along." The class president mentioned, after the incident, the whole building was restricted and the police are already here. "This is scary. What happened? Are they missing?" "I heard it had something to do with a group of kidnappers," another student murmured. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, "It looks like the special department was able to stop the information from getting out. How could there be kidnappers? With the Phantom Caller incident, there aren't many kidnappers in the country anymore." He reassured the class president, "You don't have to worry too much. The police are already on it. Go home." The class president hesitated, then asked, Yuan Shinji, are you actually?" Yuan Shinji turned back and asked, The class president quickly said, "Nothing, just to be careful." Yuan Shinji nodded. As he walked toward the escape room, the eyes of the statues along the hallway seemed to follow him. When he reached the entrance, a police officer stopped him, saying, "Stop." Yuan Shinji smirked, "I'm a ghost." The officer, taken aback, said, Please, go ahead." A few moments later, Yuan Shinji climbed the stairs where he encountered a girl who greeted him. "Hey bro, I've been waiting for you." "Is that girl earlier your sweetheart?" Yuan Shinji asked. "Who are you?" She replied, "I'm Anna. I'm an international member of the special department." "I'm also a student," Yuan Shinji retorted. "A member of the international special department scared to enter an escape room with an evil spirit inside? What a noob." Anna pouted, "Hey, I'm only here because of an order." Yuan Shinji said, "First things first, whoever kills the spirit gets the loot." Anna smirked. That's what I wanted to say. Also, I would like to emphasize that I'm here to investigate God's movements." Yuan Shinji stepped into the room, and they both felt an unsettling energy. Yuan Shinji asked, "Are you still able to use spiritual power?" Anna replied, "It's blocked out." A bald teacher appeared, his voice monotone. "Students, class is about to start. Please return to your seats." Yuan Shinji thought to himself, the spiritual pressure is unusual. This isn't an ordinary evil spirit. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, this monster is at least on the level of the evil neighbor. I should hurry and get out. And then, Anna, frustrated, muttered, "Darn it, stuck in class when I should be on a mission." Yuan Shinji, thinking ahead, said to himself, let's just wrap this up quickly and adopt it. The bald teacher suddenly interjected, "Next, cyclic, oofa." Yuan Shinji thought, is the teacher dead? As he and Anna stared at the monitor in confusion, suddenly a voice from the monitor said, "Welcome to the Academy of Empty Thoughts. We will now be having a quiz. Listen to the question. Xiaoming died on the track, his body a mess. Why?" Anna, puzzled, exclaimed, "What do you mean?" The voice responded, "I can only answer with yes, no, or nothing to do with the problem. You have already used a hint. You have 3 minutes left to answer the question." Yuan Shinji thought, a lateral thinking puzzle. He asked, "Was Xiaoming murdered?" The voice answered, "No." "Was Xiaoming's death an accident?" Yuan Shinji continued. "Yes," the voice replied. "Did Xiaoming die by a fall?" Yuan Shinji asked next. "Yes," it confirmed. "Did Xiaoming jump off a building?" He pressed further. "Yes." Anna, impressed, remarked, "Oh my gosh, he's a genius." The voice announced, "You have 2 minutes to answer." Yuan Shinji asked, "Was Xiaoming being chased by something?" "Yes," the voice answered. "Was Xiaoming being chased by a monster?" Yuan Shinji followed up. "Yes," it replied. Anna suddenly exclaimed, "I got it. Xiaoming broke the rules and was chased off the building by a monster. And the building stood over the track." The voice fell silent for a moment before declaring, "Incorrect answer." "Incorrect answer." The atmosphere in the room shifted, and a heavy pressure settled around them. "Administering punishment." "Administering punishment," the voice intoned. Suddenly, the ceiling cracked, and Anna looked up just as it broke apart. A girl fell through, hitting the ground, and stood up, strings attached to her body. The figure's mouth opened wide, and it leaped towards Anna. Anna grabbed a chair and jumped, using it to slam the figure down. "Tisk," she muttered, glancing over at Yuan Shinji. She challenged, "What, you're not scared? Not even angry? I just killed your classmate." Yuan Shinji responded seriously, "Why don't you take a closer look? What you just killed wasn't even a human being. It's just a paper figure made by a student, a prop placed in a secret room to scare people." Anna silently studied the crumpled figure. Suddenly, a door opened, and she walked towards it, saying, as she stepped through. Yuan Shinji thought, Is this a forced teleportation to a different location? The infirmary? There are no hints, no rules. I can't sense anything dangerous either. Suddenly, a mannequin turned its head towards him and lunged. Yuan Shinji kicked it, shattering its body, revealing a person inside. The figure dropped to the ground, barely alive. Yuan Shinji thought, he's barely alive. The cells in his body have already started fusing with the model. He might not even have 24 hours left. Yuan Shinji grabbed the man's foot and slapped his face, saying, "Hey, wake up." The man groggily opened his eyes, panic flooding his expression as he stammered, don't come any closer." "Don't kill me," Yuan Shinji demanded. "What did you see?" Terrified, he replied, "No, don't come any closer." "It's the Beakman, the Beakman." As the spider caught its prey, the Beakman waited. Meanwhile, Anna was running through the corridors, with the Beakman following closely behind her. She gasped for breath, thinking, this isn't an ordinary non-player character in a construction-type anomaly. The Beakman tapped the floor with its side, sending a shiver through Anna. She turned, and it began its attack. Anna pushed herself to dodge the swing, thinking, I can't die here. The Beakman loomed behind her, its presence chilling. Outside, a full moon cast a pale glow, and Anna felt something change as the Beakman let out a shrill scream. It spoke in a guttural voice. One should live like a hero. Even in death, one should be a formidable spirit. In a hidden laboratory, Anna found herself sitting in a corner, clutching her injured arm. She looked around and muttered to herself, "This is a lab?" Using her power, she regenerated her arm with a painful grunt, then glanced around in confusion. Huh? She noticed a sign on the wall that read, "The equipment in the lab, students should not use them without a teacher's permission." Anna thought, the monster's rules. Is this a hint? The crossed out words must mean something bad. I shouldn't touch anything. But how do I leave? I can't open the door, and if I leave, I'll run into that monster again. The Beakman waited just outside. Anna carefully checked her surroundings but suddenly spun around, whispering to herself, "Shoot. Phew, please, let me get rid of this thing. If I mess up, I'll end up like a trapped animal." A strange voice echoed, "Nothing can trap me." Anna jumped at the sound, startled by a beaver-like creature that appeared momentarily. She sighed, why didn't I learn the ability to shrink my bones? As she moved, she accidentally knocked over a graduated cylinder, which shattered instantly, far too fragile. No, I didn't even touch it. What kind of stupid rule is this? She exclaimed in frustration. Then the Beakman appeared behind her. The Beakman announced, "A student has touched lab equipment without the teacher's permission. The assigned teacher has decided that you are an onion." Anna turned back, startled as the Beakman continued. "The lab has been prepared. Using a microscope to observe the outer skin of an onion." The Beakman glared at her, and she began to shrink. He grabbed her tightly, causing her to cry out in pain. The Beakman demanded, "Where is the onion?" And as she transformed, Anna became a red onion. The Beakman declared, "We have to cut the onion into thin slices. Then we cut lightly into the onion and take off the outer skin." As the Beakman sliced the onion, it bled, and he carefully removed the outer layer, placing it on a slide. He said, "Now we prepare the slide." He adjusted the microscope and peered through it. "Did you understand?" he asked, noticing a hair on the skin. In another scene, Yuan Shinji interrogated the terrified boy. "What else do you know? Speak clearly." The boy stammered, You don't want a DD." Yuan Shinji gripped him firmly, asking, "Have you calmed down?" The boy recognized him, saying, You're Yuan Shinji. Are you here to save me? Save Lele. She's your classmate, please." Yuan Shinji thought to himself, it looks like this monster is at a tyrannical level. It can randomly kill people. But it isn't attacking me as much for some reason. The escape room was more hostile to Anna. She probably really felt danger, but to me, it was just a prop. The medical room is very safe, but if I didn't come, this person would have died here. Could it be because I tamed its heart already? And this Lele person? Yuan Shinji asked, "Tell me what happened since you guys got here." The boy responded, "I really don't know. We were just trying to do one last check on the escape room before the opening, and then I ended up here. There were 10 of us in total, and I was with Lele, but I really don't remember the specifics. I only remember her telling me to hide in the closet and that she was going to try to get out. There's a rule about the medical room saying that the medical room is safe," he added. The sign read, "Rule 4, the medical room is safe." He continued, "But I don't know how long I waited." He glanced towards the door and said, "But then a bird-faced person appeared, and then Yuan Shinji remarked, So you guys only saw part of the rule." The boy, confused, asked, "Huh?" Yuan Shinji examined the sign further, revealing, "You can stay in the room for 1 hour. Remember, the medical room does not have an assigned teacher. He turned to the boy and explained, you stayed for over an hour, so you triggered the rule. Grabbing the boy, he said, if that's the case, let's go find Lele. The bird-faced person is most likely the assigned teacher mentioned in the rules. The boy panicked, cried, ah, Wee will die. Yuan Shinji released his grip, causing the boy to fall to the ground with a thud. Ow, he yelped. Yuan Shinji asked sternly, then do you want to stay here? Do you think that it thinks you're dead so it won't come back? The boy, sweating, thought silently, considering his options. He then asked Yuan Shinji, we've heard some rumors about you in the Ghost Club. Do you have some kind of superpower? Like some sort of system or a transformation thing? Curse? Magic fruit? Yuan Shinji replied cryptically, guess. There isn't a lot of time. You have to stay close to me or we'll be split into different areas. Yuan Shinji began walking away, and the boy hurried after him, saying, I'm coming. I have to stay with him to survive. Yuan Shinji paused and asked, oh yeah, what does Lele look like? The boy was puzzled, thinking to himself, is he reliable? He then said to Yuan Shinji, how do you not remember Lele? Her name is Tao Lele, she's a girl, and her figure is, she's really into urban legends. She even submitted her resume with a story she wrote. Yuan Shinji still seemed uncertain. Huh? Did she? A few moments later on the stairs, Yuan Shinji walked down with the boy trailing behind. The boy hid within Yuan Shinji's coat, trembling. Where are we going to find Lele? It's so dark here, I'm so scared. Yuan Shinji replied, I don't know. There's no one on the second floor, so let's go to the first floor. Suddenly, Yuan Shinji noticed a shadow, the beakman. He grabbed the boy, saying urgently, let's go. The boy looked behind, his face paling with shock as he caught sight of the beakman. Wah, the beakman, he screamed. Yuan Shinji turned back and said, Beakman? As the beakman approached with its menacing presence, the boy, terrified, shouted, ah! Yuan Shinji grabbed the boy and carried him away, evading the beakman's attack. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, sure enough, he was the target of that attack. The boy remained silent, panting as they ran. Yuan Shinji spoke up. I have to clear something up. The beakman being set as the management teacher. This was planned by your escape room, wasn't it? I saw something on the wall that said, manage the class carefully. The boy, still running, gasped. Huff, huff, no, there was no funding. Yuan Shinji smirked slightly. Well, that's quite clever. I didn't expect the beakman to resemble a plague doctor, like those from the Black Death epidemic, later seen as a symbol of death. But the stitching together of random elements is too obvious. It actually breaks the immersion. The boy, struggling to keep up, stammered, what are you talking about? Yuan Shinji replied, of course, it moves slower than a turtle crawling. It doesn't even speed up when it attacks. What kind of bad management teacher doesn't give any clues or feedback to the students? The boy asked nervously. What do you intend to do? Yuan Shinji looked ahead with determination. There's no point in trying to escape it. It'll only delay us from finding the others. I'm going to try and kill it. With a dramatic flair, Yuan Shinji tossed off his coat. The boy caught it, exclaiming, no, no, no. Don't you even dare. Yuan Shinji turned back briefly and said, I'll give you a task. The boy caught the coat, bewildered. Huh? Yuan Shinji suddenly leaped high into the air, aiming for the beakman. He called out, don't get caught by it, as he landed atop the beakman's shoulders, locking it in a chokehold. The beakman grunted, ugh, as the boy watched, trembling. Yuan Shinji attempted to pull off the beakman's mask, but suddenly a dark energy surrounded him, holding him in place. He grinned defiantly. Hey, long way to go, he muttered to himself, but then he was engulfed by the beakman's energy. The boy fell to the ground in disbelief as the beakman's arm bulged grotesquely, its entire body swelling until it suddenly exploded. Amid the chaos, Yuan Shinji emerged silently, touching his chest as he glanced at the remnants of the beakman. Can it be killed? He mused, watching as the beakman reformed before his eyes. Yuan Shinji quickly grabbed the boy and sprinted away. The boy cried out, Wah! They turned a corner, bursting into an open room and slamming the door shut behind them. Yuan Shinji glanced around and then froze as he noticed something in the corner. The boy, catching his breath, asked, What's it dissecting? Is it a person? Yuan Shinji whispered sharply, Shut up, target. Don't talk. His gaze darkened as he recognized the figure. It's Anna. Is she dead? He thought. Suddenly, Yuan Shinji's pendant began to glow, revealing a message, Unlocking Rule No. 3. Management teachers must supervise discipline during class and ensure the safety of students at the end of class. Yuan Shinji pondered. Class? End of class? So, is it class time or dismissal time now? It must have been class time, and Anna triggered some sort of classroom mechanism that led to her death. When class ends, these entities are supposed to ensure our safety. It's absurd. We still need to get out and find the bell in the broadcasting room. He turned to the boy and said, "You, lie down over there." The boy, shocked, stammered, "Huh?" Yuan Shinji continued, "It's already preparing its props and getting ready to dissect you. If you don't believe me, you can stand here. It won't come after me." Yuan Shinji thinks to himself, "I've discovered a way. On the board said I've discovered a way to break out of the inescapable laboratory. Get the clue. Lele is in classroom 304. Please leave the lab and look for her in 304 after the next bell. Good luck." Yuan Shinji said, "You won't immediately die if you lay down, because experiments involving the microscope require many steps. I can use the experiment to slow him down and get you out of here. Otherwise," the boy started to run and said, "Yes." He then lay beside the naked body of Anna and said, "Next, what should I do?" As the beakman was confused, Yuan Shinji suddenly moves forward and said to the beakman, "Hi teacher, you look a little busy. Do you need my help?" He thought to himself, "Thankfully, my spiritual power has recovered a bit." Now, the beakman gestured toward a knife, and Yuan Shinji responded, "Oh, do you want me to perform the experiment? But this knife is covered in blood. It could cause contamination." Taking the knife, Yuan Shinji's actions made the boy question if he and the beakman were actually allies. The beakman snapped its fingers, causing the sink to glow mysteriously. Yuan Shinji nodded, saying, "Thank you," as he turned on the faucet. The boy, trembling, noticed something odd. A small eye appeared on the microscope. Panic rose in his voice as he whispered, "Ah, Yuan Shinji. There's ah." Yuan Shinji shushed him quickly. "Don't move." Suddenly, little eyes Xiaoyan emerged from the shadows, reaching for the boy, who sobbed quietly, paralyzed with fear. Yuan Shinji kept a firm grip on the microscope, feeling an eerie sensation in the air. The boy suddenly shrank, shouting, "Ah!" As the lab equipment began to glow. A new message appeared on the board, Rule 7. The equipment in the lab is dangerous. Students may not use lab equipment without a teacher's permission. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, so, this is how the lab was meant to look. More rules appearing. It's clear that Anna broke Rule 7. But the only way out of this lab is tied to the rule. Yuanless. Since I'm not seen as food by the monster, I'm not bound by its rules? He glanced back at the beakman, which was staring directly at him. "Teacher, the microscope is dirty," he said calmly, trying to keep up the act. Yuan Shinji thought, "I can't completely kill this beakman. It'll just waste time if I try to fight it head on." Yuan Shinji grabbed the microscope and bolted for the exit. As he ran, the laboratory began to shift and warp around him. Is this a space warp? He wondered. Suddenly the bell rang and a black hole appeared in the room. An illusion? Or is it because I bypassed the rule, so this room is now considered useless? The laboratory sealed shut behind him and a voice announced, "Congratulations on escaping the lab. You have unlocked the school rules below." A list of rules appeared. Rule 1. Teachers and students must follow the school rules. Rule 2. Students are not allowed to be absent for a class. Students must be quiet during class. Rule 3. Teachers must keep the classroom in order and ensure students' safety during break times. Rule 4. The medical room is safe. You can stay in the room for 1 hour. Remember, the medical room does not have an assigned teacher. Rule 5. Do not cause a ruckus in the hallways. Rule 6. Missing. Rule 7. The equipment in the lab is dangerous. Students may not use lab equipment without a teacher's permission. Yuan Shinji thought, huh? I already have 6 rules? How generous. As Little Eyes Xiaoyan released the boy from his grip, the boy dropped to the ground with a thud, groaning, "Ow!" On the 3rd floor of the building, Yuan Shinji mused aloud, "How do we know if it's class time, break time, or time to go home?" The boy, catching his breath, replied, "That bell just now should mean it's break time. What? We can move around freely during breaks, but we haven't run into anything. Yet." At C classroom 304, Yuan Shinji hesitated. I don't know either. I was hiding in the closet the whole time." He pushed open the door and saw a room full of students. The boy's eyes widened and he exclaimed, It's Lele. Is everybody here?" "Lele?" Yuan Shinji's expression turned serious. "Step back, she's not the real Tao Lele." The boy gasped in fear. "Ah, a ghost." Yuan Shinji thought, a resentful spirit? Can spirits like this exist inside a monster? The spirit cackled, "Ha ha," and lunged at them. But Yuan Shinji moved quickly, delivering a powerful kick that separated the spirit's head from its body. The classroom speakers buzzed to life, crackling. Buzz, buzz. Oh, it looks like Tao Lele isn't in classroom 304. It's passing period. She might be in the restroom. Should we go check? Another message appeared on the board. Rule 8. There are no mirrors in the restroom. If you see a mirror, leave immediately. Rule 9. The speaker will play a bell for class time and passing period, nothing else. If you hear something else, head to the announcement room to turn it off. Yuan Shinji decided, let's head to the restroom. The boy panicked. No, don't go, Lele. He glanced around at the ghostly classmates and added, Lele is telling us to leave. At the restroom entrance, a shadowy figure moved slowly towards the ladies' room. Inside, Anna panted, huff, huff. She noticed a red shoe wedged in the door. Narrowing her eyes, she heard a sinister voice whisper, Hey, eat oop, eat you oop. Two spirits peeked at Anna from the shadows, their laughter mocking her. Anna clenched her fist and suddenly struck them with a powerful blow. Crap! One of them yelped as she shouted, How dare you spirits toy with me? With a fierce grip, Anna slammed their heads together, creating a loud snapping sound that echoed through the hallways. The spirits screamed in agony as she crushed their heads against the walls, leaving deep dents behind. Anna smirked. Hee, you're truly a gift from the gods, delivered right to me. Baby, her body absorbed the spirit's energy and they whimpered, ooh, as they were consumed. Just then, Yuan Shinji knocked on the door. Oh, it's been a while, he said casually. He thought to himself, her regeneration ability is almost like resurrection, and she can directly absorb the energy of resentful spirits to make herself stronger. This international special department is more intriguing than I thought. If all their members are like her, it'll be interesting to observe. Anna wiped her mouth and replied, Yeah, they came right to my doorstep, so I figured, why not? She smoothed out her outfit, smirking. Black really does suit my vibe the best. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, typical, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. How predictable. Anna suddenly said, Hey, wait a minute. What rules did you get? We have to cooperate now. Yuan Shinji answered, I got rules 7 and 8. Rule 7, the equipment in the lab is dangerous. Students may not use lab equipment without a teacher's permission. Rule 8, there are no mirrors in the restroom. If you see a mirror, leave immediately. Yuan Shinji observed the empty bathroom, thinking to himself, sure enough, the mirror disappeared. He turned to Anna and said, I've got rules 7, 8, and the rest, rules 1 through 5, and rule 9. Anna frowned. What? I've been to the bathroom, but I haven't gathered that many rules. Why is that? Yuan Shinji replied, I wasn't originally here. The voice on the radio led me to this place. He recited, Rule 8, there are no mirrors in the restroom. If you see a mirror, leave immediately. Rule 9, the speaker will play a bell for class time and passing periods, nothing else. If you hear something else, head to the announcement room to turn it off. He glanced at the boy, who seemed to be losing his grip on reality. This guy listened to the radio and immediately went mad. Anna scoffed, a useless, ordinary person. If he dies, he dies. What are you, the Virgin Mary? Yuan Shinji remained silent, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, the speaker crackled to life. Ding, ding, it's recess time now. A distorted voice echoed through the hallways. You look so pretty when you smile, just like a spring flower. A chorus of unsettling giggles and whispers followed. Eee, ha ha, mwah. As students began to emerge from the classrooms, their laughter echoing eerily. Yuan Shinji glanced over at the student president, who appeared dazed and confused. He fainted. I'll take him to the infirmary and come right back, Yuan Shinji said quickly. Anna's expression darkened. No, it's not that simple. This recess time, I sense a spiritual pressure far more dangerous than what was in the laboratory. Yuan Shinji set the boy down and replied dryly, Did you just realize that? The speaker's voice interrupted, reciting a haunting chant. All the worries, all the sorrows, blow them all away. Yuan Shinji tensed. Here it comes. Watch out, he warned, as multiple beakmen suddenly appeared, carrying what looked like Tao Lele. The speaker announced, The flag-raising ceremony begins now. Play the music. Melancholy music filled the air. The boy's face turned pale as he whispered, That's a body. Thank God I escaped, or I'd be executed like this, wouldn't I? Yuan Shinji responded, Execution, or rather, setting an example. A nearby student murmured to themselves, Is anyone still alive? Whoever that was, they were just used to scare the survivors here. Such a twisted sense of cruelty. To torment them slowly like this. The boy clutched his head in pain as the speaker continued. The wind is bustling, and the water is cold once the strong man is gone. He will never return. The students watched in horror as Taolele's body was hoisted onto the flagpole. The boy's voice trembled as he stammered, Ah. Why did this nightmare start now? Ah. You. The speaker's voice turned sinister, chanting, Kilving K, Kilving K, Kilving K. Taolele's voice, barely audible, whispered, Stay here, safely, wait for ma'am, before her head detached. And the boy screamed in shock, Lele! He leaped toward her, but instead crashed into the ground with a deafening blast. Anna cursed, Damn, is he dead? Yuan Shinji examined the scene. Hard to tell, he muttered. Anna demanded, What do you mean? Yuan Shinji sighed, I can't sense any life. But honestly, I've never sensed life from anyone here. Anna's eyes widened. Wait, are you saying that all of this is fake? The body, the students with you? Yuan Shinji chuckled to himself. Ha ha, I've been tricked. He turned away. It's all an illusion. We don't need to go down there. Let's head to the announcement room. The speaker interjected, Announcement room, recess time is over. Students, please return to your classrooms. You look so pretty when you smile, just like one spring flower. Yuan Shinji grabbed the microphone, slamming it down to silence the speaker. He ripped out the cables, muttering, Your escape room is all about scares. Where did the puzzles go? Isn't solving puzzles the whole point of escape rooms? Suddenly, a chilling sensation filled the air. The monitor flickered, displaying the words, Death Game. Yuan Shinji's expression hardened. Death Game? Minesweeper? Oh, like the game where you die if you hit a mine. He glanced at the screen, which now showed a countdown starting from 100 and quickly ticking down to N99. A countdown? If I don't finish this in time, I'll die. Anna's tone was nonchalant. Oh, looks like this is your mission. I'll search for other clues. Good luck, don't die, brother. Yuan Shinji's eyebrows furrowed. What? Wait, I'm the one playing? The avatar is me? Anna smirked. I'm not risking my life in your hands. I've got my own plans. Yuan Shinji sighed. Weren't you going to look for clues? He noticed something odd on the monitor, then quickly grabbed the mouse and began clicking with precision. The system voice chimed, Congratulations, you passed, finishing in 20 seconds, a new record. Anna's jaw dropped. Oh my golly. The system added, Reward received, storage room key. A drawer opened, revealing a small key. Yuan Shinji muttered, Storage room. There must be some clue hidden there. Anna glanced upwards. The storage room is on the uppermost floor. Yuan Shinji thought, This announcement room, it feels off somehow. He spoke aloud, Let's head to the storage room. He pondered, A monster will always try to kill humans through its rules, no matter where they are. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, But this monster and its rules are different. Could this be Taolele? He glanced at the beakman, narrowing his eyes. What good timing. Little Eyes Xiaoyan's power suddenly manifested in Yuan Shinji's hands, and he struck the beakman, shattering its mask. Anna, shocked, exclaimed, What the freak? Could it be that she is? Yuan Shinji looked at her. Hey, you figured it out by now, right? Anna's face turned serious. This person is the core of Thought's Academy. If we kill her, we might weaken the monster and escape. Yuan Shinji shook his head. We can't kill her. What? Why not? Her subconscious is still fighting the monster. If we kill her now, it could make things even worse. Anna, clearly frustrated, asked, Are you sure about this? What's your plan? Yuan Shinji replied, You need to hold her back for a while. I'm heading to the storage room. Anna scowled. Why me? Yuan Shinji answered, Because she's not focused on me. Before he could finish, Anna yelled, Damn it! Yuan Shinji took off running, shouting back, I believe you've recovered quite a bit. Show me what the International Special Department can do. As he disappeared down the hallway, he added, See you in the storage room. Don't die. Anna, struggling to fend off the beakman's attacks, shouted, Just you wait. As Taolele gasped for breath, she suddenly spat webs toward Anna. Moments later, Yuan Shinji reached the top floor and used the key to unlock the storage room. He gasped in shock. This door, why does it look exactly like the one at the Body Parts Hospital? Anna, catching up, peered through the doorway, recoiling. Hey, where are you? What's inside the storage room? Jesus Christ, I am not going in there. I'd rather fight 10 more of those beakmen. Ignoring her, Yuan Shinji pressed forward, discovering a massive door inside. So, it turns out that Thoughts Academy is the same kind of monster as the Body Parts Hospital, he mused. But what happened to Tao Lele? He concentrated, tapping into his powers, and felt a surge. His eyes and hair changed color, and a drop of blood fell to the floor. The system's voice rang out. Thoughts Academy, original difficulty level. The temporary secret room of Jiang City No. 1. 2 College, combined with the notebook of student Tao Lele, has formed a peculiar architectural structure. The scattered fragments of the monster lungs attached to it, enhancing it to a tyrannical level and expanding the monster's influence. Most uniquely, it learns and merges with the student's notes, creating its own set of twisted rules for the Thoughts Academy tyrannical level. Thoughts Academy tyrannical level rules. 1. Management, teachers, and students must abide by the school rules. 2. Students are not allowed to skip class and must remain quiet in the classroom. 3. The management teacher must monitor discipline during class and ensure students' safety at the end of class. 4. The infirmary is a safe space, but can only be used for up to 1 hour at a time. Remember, there is no management teacher in the infirmary. 5. No running or fighting in the hallways. 6. Students are not allowed to stay in the classroom after school. 7. The equipment in the lab is dangerous. Students may not use lab equipment without a teacher's permission. 8. There are no mirrors in the restroom. If you see a mirror, leave immediately. 9. The broadcast room will only play the bell. 10. If you are in danger, you can hide in the office. Always be polite to your teacher. 11. You cannot leave the college until you obtain the key to the gate. Tao Lele herself has become a variable within the monster's fantasy realm. Background information about Tao Lele is still locked. Yuan Shinji thought, I see. That's why I feel such a strong sense of contradiction here. The monster's rules depend on Tao Lele's thoughts, so her mental state influences the monster and can even resist it. The system then prompted, your body matches the monster fragment lungs, but you already have lungs. Do you agree to replace them? Yuan Shinji considered this. As expected, since I've already absorbed the monster's heart, my body is now compatible with these monster lungs. This monster isn't a threat to me anymore. And now I understand why, but unless it's absolutely necessary, I should stick with what I already have. He responded aloud, I don't agree to the replacement. Instead, he focused his powers. But I'll use Xiaoai's underworld to contain it. The system replied, containment successful. Thoughts Academy contained. Reward, gender changer. Reward settlement, legend points 2,001,888. Exceeds 2 million, good and evil points 769. 059 exceeds 700,000. Spiritual power. 505th grade lifespan. 100 days, Yuan Shinji thought to himself. 2 million legend points. That's enough to create the next monster. But first, Yuan Shinji said, create an illusion and conjure up the college key from the storage room. Make it seem like the monster escaped instead of being contained. Anna saw Yuan Shinji returning and asked, how did it go? Did you manage to get it? Yuan Shinji replied with a sigh. It's a shame. I couldn't unlock 2 of the rules, so I wasn't able to contain it. Anna's eyes widened. What? It got away? What about the casualties? Unlocking the gate, Yuan Shinji answered. I don't know. We'll investigate further once we're outside. Anna entered through the gate, glancing at him. You're very strange. I'll report this monster case to the International Special Department. The next day, the secret room returned to normal. 1 teacher and all the students were found and sent to the hospital, diagnosed with gas poisoning. With the help of the special department, the news about the incident was suppressed and reported as a regular event. It became known as the only brutal monster case with no casualties. All of this was thanks to Tao Lele, who had resisted the monster, though she suffered severe brain damage and didn't regain consciousness until 3 days later. Of course, there were still some lingering questions that only she could answer, at the hospital. Anna mused aloud, whenever I think about it, Yuan Shinji, are you hiding something? She confronted him, her expression serious. I feel like this whole thing is very strange. Yuan Shinji, placing a hand on the door, replied, even if I am hiding something, I have the right not to tell you. Go ahead and report whatever you want to the International Special Department. He added with a smirk, doubt all you want, but I've already seen what your International Special Department is capable of. If I hadn't reached the lab in time, would you have had any chance to escape or survive? Anna clenched her fists. You jerk. Yuan Shinji, unfazed, replied, okay, now get out of my way. As Anna turned to leave, a nearby nurse whispered to the dean, Dean, he's the one who tore up the surgical gowns last time. The dean hushed her. Shh. Pretend you don't see him. We're running out of surgical gowns. Anna glanced back one last time as Yuan Shinji closed the door behind him. Inside the room, Taolele stirred, blinking up at Yuan Shinji. Who are you? Yuan Shinji thought to himself. Because she resisted the monster, she suffered great pain, brain damage, and amnesia. She can't remember what happened in Thought's Academy. But as an ordinary student, she is worthy of admiration. Taolele adjusted her glasses and suddenly stammered, Wait a moment. Wait, you're Yuan Shinji? Yuan Shinji nodded. Yes, that's me. I'm also the head of the public security department. May I see your notebook? Taolele blushed and handed it over. No problem, take a look. Can I ask you something? Yuan Shinji crossed his arms. Go ahead. She hesitated. I feel strange. What exactly happened in the secret room? Am I really suffering from gas poisoning? And why is my notebook blank when it used to be full of my thoughts? Yuan Shinji showed her a picture of a boy. Taolele frowned, puzzled. I don't know him. He's not in our club or our class. She's not lying, Yuan Shinji thought. So, who is that person? Or, could he have never existed at all? Maybe he was just a creation of Taolele's consciousness. Taolele suddenly shivered. Wait, I feel like I've seen him before. My head hurts, but I can't remember where. Yuan Shinji tried to reassure her. It's fine, take your time. I'm not here to pressure you. Taolele looked down at the photo again, and then a light seemed to flicker in her eyes. Wait, I've got it. This is from that magazine, Everyone Can Be a Detective. In one of the issues, there was a case called the Bandaged Monster Case in a library. I used that picture as a reference for the escape room. I cut it out and put it in my notebook. Yuan Shinji's eyes narrowed as he thought, so that's how it is. The fake student that the monster created was meant to be a trap. It was supposed to brainwash people into thinking they were friends. But it originated from Taolele's mind. That character became a guiding NPC, which explains why he seemed so out of place. He looked at her seriously. Taolele. She blinked up at him. Huh? Yuan Shinji's expression softened. Forget everything that just happened? You and your classmates became unconscious due to gas poisoning during the escape room and were sent to the hospital. Before you entered, you bought a notebook to write down ideas. It's normal for it to be blank. You just woke up, you never saw me. For a moment, she was silent, and then Yuan Shinji stepped outside the room. Suddenly, Taolele gasped, her eyes wide. Huh? What am I doing here? Elsewhere, with the special department. Chief Qingji asked, You mean the international agent who worked with Ghost requested an investigation into Yuan Shinji? Section Chief Kang Ping of the Jiang City Special Department nodded. Yes, but the higher-ups contacted me first. Fortunately, they put the investigation aside after seeing his abilities. They know that the special department needs people like him. He handed Qingji a card and Qingji examined it. Is this your access card? Kang Ping nodded. Yes. The special department wants him to continue investigating the Thoughts Academy. No one died this time, but now that we understand the monster better, we can't let it escape and evolve. The only issue is, people like him don't follow orders very well. Chief Qingji said, Tell me about IIT. We thought we found a useful newbie. As Hong Yin, the human resources guy, said, high pay. Then I, Chief Qingji, the idiot, said, house and car included. Qi Xiaoyin, the assistant idiot, chimed in with, extra rewards. But in reality, he's just a cranky old man. Yuan Shinji interrupted, I'm about to be late for school. Bye. Chief Qingji continued, a huge group of people wants to know him but is scared of him. They keep reaching out to Hong Yin and Sherry. One person said, please, I want to see Mr. Ghost. Another asked, do you have Ghost contact information? A third added, our organization sincerely invites Mr. Ghost. Yet another exclaimed, are you Ghost's girlfriend? Sherry laughed. Ha ha, we're just friends. As Chief Qingji, formerly #1 on the not to be messed with list, he grumbled, but they keep bothering me. It's fine, he said. I'll tell Ghost. But that Anna, Section Chief Kang Ping of the Jiang City Special Department interjected. We need to find a reason, don't we? Talk, Chief Qingji said. Kang Ping explained. The Wild Ability User Group found a newbie with a spiritual power at rank 3. But she seems unwilling to join the special department and doesn't want to be on the front lines. Chief Qingji raised an eyebrow. Huh? Isn't she the girl who hangs around Ghost? The paper he was reading stated, name, Qian Yubai height, 165 centimeters age, 19 years old junior in high school gender, female spiritual power. Rank 3 self-introduction. I want to live. Chief Ching Zi remarked, wasn't her spiritual power basically non-existent? She's already at rank 3? One day later, under the students' requests, the school rehosted the event. Luffy exclaimed, handmade dolls, offer your own prices. Spider-Man said, haha, this is the last time I'm cosplaying, Ban, Baymax asked. Did you finish your homework, Lidara? Toby replied, I tore it, Sangdaishi. Yuan Shinji noted that all higher-risk events had been cancelled, and everything had returned to normal. After having Qian Yubai follow Yuan Bo and the others, she was promoted to rank 3. Qian Yubai exclaimed, wow, so cute. A boy chimed in, hey, pretty girls can get it for free. Yuan Shinji observed, her personality is much more normal now. I heard she became good friends with Yuan Bo. Kakashi looked at Yuan Shinji and said, wow, you're the Yuan Shinji who rounded up the entire school population. Mr. God, I've been looking for you. You never come to school. I want to ask you, a student began. Mr. God, I want to join the Ghost Club. I'll follow you for the rest of my life. I want to see mysterious things. Do you actually know magic? I am willing to be your apprentice. Can you teach me? I want to revive my wife. A person shouted, leg shield speed running art. Another yelled, I love you. Pretty Yuan. His friend called out, wait for me, God. As Yuan Shinji ran away, another student shouted, I don't trust the professionals. I only trust Yuan Shinji. Is classmate Tao's escape room really not haunted? His friend added, hey, what? Don't leave. Just give me a signature. I just want A. Suddenly, Yuan Shinji jumped away, leaving the crowd shocked. Huh? Where'd he go? They murmured. Yuan Shinji perched atop a building, sighing to himself, I probably shouldn't have come back, but... A few moments later, Yuan Shinji spoke on the phone. It's not a big problem. The International Special Department can't do anything to me. Other countries' methods of pushing responsibility onto me are far too outdated. Zhao Jun thought to herself, I want to talk. Chief Qingji instructed, just keep an eye on Anna. Yuan Shinji contemplated, I have to watch out for her movements. She's been following me these days. Is something wrong with her brain? He closed his eyes and opened them again, scanning the area. Huh? She's not at school? Could it be? A few moments later in the halls, the door was flung open forcefully and a nurse was knocked to the ground. Anna shouted, you guys have a saying, things don't happen 3 times, right? This is my 3rd time here. If you want to live, tell me everything you know about Yuan Shinji. Tao Lele coughed and gasped. I already said. I've never seen Yuan Shinji. I don't know him. Suddenly, Qian Yubai interjected, what are you doing to classmate Tao? Anna looked back, eyes narrowing. Who are you? What are you doing here? Tao Lele coughed again, trying to speak. Qian Yubai held her breath for a moment before saying, we should be asking you that. Who are you? And why did you come to our high school doing strange things? A boy declared, I'm going to expose her on the internet. Another shouted, take a photo of her. Post it online, snap. Anna retorted, what proof do you have? Tao Lele responded, she tried to kill me just now. It's because of classmate Yuan Shinji. Anna broke into a sweat as she looked at Tao Lele. Qian Yubai said, you still won't admit it? You've been stalking Yuan Shinji, and several students have noticed you at different times. Anna barged into the boys' room exclaiming, huh? Where did she go? A boy at the urinal shouted, whoa, perverted girl. Qian Yubai continued, you're disturbing the school atmosphere by repeatedly and aggressively confronting fellow students to get information about Yuan Shinji. Anna grabbed the boy, demanding, speak up. Have you ever seen Yuan Shinji? The boy coughed violently. Qian Yubai pressed on. You were sneaking around the Ghost Club activity room and even smashed the windows and doors. You've come in and out of the school at will, harassing classmate Tao Lele. Now that so many of us have voiced our displeasure and protested against you, what are you going to do to us? Continue the violence? A boy shouted, you, get out of here. Another chimed in, get out of here. Protect Yuan Shinji's classmates, Tao Lele declared. Classmate Anna, Jiang City is no place for you to do whatever you want. I'm going to call the public security department. Anna jumped off the bed saying, damn, get out of my way, all of you. Jesus Christ, you guys just wait. She then hit Yuan Shinji, who said, you were really going after ordinary students? Don't worry. I've made an urgent request to the special department, he replied. You've been transferred back to the International Special Department, and you will be leaving Jiang City immediately. As a result of your poor behavior, your bonus resources will be deducted, Anna exclaimed. No way. Just then her phone rang. Yuan Shinji asked, didn't you get the notice? Anna took her phone and gasped in shock. Can you get out of my way now? A few moments later, she sat alone on a plane leaving Jiang City. Afterward, I had a meeting with Kang Ping, the head of Jiang City's special department, and the head of the International Special Department. Section Chief Kang Ping said, Ghost, formerly known as Yuan Shinji, I have been asked by the International Special Department to contact you and invite you to join their organization. Yuan Shinji silently listened. A blonde officer added, the world needs inspectors with special abilities and extraordinary strength like yours. Of course, your scope of power will extend to the whole world. Yuan Shinji replied, bored, I only have one question. Is this an invitation or a request? The blonde officer clarified, it's an invitation, sir. We don't want any misunderstandings with those who contribute to the world. Moreover, Mr. Kang Ping has repeatedly instructed me that being your enemy is like being an enemy of this country. Of course, any special requests you may have can be accommodated. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, did Kang Ping really say that? Section Chief Kang Ping mused, I'm a little surprised by this trust. Yuan Shinji replied, I'm not asking for anything at the moment, but I don't want to join any organization right now. Maybe we need some better opportunities to work together. After all, it wasn't that long ago that your people were threatening the lives of innocent students and using their special abilities directly in front of ordinary people. The blonde officer fell silent. Section Chief Kang Ping stood up and said, see, I didn't send you guys away. Mr. Ghost has never been an official inspector of Jiang City's special department. Instead, he has his own supervision team, and they only have a cooperative relationship with us. Yuan Shinji thought, if I hadn't experienced it, I wouldn't have really believed it. That old fox's words. The underworld girl Xiao Ai said, it's indeed a cooperative relationship, but we've been through a lot of tests, my lord. Xiao Shun had a disinterested look, while little Xiao Yan was just bored. Yuan Shinji decided to himself, this discussion is over for now. The International Special Department holds no benefit for me at the moment, and all the troubles have been chased away. What I'm going to do now, in response to the Special Department's current trust and behavior, is to rewrite an urban legend. I will create a monster that can quietly harvest legend points behind the scenes without causing major social panic or concern. If it only targets people who are worse than evil, the balance of the Special Department will tip toward permissive cooperation. Yuan Shinji pressed the elevator button and said, you've improved a lot recently, and you've become much more courageous. You're worthy of encouragement. Qin Yubai blushed. President, it's nothing. Yuan Shinji continued. Now that you're at the third level of spiritual power, I'd like to ask you a question. Qin Yubai replied, you can ask. Yuan Shinji inquired, if I want to build a new rule, what's the best way to do it? Qin Yubai blushed deeper and fell silent. Finally, she said, the sun. Yuan Shinji, confused, responded, huh? Qin Yubai said, end the battle without anyone even being aware of it. The next day, there will already be a new sun. I believe in you, President. She thought to herself, the power of destiny is guiding me. Everything will be fine, and you are the one who is going to change the world. I believe in you, President. A few moments later, a mother called out to her child, dinner's ready. The boy exclaimed, Ayo. I'm coming, Mommy. The mother responded, Ayo, why are you so affectionate today? A doll gazed at the door, patiently waiting. The 10th important family meeting, Yuan Shinji cleared his throat and said, so, my final decision is. Xiao Jun, thinking of the sun, felt excitement. Yuan Shinji announced, we will write a new urban legend. Suddenly, Xiao Jun turned to stone and began to crack. She cried out and glared at Yuan Shinji menacingly. The underworld girl, Xiao Ai, said to Xiao Shun, Master must have his reasons. You must not throw a fit. If he helps you recover, humans will choose to do everything they can to seal you again. Right now, it's just that you can't speak. Who knows what they'll do next time? Yuan Shinji stated, when creating a new monster, I must find a balance with the society that the special department is trying to protect. Xiao Shun, wanting to punch Yuan Shinji, exclaimed, just thinking about punishing the wrong is not enough. I didn't think it all through in creating you. The monster created could easily become a significant problem. This monster can't be too noticeable to normal people. nor can it cause them fear. It shouldn't require the special department to sacrifice normal people when attempting to get rid of it. As urban legends, Xiaoyan is controlled by a small range, and Xiao AI is bound to the internet, making it hard for people to believe they actually exist. But Xiao Xun allowed humans to see unscientific powers. Suddenly, Xiao Xun bit Yuan Shinji's head. Yuan Shinji thought, the point of the special department is to stabilize. If the monster causes social distress, they will do anything to stop it. Unless this monster is unstoppable. Whatever, Xiao Xun said. Ghost is so annoying. Yuan Shinji called, Xiao Ai. The underworld girl replied, I'm here. She suddenly clapped and said, Open Sesame, Thoughts Academy, remix version, theme park in the underworld area. Please enter. Little Eyes Xiaoyan exclaimed, Yeah. Yuan Shinji added, Count this as compensation. You can do whatever you want. Bring Xiaoyan with you. Xiao Xun and Little Eyes. Xiaoyan became excited and jumped toward the portal. Yuan Shinji sighed. Phew, finally gone, as Little Eyes Xiaoyan and Xiao Xun enjoyed the roller coaster. Yuan Shinji pondered, but out of all those legends, isn't there even one that is suitable? The pendant replied, Phantom Bride, Minotaur, Bloody Mary, Headless Knight. The Curse of the Crossroads, Kuchisake. The Girl in ATM Machines, Ruyu Station, Writing God, Curse of Homesickness. Yuan Shinji thought, Ruyu Station? I've heard of this legend. The system explained, Ruyu Station is a legend about an unusual train and a non-existent station. One day, 20 years ago, a young woman got on a train very late at night. Yuan Shinji reflected, Oh yeah, the current most popular travel method is by train. The underground subway routes are complex and cover almost the entire city to meet the needs of the human population. Perhaps I can edit it a little. I think this will be enough to give Shinji and the others a headache for a little while. Yuan Shinji wrote in his notebook, Starting today with Jiang City as the starting stop, there exists a train that travels across space, the Ruyu train. As soon as you board this train, many unexplainable things will happen. Starting in Jiang City, the train will arrive at all the highest crime rate cities across the world within 24 hours. After going around the world, it will form a closed loop and arrive back at Jiang City as the final stop. Criminals who get on the train will be pulled onto the Ruyu train. At the same time, the only teacher who had entered Thoughts Academy was released from the hospital. He disregarded the school and the parents and immediately dove into work. A student cried, Teacher, Selba, I can't finish the T-test. The paper read, Super long exam, 450 multiple choice questions, 260 calculations, 600 systems of equations, 120 trigonometry questions, and more. All the students returned to school after their break. Although they no longer remembered the time they spent in Thoughts Academy, they all, without prior agreement, stopped mentioning the escape room and the legend. Some had been told by their parents, while others were too busy with other things. A boy playing with a cheerleader doll removed its skirt and said, Look, you can take this off. A nerd replied, Wow, so real. His friend, holding an Optimus Prime toy, made mechanical sounds and said, That's nothing. You can completely take mine apart. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, and none of them knew why. Only Taolele developed a strong interest in the legend. In her room, she sighed and drew Yuan Shinji in her notebook, saying, Yuan Shinji, just like his name, is truly remarkable. That kind of mysterious person. I wonder what his identity could be. He feels like some kind of god from another world. Too bad. I probably won't see him again. Meanwhile, at the International Special Department, secret base in an unknown location, the blonde man stepped down from the chopper and said, Anna, you have failed your mission. You were forced to come back and will face punishment. Get a grip on yourself. Anna retorted, Enough. What did I do wrong? I'm the successor of the International Special Department. They didn't even give me the slightest bit of respect, the blonde man replied. If you are unwilling to reflect and change, Anna grabbed his tie and said, Shut up. If you say another word, I swear I will stick your tongue into your backside. She walked away, muttering, As she thought of Yuan Shinji, she added, Just you wait. I'll remember this. If I don't get my revenge, I would be shaming my family. The blonde man looked at Anna, his eyes becoming serious. He took out a fingergun from his pocket. Item, potion from the East effects, paralysis, dizziness, and control. Watered down with spiritual power. Side effects, user will cry for months. If not taken care of, will cause blindness. He opened it and smoke wafted toward Anna. Anna looked back, exclaiming, You. Before she dozed off, she thought, no, I still have so much to DDO, the monsters in the whole world. Suddenly, the blonde man jumped toward Anna and caught her. Monitor, Anna James status, temporary suspension time of punishment, undetermined current state, unconfirmed in Yuan Shinji's living room. Xiao Shun played with a train while Little Eyes Xiaoyan watched with his huge eyes. The notebook noted that Bai Mad, Bai Shu, Tonggang, and 140 others had entered the Ruyu train. In a different scene at night where the moon was always full, a man said, "Tisk." He went out of the room muttering to himself, "Women, there's still not enough fun." At the station, the speaker announced, "Friendly reminder, today's last train is about to depart. All passengers, please board the train as soon as possible to avoid delays." Bai Mao, standing on the platform, saw a sexy lady in tight jeans with a huge backside. Bai Mao. An inspector said to himself, "It still has to be here." As a man in front of him peered at the large chest of a redhead, Bai Mao suddenly noticed a boy and thought to himself, "Finally, it's going to get exciting from here." He pushed his dong into the boy who was looking at his phone. Suddenly, he was shocked as a tiny sausage poked him. Trembling, he looked to his side. Outside, a storm brewed, and the train moved as the passengers focused on their own business. Happy with himself, Bai Mao noticed something and thought, "Something's not right. Damn it, did I come across some monster? Such bad luck." He walked around saying to himself, "What a pungent smell. Such bad luck." Suddenly a man said, what is this place?" Bai Mao replied, "Yo, congratulations, you've traveled to the movie world." Tong Gang, an office worker, asked, "A movie world?" Bai Mao said, "Consider your skill set carefully and don't die too soon." A retired old man named Tai remarked, Did I fall asleep?" Zhao Liang, a hotel lady, questioned, "Don't die too soon, what does that mean?" Bai Shu, a postgraduate student, inquired, "Uncle, are you telling the truth? Have we really traveled through time?" Bai Mao clarified, "Well, actually, you'd better call it nightmare space. You're now in a dream world, but this dream is very dangerous. If you die in the dream, you die in reality." Bai Mao thought to himself, "First, let me scare them with some weird code name that gives them a headache. That way, these fools will have no choice but to trust me, rely on me, and then make mistakes for me." Suddenly, the train stopped, and Bai Shu was smothered by Xiao Liang's huge breasts, preventing him from falling. He shouted, "My God, it stopped?" Suddenly, the door creaked and opened. Bai Mao waited at the door, and a ghost mother appeared alongside a ghost boy. The two ghosts stared at the passengers, causing Tonggang, Tai, and Xiao Liang to become frightened. Bai Mao said, "So it's just resentful spirits? Should I really make a move?" The lady ghost said, "Why don't you guys sit down?" Bai Mao asked, "What's going on? Do resentful spirits have that much consciousness?" Bai Shu asked, "Brother, what should we do now? I mean, you should have a way to deal with them, right?" Bai Mao thought to himself, "This kid seems to be useful." Bai Mao explained, "The movie world we're in now is called Ghost Train." Bai Shu exclaimed, "Ghost Train? I've seen that movie." Bai Mao thought, It's a real movie? I just made it up. Bai Mao said, "Well, tell them about it then. I don't want to waste my energy." Bai Shu replied, I'll tell them about it then. We're on the ghost train, there was a fire." Bai Mao thought to himself, something doesn't feel right, but this person really doesn't have any spiritual power. The boy ghost exclaimed, "Mom, I'm hungry." The ghost mother asked, What would you like to eat?" The boy ghost pointed at Tonggang, the office worker, saying, "I want to eat him." Suddenly, Yuan Shinji's notebook moved. He exclaimed, Bai Mao, Bai Shu, Tonggang. Only the full names of these people were given to me as hints. Why is that? What's so special about them? Or is there something unusual going on with that train? The notebook responded, "Because of the rules of the Ruyu train, you are unable to directly keep track of what's happening specifically on the train from the outside. Would you like to view a crucial fragment hint?" "Yes, no," Yuan Shinji replied. "Yes, show it." As the hint was displayed, he muttered to himself, "What does that mean?" The boy ghost smiled and said, "I want to eat him." Bai Mao asked, "Hey, is there something in your bag?" Tonggang threw his bag at the boy and shouted, "Ah!" "Here, have it." The boy ghost giggled. Heh. Suddenly, the boy ghost bit into the bag. Bai Mao was shocked, saying, "You're a murderer?" Tonggang trembled on the floor, stating, It's all that woman's fault. She's been rude to me. After we married, she ruined my confidence. I held back for 10 years, but I couldn't hold on any longer." Bai Mao replied, You guys are as well? A retired old man named Tai said, no. Xiao Liang, the hotel lady, echoed no. Bai Mao thought to himself, what are the rules? There was a case with a monster targeting family abuse. Is this train similar? If only it were that simple. Suddenly, the train stopped. Tonggang exclaimed, ah! The train stopped. Suddenly, another ghost appeared, grabbing a man who screamed, ah, save me! Another man trembled, pleading, no, don't take me. Help, save me. Bai Mao looked at them in alarm. The mother ghost pointed at Tai and Xiao Liang, declaring, you two, let's go. Bai Mao thought to himself, I can't wait any longer. If other spirits get on the train, won't it be my turn? If we leave the train, we could die. Since we are already on the train, I need to fight until the final stop. As the others were shocked, Xiao Liang said, supernatural. Ability user? Bai Mao thought, what is the rule that allowed the spirit to take the person off the train? Why did they take him off? Humans, spirits, we are all passengers. What rules are there? I should go to the control room. There might be something there. Tai and Xiao Liang ran towards Bai Mao. Tai said, sir, where are you going? Wait for me. I'm not very athletic. Xiao Liang added, I want to go as well. Suddenly, another ghost entered, grinning. Bai Mao shouted, hey, tell me what's going on here. The black guy replied, well, we started with 7 people. One of them went to another section, 2 ran out, and another one was dragged away. Bai Mao asked, what happened after they left? The shaggy dude said, oh my God, what a terrifying old man. The black guy continued, I don't know. We haven't heard anything from them after they left. I wanted to go out too, but then this old man boarded. I didn't dare. The train stopped again and Bai Mao said, damn it, another stop. The old ghost pointed at Tai and commanded, you, come with me. Tai protested, me again? He turned to Bai Mao, pleading, sir, help me, save me. I don't want to die. Please save me. Suddenly, the old ghost fixed its gaze on Tai and was about to grab him. Tai shouted, no, I don't want to die. In a desperate act, he pushed Xiao Liang towards the old ghost, who was dragged away as she screamed, save me! Save me! You crappy old man, you guys are all heartless trash. They all watched as Xiao Liang was taken away. Bai Mao thought, randomly taking people, there isn't any consistency. As of now, there are no hints from the train. Bai Shu, the postgraduate student, said, sir, I found something. There is a small mark on the back of everyone's necks. Bai Mao was shocked, exclaiming, what? Why didn't you say this earlier? How did you find out? You better tell me the truth. He looked at the back of Bai Shu's neck. Bai Shu explained, I first saw it when that person was dragged off, but I still wasn't sure then. Until I just saw that everyone has it. Bai Mao concluded, this is the stamp that is on the ticket. I finally understand. We are all tickets. These spirits are obtaining tickets to get off the train. The train announced, welcome aboard the Ruyu train. We have now arrived at Caracas. A passenger screamed, don't take me. Another cried, I'm not leaving. I don't want to die. Yet another shouted, help, save me. A guy wailed, no, I don't want to leave. A trembling man sobbed, no. The train announced, next stop, Rio de Janeiro. Bai Mao thought to himself, what's going on? Announcements for the stops now? But there weren't any before. What is happening? A ghost asked, hello, do you know where my head is? Bai Mao was shocked. He grabbed Bai Shu, the postgraduate student, and shouted, run! Bai Shu exclaimed, sir, is there something wrong? Bai Mao responded, what's going on? That one is not a spirit, that's a monster. Bai Shu questioned, if the train itself is a monster, why is there a monster on it? The notebook chimed in, Bai Mao has eliminated vengeful spirits and encountered the current 287 passengers with 192 dead. The train continues to move. Next station. Yuan Shinji commented, I just want to say, Bai Mao doesn't seem like a name for a person. He's an inspector. I'm not allowed to know what exactly happens on the train, and it can't tell me what the symbol is. Little Eyes Xiaoyan was seriously playing Mobile Legends on Yuan Shinji's phone. Yuan Shinji remarked, in a fierce battle, but when I wrote about the Ruyu train, there wasn't a rule about the people on the train will have ticket stamps on their necks. The notebook was silent. Yuan Shinji stretched his arms and said, looks like this Bai Mao won't live. He should have run into a monster by now, right? In my plans, the special department shouldn't find out about the train that quickly. Xiaoyan, give me a massage. He grabbed Little Eyes Xiaoyan's horn, causing him to drop Yuan Shinji's phone. Xiaoyan squealed. Yeah, Yuan Shinji said. Are you trying to get me to go on the train? But if I get on the train, wouldn't the special department get suspicious? Little Eyes Xiaoyan continued to massage the back of Yuan Shinji and said, yeah, Yuan Shinji added. I spent so many legend points and good and evil points, but I haven't gotten anything off of it yet. Actually, I'm curious. I didn't think of this before. If I tear you apart, will I really die or just disappear from the world? Meanwhile, on the train, Bai Mao stated, that one is much stronger than the resentful spirits I've encountered before. The people in that carriage were beyond saving. Bai Shu, the postgraduate student, asked, so in this nightmare space that headless creature is our main enemy? Bai Mao replied, ah yes. You can call it a monster. Before Bai Mao explained to the group, well actually, you'd better call it a nightmare space. You're now in a dream world. But this dream is very dangerous. If you die in the dream, you also die in reality. He thought to himself, I'm too lazy to explain. I'll explain everything once we get out of this carriage. That headless monster. It has probably already started killing indiscriminately. Bai Shu said, sir, I think it would be better not to stay in the carriages. We can hide in the aisle between any two carriages. In the carriages we've walked through before, I found that the resentful spirits only stay within the confines of the carriages after they boarded. They don't move to any other place. If that's what you mean by monsters, then the aisle should be the safe zone, right? Bai Mao agreed. You're right. I feel like you have a lot of potential. When we get out of here, why don't you join me? Hee hee. I really admire smart boys. Bai Shu laughed, saying, hee hee. Bai Mao thought, this student, his brain is quite useful. I'll give you that much. 21 is monthly salary. Bai Shu exclaimed, really? That's awesome. Bai Mao thought to himself, I'm sure it's enough to leave him on his own. Or else, if another monster appears again, I'll just use him. The train announced, we've reached Detroit Station. Bai Mao thought to himself, damn, the source of the plague. Hasn't it already been confined in the maze of rules? A monster entered the train and said, ah, the source of the plague, infectious monster catastrophe level, has appeared in Detroit, USA, disguised as a homeless person. It should currently be confined to a prop rule maze. Killing rule every 10 seconds, it coughs, releasing all kinds of bacteria known to the world within a 20-meter radius centered on the monster. If the bacteria are inhaled, the human body will be tortured by various diseases and die within 3 days. Bai Mao put on a special mask infused with spiritual power and said to Bai Shu, I don't have any extra masks for you, so just follow my instructions. On my command, cover your nose and mouth and hold your breath for 5 seconds. Bai Shu asked, sir, are the ones behind this monster Grandpa also monsters? Bai Mao was shocked. He saw a violent Lolita, a tyrannical level monster, and Tong Lao, another tyrannical level monster, along with a dead relative, a catastrophe level monster. As Bai Mao was reeling, he said, Mo, mother, something isn't right. T34, 4 monsters appearing all of a sudden? Bai Mao dropped to the floor and Bai Shu, the postgraduate student, said, sir, I have a way to maybe escape. Bai Mao asked, what is it? Speak up. Bai Shu replied, I'd like to borrow your body, sir. Is that okay? Bai Mao, puzzled, said, say that again. Bai Shu explained, I have a way, but it requires borrowing your body, sir. Only in this way will we both have a good chance of getting out of here together. Bai Mao thought to himself, he's not lying. He said, no problem. Just tell me what you want me to do. Bai Shu smiled and his face cracked. Bai Mao exclaimed, what? What's going on? Yu, what's happening? This is impossible. How can you be a monster? Bai Shu responded. This. Bai Mao chuckled nervously. Meanwhile, Yuan Shinji spoke into the phone. Hello, Chief Qingji. It's me. A man in the background said to a girl, yo, Black Cat, long time no see. Chief Qingji said to Yuan Shinji. I was supposed to inform you after the meeting, but I thought it would be better if I informed you in advance. Yuan Shinji replied, if you have something to say, just say it. Chief Qingji continued, last night an inspector boarded a monstrous and escaped train called the Ruyu train. This monstrous train passes through various locations around the world, attracting monsters from all over to get on board. Yuan Shinji asked, is it that bad? Then what are you going to do? Little Eyes Xiaoyan, lost in thought about his game in Mobile Legends, mumbled in his dreams, 5 kills. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, tisk. I thought Bai Mao wouldn't last 24 hours. But he actually made it to the final station? Next time I make the rules, I'll have to ensure this loophole is removed. Chief Shinji stated, an international conference is needed to discuss it. I'm hanging up now. I'll contact you when I learn something new. Yuan Shinji replied, all right. He reflected, an international conference? This means that the special department knew about the existence of the Ruyu train in advance, even though I didn't expect it. But they don't know how to limit monsters, or they dare not try. On a practical level, not only in Jiang City but around the world, common means of transportation have a huge flow of people. Whatever the reason, it can't be stopped simultaneously under the eyes of the public. If there is a shutdown, it'll have a significant impact. Even if just for a single day, not to mention that the duration of that shutdown may be indefinite. Moreover, the special departments around the world would spend considerable time just bickering over procedures and arguments. Despite knowing the immeasurable dangers the Ruyu train possesses, no party is willing to pick up this hot potato. Yuan Shinji was shocked and thought, how many months has the Ruyu train been around? He looked at his phone and saw it mention an urban legend, a ghost train passing through. An insider revealed he'd seen it months ago. Yuan Shinji said to himself, how was that even possible? Looks like I have to get on the train and make sure this guy is still under my control. I don't know the specific situation inside the train since I was only given some vague hints. It's really annoying. It's also strange that I fell asleep last night. Was it because I provoked the notebook yesterday? But it should know that I won't hurt it. What exactly is it trying to do? He mused. Did I fall asleep last night? Was it you? Is it just revenge, or does it mean something else? Is it playing dead? Yuan Shinji asked the notebook. I'd like to go straight into the Ruyu train now. Would that be all right? The notebook replied, no, please go to Feng Station and buy a ticket to board the train. After that, you can enter the train directly. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, sure enough, it's been confirmed that this monster is partially out of my control. At the special department conference hall, an officer said, according to the information provided by Inspector Bai Mao, the first stop of the Kisaragi train was Jiang City. The Jiang City Special Department should set up an emergency investigation team to stop the Ruyu train in a timely manner. Another official said, agreed. I have received reports that the source of Detroit's plague has entered my district. And I demand that Detroit bring it back and restrict it as soon as possible. An old man beside Orochimaru said, just so you know, the only reason it escaped was because of the Ruyu train. Wherever that monstrous train first appeared, that place should bear most of the responsibility. A black African added, it's rumored that the Ruyu train first appeared a few months ago in Jiang City, but we from all over the world only discovered that monstrous train last night. Since a global conference has been convened, this minister must have felt that this incident is of interest to all. But why are you asking for an independent investigation in Jiang City? Another official replied, I'm sorry, I don't think that's reasonable or fair. Kei Dun, the minister of the International Special Department, interjected, all right, enough arguing. From what we've seen so far, the monsters on the Kisaragi train don't stay on the train all the time, they get off at random. A bald man chimed in, that's why we all have to limit them as soon as possible. A blonde girl said, sorry. It's not that we don't want to, I just can't think of any rule items that would be able to do that. Another man stated, people in charge of Jiang City, if you have any solutions, please resolve this as soon as possible. We're all still struggling with our own local monsters, and I don't want monsters from other areas to appear in my city. Trains are one of the world's most important and versatile means of transportation. While it's fine to stop for a while, we can't stop them forever. The blonde lady added, since the Ruyu train's first stop is Jiang City, it's up to Jiang City to solve the problem. Isn't that an international rule? This video conference is totally unnecessary. Several voices echoed agreement. I agree. Indeed. That's right. I also agree. The intellectual circle has indeed come up with a solution, and since none of you are willing to contribute, we'll take care of it ourselves. Another officer asked, what's your solution? We're going to get God on board. The others were shocked. The blonde girl exclaimed, don't make such bad jokes. God can't move, so how can you possibly get God on the train? Moreover, just getting close to God will get you killed, and so will the monsters. How did the Jiang City Special Department come up with such a ridiculous plan? Another voice said, you're right, but it can be achieved. Qi Xiaoyin asked, how so? We've limited that God because it just so happens that we have a rule item, shrinking flashlight. We can shrink God and send him to the Ruyu train through an inspector with that flashlight, Chief Shinji confirmed. That's right. According to Inspector Bai Mao, the monsters don't run into each other on the Ruyu train, and they're in a peaceful state. Apparently, there are some rules on the Ruyu train that keep the monsters in check. If God gets on board, we won't have to worry. Another official protested, "Ridiculous! If you get within 100 meters of God, you die." The blonde lady interrupted, "Well, isn't there an inspector in Jiang City who's become very popular recently? Why don't you just let him deliver it?" Section Chief Kang Ping of the Jiang City Special Department said, "First of all, the Ruyu train was born in a symbiotic relationship with the other monsters. So, do you think God will eliminate the Ruyu train? Perhaps the Ruyu train is just a means of transportation for God. There is no conflict between the rules of the two monsters. Of course, all this will have to be tried before we can say anything, and our candidate is indeed the very inspector you just mentioned. By the way, just a reminder, in case you forgot, there was a small earthquake in Jiang City before, and it was caused by God. According to our research, perhaps one of God's rules has been completed." An officer said, "All right, Chief Kang Ping. The International Special Department will not sit idly by." K. Dun, the minister of the International Special Department, said, "I'll tell you what, each city will appoint an inspector and set up an investigation team. Let's find out the rules first, then we'll talk about the restrictions. If a monster that is restricted in a certain place appears on the train, the special department of that place is obliged to help. Any objections?" The blonde lady fell silent. Another man replied, "I agree." The girl with red glasses said, "I also agree." The bald man said, "All right, I'm fine with that," added another official. Chief Ching Ji and Section Chief Kang Ping of the Jiang City Special Department remained silent, thinking to themselves, "We guessed right." Outside, a reporter announced, "Unidentified videos have appeared recently, synthesized with AI special effects. These were leaked by a studio during the post-production of a certain movie, so please don't panic." As Yuan Shinji walked the streets, a man remarked, "Artificial intelligence is developing so fast these days that I can't even find a job." His friend replied, "It turned out to be artificial intelligence. This director is cutting corners again." Yuan Shinji entered the platform and said to himself, "I want to enter the Ruyu train." Suddenly, he was transported and began to observe his surroundings seriously. As he walked inside the train, he looked around silently and thought, "Let me go to the driver's cabin first." When writing it, I deliberately arranged surveillance for the entire train there. Yuan Shinji touched the back of his neck and burned the mark there. He then kicked open a door and said to himself, "Retrieving the previous surveillance footage is impossible. The rules won't allow me to find a loophole that lets me stay for 24 hours. I'll see if there are any problems with today's surveillance." He took a seat in the driver's cabin. Ruyu train rules. A ticket stamp will appear on the back of the passengers' necks, causing their human identities to be stripped and turning them into tickets. Resentful spirits are the passengers, and when a resentful spirit disembarks, a human being will be randomly selected to leave the train with them. The Ruyu train will randomly attract monsters from the stations it passes, and those monsters are the attendants. The souls of the people killed by a monster will naturally belong to the monster, while the legend points and good and evil points will belong to Yuan Shinji. Methods to avoid death. You must remove the stamp from the back of your neck so that your identity changes from ticket to passenger before you can get off the train. You are a being outside of the rules, and you are free to do whatever you want. Trust in the monster of your creation. Yuan Shinji asked the train, "But you still mark the back of my neck with a stamp?" The train replied, "I forgot." 3 hours later, a voice cried out, "Ah, don't kill me!" Another shouted, "Help! Somebody help me!" A third yelled, "I'll fight you all!" While Yuan Shinji slept, Little Eyes Xiaoyan watched the CCTV feed. Suddenly, Little Eyes Xiaoyan exclaimed, "Yeah!" Yuan Shinji woke up and asked, "Hmm?" He looked at the monitor, and Little Eyes Xiaoyan pointed at a girl saying, "Yeah! Yeah!" Yuan Shinji saw a stamp on her back and remarked, "A human! Getting onto the train normally through the door? Yes, that's indeed not normal. However, she should be safe for at least 2 hours. Anomalies like this are mostly related to monsters, and resentful spirits won't easily take her away. Forget it, let's go and find out in person. It would be really troublesome if innocent people got involved again." Yuan Shinji tried to open the door and said to the train, "Teleport me to the carriage she is in." Suddenly, a cupid noticed Yuan Shinji and looked at him. Yuan Shinji thought, a cupid. It's just the reverse of the image in the myth. The cupid grinned and said, "Ha! You're very strong." He prepared to shoot at Yuan Shinji. Yuan Shinji muttered, "Tisk." The system announced, "You have caught the interest of the fallen cupid. The fallen cupid has decided to use mischief on you." As the cupid shot an arrow at Yuan Shinji, he countered the attack, causing it to pass through him. Yuan Shinji was shocked as the system explained, "Fallen cupid's arrow. The cupid has the ability to control the feelings of fascination and disgust of the person being shot. It's not bound by the identity or ability of the person being shot. No man or god can escape it." Yuan Shinji suddenly used Little Eyes Xiaoyan's eyes to look at the incoming arrow. Little Eyes Xiaoyan tried to devour the arrow and suddenly bit it whole. Yuan Shinji was taken aback as the arrow struck his back. The cupid chuckled, saying, "Hey, I shot you." Yuan Shinji muttered to himself, "There's nothing unusual, is there?" The cupid grinned widely, exclaiming, Yuan Shinji thought, "I didn't die, and my heart feels normal. I wonder if it has something to do with my monster heart." Then he instructed, "Ruyu train, observe the monster just now and let me know at which station it gets off." "All right," Ruyu train responded. Yuan Shinji considered, "If that cupid's arrow really works, I'll fall in love with the first human I see." He took out a bottle of specially made, painless pills, swallowed one, and thought, "Won't that be the student from earlier? Just in case, it's better to die once. As long as it's not a monster similar to the evil neighbor or the human body hospital, there won't be an endless cycle." S1 lifespan, minus 15 days, 99 days remaining. A few moments later, Yuan Shinji woke up saying, "Let's focus on something else for now. The main thing is to find out why the Ryu train was exposed and why there were rumors about it even before I created it. Let's start with that schoolgirl." The schoolgirl trembled as an old woman beside her began speaking. "When I was seriously ill, my son came back to take care of me, and I felt really happy. I just didn't expect that in only a few days he wouldn't be able to handle the pressure I put on him. Then he smothered me to death in my bed with a thick quilt." "How could he do that?" the schoolgirl stammered, horrified. Suddenly, she noticed Yuan Shinji and looked at him, blurting out, "Who are you? Get out of here. It's dangerous." "Shh," Yuan Shinji replied, sitting next to her. "You're not scared." Are you talking to me?" she asked, as the old woman scooted to the other side of the seat. "Who else? If not you, should I be talking to the resentful spirit next to you?" Yuan Shinji smirked. Confused, the schoolgirl asked, "How did you get on the train?" "I observed a lot of people at the station and suddenly they and I found ourselves on this train," he explained. "But only you, just like these resentful spirits, got on the train by directly walking into it." The schoolgirl was shocked. "Oh, only me? Could it be? Could I be dead? I've read those urban legends where people die but don't even realize it. "No, you're still alive," Yuan Shinji reassured her. "But your experience is unique, so think carefully. Before getting on the train or even this morning, did you encounter anything unusual?" The schoolgirl thought for a moment, then shook her head. No. I just slept, got up, ate, went to school, finished school, and ate again." "Then take everything out of your backpack and see if there's anything strange," he suggested. "Huh? A one-way ticket," she stammered. "There it is," Yuan Shinji noted to himself. "It's a monster or a derivative of one." As the schoolgirl read the ticket, she noticed it said, "Starting point, Yun City endpoint." "Unknown," she exclaimed, "but I bought a ticket from Yun City to Ling City. Even if you throw it away, it will come back to you," Yuan Shinji warned. Horrified, she threw the ticket on the floor, only to see it reappear in her hand. What am I supposed to do?" she asked in shock. "There is a way out," Yuan Shinji said calmly. "Tear it up. But you'll have to do it yourself. I can't help you. Just remember, destroying something as ominous as this is a gamble. There's a high probability that something bad will happen. It's up to you whether you want to take that risk." A man at the back of the train suddenly shouted, "No! Don't take me away. Please, help me. I don't want to get off the train." I can't do it," the schoolgirl whispered, clutching the ticket tightly. "I'd like to ask, is it because of this ticket that I'm safe? Maybe, as long as I stay on the train until the final station, I'll be able to get off." "Perhaps that's how ordinary people think," Yuan Shinji mused to himself. "Instead of taking risks, they cling to the hope that the end will be bright. But that's normal. It's not me who's caught up in the murder rules." "You have a point," he said aloud. "For now, this ticket does seem to be preserving your life. I hope it goes well for you." The schoolgirl murmured. Yuan Shinji thought to himself. This ticket, I believe, came from a machine in the station connected to the entire ticketing system. Every one-way ticket is indistinguishable from an ordinary one, but the destination only becomes unknown once you're on the train. It's so well hidden that even the special department would struggle to detect it. He glanced at the girl, considering she's probably not the first innocent person to fall under these murder rules. Though I wonder if she's still an innocent person now. Checking his phone, he read an article, an urban legend, a ghost train passing through. Insider reveals he's seen it months ago. The harmonious coexistence of two monsters, each benefiting from the Ruyu train's secrecy, makes it nearly impossible to understand its murder rules or flaws, Yuan Shinji thought. But if it's tied to the ticketing system, then perhaps there's a chance of escape between the moment she steps off the Ruyu train and swipes her ticket on the platform. As she started to doze off, the schoolgirl sighed softly, resting her head on Yuan Shinji's shoulder. He gently moved her to the side, then turned to the old resentful ghost beside him. Are you afraid of me? He asked her. Would you like to get off this train? I could help you find someone else to accompany you. The old woman shook her head. No need. I'd like to stay on this train forever if that's all right. I'm afraid that's not possible. Don't you want revenge on your son? Yuan Shinji inquired. With a soft sigh, the old woman replied, Actually, I don't blame him. I understand the pressures on those who care for the chronically ill. Caregivers face harsh realities that sometimes bring out the darkest parts of human nature. I have my resentments, but I'm still his mother. Really? Yuan Shinji mused. If someone betrayed Ma'am, even if they were killed, I wouldn't let them go so easily. A mechanical voice from the train announced, The finish line has arrived. The journey around the world has ended. Passengers are requested to disembark in an orderly manner. The schoolgirl stirred, rubbing her eyes. Have we arrived? She asked. As the door slid open, she turned to Yuan Shinji, smiling. Thank you for being here with me. Let's get off the train quickly. Yuan Shinji nodded. I'll follow you. But as she stepped outside, she disappeared into a portal. Alarmed, he whispered to himself, Not good. I was wrong. At the Jiang City train station, Yuan Shinji said to himself, Too many people. Just in case, it's better to have an extra layer of protection. Yuan Shinji used the ability of the eyeballs in the cracks to devour a sex changer, which could be transformed into an oculus shield, effectively blocking the rules of monsters of that type. He thought to himself, the problem is with the ticket. Let me go check the ticket office. Now, should I buy a trial ticket from the ticket office? No, Qingji told me to watch out for trains and not to take them. The special department's eyes are all focused on the Ruyu train. Buying a ticket at the ticket office would be like exposing myself to the special department. If I forcibly board the Ruyu train, it would be absurd. They would definitely be suspicious that something is wrong. The special department is useful for the time being, so there's no need to have a fallout with them. Kind of interesting. This is the first time since acquiring this monster heart that I've had to directly confront monsters. Speaking of which, can I disguise myself? Change my gender again, then disguise my hairstyle and face. As he thought about Xian Yubai's style and Qingji's style, Yuan Shinji said to himself, Seems feasible. Interesting. I'll try it when I get back. As a man at the back asked the cab driver, Sir, how do I get to Erxian Bridge? The cab driver replied, Take Shenghua Avenue. Yuan Shinji looked at his phone and saw D&D taxi. 2 minutes later, the cab arrived and stopped quickly. Xian Yubai said, Don't worry, master. I'll be there in a moment and then I can take over. Thank you. The cab driver said, No big deal. As Xian Yubai got out of the smoke-filled cab, she saw Yuan Shinji and was confused, saying, President? Yuan Shinji looked back at her and she said, it's just a coincidence. Yuan Shinji silently looked at her. Xian Yubai said, What's the matter? President, aren't you getting in the car? Yuan Shinji replied, It's nothing. Yuan Shinji held his chest and said to himself, What's going on? I'm obviously wearing the glasses. Why do I still feel this way? Xian Yubai sparkled in beauty as she said, President? Yuan Shinji's heart beat harder, and he thought to himself, could it be? Suddenly, he closed the door of the cab and said, I'm not going. Xian Yubai said in confusion, Inside the cab, the monitor beeped. Ding! The passenger has canceled the order. The cab driver was confused and shocked after Yuan Shinji canceled his cab. He opened the window and shouted at Yuan Shinji, Hey, you obviously need a ride, right? I've already driven to my destination and you're canceling. Yuan Shinji pointed 2 fingers at the cab driver's temple and said, In 5 seconds, you'll forget what happened. The cab driver suddenly shouted, Whoa! I didn't step on the accelerator. He quickly sped away. Qian Yubai said, "President, did something happen all of a sudden? Is there anything I can do to help?" Suddenly, Yuan Shinji took her soft hand. She was shocked and blushed. Yuan Shinji said, "What are you going to do? Come on, I'll accompany you." Qian Yubai suddenly went dizzy and said, "Ah, wah, tis." President, too. She thought to herself, "Am I hallucinating? The president really offered to accompany me? He took the initiative to hold my hand? What does that mean?" Her angel inside said, "That's just your imagination. The president being interested in someone like you is just a passing thought. If you think about it carefully, aren't you terrified? If he really becomes interested in you, then you're in real trouble." Her demon inside said, "Aya, what's wrong with that? Yuan Shinji is a man too, so it's normal for him to be interested in you. Besides, isn't this exactly what you wanted? Doesn't this satisfy your initial wish?" She bit her lips and sweated. She said, "I'm just going for an interview, so please accompany me, President." Qian Yubai thought to herself, "Forget it. This dreamlike happiness. I still want it to last a little longer." Yuan Shinji said, "An interview? Little Bai, I thought you were a member of my team." Qian Yubai said, "No, it's just an ordinary ghost exorcism mission. But the boss of this mission specified that we need to talk in person. Didn't the president also say that he wants me to have more experience?" Yuan Shinji suddenly let go of her soft hand and said, "Got it." He took her closer. Qian Yubai thought to herself, so close. I'm so happy. A few moments later, in a different scene, Qian Yubai said, "Is this the way to go? It's a strange alley, but there doesn't seem to be any danger." Yuan Shinji looked at the surroundings seriously. He said, "Well, little Bai is right. It's just a little more isolated and cramped, but no monsters, spirits, or anything like that." A few moments later, Yuan Shinji said, "This is the place." Qian Yubai knocked on the door and said, "Excuse me, is Granny Zhu here?" Suddenly, an old, creepy hand opened the door. The air that came from the door was unsettling. Granny Zhu said, 7 numbers for fortune-telling." She walked outside with her tiny lotus feet and said, "The starting price for business is 8 numbers, and eliminating monsters will be discussed separately. What is the nature of your business?" As her cleaver sparkled. Qian Yubai said, "Granny, I'm Qian Yubai. I'm here to take over Boss Chang's commission. Boss Chang said that before confirming the commission, I need to come to you so you can read my fortune and determine if it's suitable for me." Granny took the letter and replied, "Oh, come on inside then. Boss Chang's guests are not charged. Sit here and Granny will figure it out for you." A few moments later, as Qian Yubai sat on the chair, Granny remarked, "You young people, I don't even have to ask. You probably don't even know your own birthdays, do you?" Qian Yubai hesitated. I can't quite remember." Meanwhile, Yuan Shinji observed silently. A few of the spiritual objects in this room do possess some power, he thought, but this fortune teller herself doesn't seem to have any spiritual abilities. Granny began writing something on her arm. She clapped her hands wildly and chanted incoherent words. Yuan Shinji thought to himself, she's not even qualified to do odd jobs in the special department. Granny continued shouting, "Wah! Woohoo! The happiness god is in the southwest, the wealth god is in the west, and the blessing god is in the east. A person born in the month of Gingchen, on the day of Yu, at the hour of Bingzi, a destiny of the wood rooster. Suitable, appropriate." She paused before adding, "Unfortunately, there's a bad omen in your destiny, suggesting a life full of difficulties. Do you want to change your destiny? All it takes is for you and your boyfriend to pay a small price." Yuan Shinji, now visibly unimpressed, interrupted. "Fortune-telling and destiny-changing?" Granny froze in confusion. What are you saying?" Yuan Shinji grabbed her wrist. "Don't play dumb here." Granny stammered, You guys." Yuan Shinji turned to Qian Yubai and asked, "Little Bai, can you tell which ones are the rule items?" Qian Yubai scanned the room. "I can see that this bottle and this charm are spiritual objects. The most important one is the carpet under our feet, right?" Yuan Shinji nodded. "You're out of your mind using rule items on commissioned inspectors." He then shattered the bangles on Granny's wrists. Granny cried out, "Wah! It hurts too, I was wrong." Trembling, she continued, "Sir, please spare this old woman's life. I was just trying to make some money to support my family. My son won't even help me." Yuan Shinji released her. "You know what you've done, but since you didn't commit murder or arson, I'll let this go. This time." He leaned closer and added, "If I catch you doing this again, there will be consequences." Granny whimpered, "This old woman knows her mistake. I won't do it again, I promise. Yuan Shinji turned to Qian Yubai. Let's go. Don't mind what this person said. Qian Yubai hesitated. It's okay, President. Yuan Shinji paused at the door and warned, If you dare to do anything to little Bai's destiny, Granny interjected. No way. Believe me, sir. I won't. Yuan Shinji shot her a piercing look. Remember what you said. Then they walked out. Moments later, Granny grinned slyly. I fooled him. Now I'm going to. Suddenly, all her talismans ignited and burned to ash. Ah! What's going on? What's going on? She screamed as her house caught fire. Back at Qian Yubai's family home, Qian Yubai flopped onto her bed. Phew! She sighed, recalling how she had politely refused the president's offer to escort her upstairs. Thank you, President, but it's really late, she had said earlier on the apartment steps. Qian Yubai muttered to herself, Qian Yubai, you've improved. The president's current state. In her mind, she heard Yuan Shinji's voice softly say, Little Bai. She blushed deeply. No more wallowing, she exclaimed, shaking her head. She grabbed her notebook and resolved. The president said if I encounter a monster or someone close to me gets caught up in the rules, don't alert them right away. Flipping through her notes, she reflected, the president's only interests have always been monsters, resentful spirits, and spiritual power. But when did this change begin? She sighed. It's better to ask someone. Picking up her phone, she dialed a number, 31,415,926. On the other end, Teacher Yuan Bo answered cheerfully. Yo, little Bai. It's rare for you to call me. Teacher Yuan Bo, Qian Yubai began. I'd like to inquire about something. I suspect that the president has fallen into some monster rules. Yuan Bo laughed incredulously. Him? Did you notice anything unusual about him? Qian Yubai hesitated before replying. Just, he confessed to me. Teacher Yuan Bo paused in silence, processing the information. Then she shouted, What details? What are the details? Did you agree? How far have you gotten? Tongue? No. Have you kissed? How is he? Skilled? As a notorious gossip lover, Teacher Yuan Bo was more than eager to hear all the juicy details. While Teacher Yuan Bo and Qian Yubai were talking, Yuan Shinji murmured to himself, I'm curious. Little Bai, why waste time on such trash? Qian Yubai sighed. I was wondering, do you have the contact information for the chief of the special department? Teacher Yuan Bo laughed loudly. Haha. No way I have their contact info. How could I be worthy? But if you're not sure, I'd advise you not to contact them. However, I've got to say, you're really overthinking this, aren't you? Qian Yubai shook her head. No, I'm not. Teacher Yuan Bo then added, It seems like a miracle has happened for that guy. He's finally found love. Ghost's exclusive phone number. Here it is. If you don't believe me, I'll ask for you. Yuan Shinji answered the phone and said, Hello? Teacher Yuan Bo spoke quickly. Ghost, Shadow says something's been off with you recently. She thinks you're caught up in some monster rules. Look at how you're chasing girls. Are you scaring them? Yuan Shinji responded calmly. It seems she's been under as much stress as I have lately. She's just overthinking. Being alone can be exhausting sometimes, and Shadow is the one who understands me best. I guess I'm still stressing her out. Qian Yubai was shocked and blushed deeply. Yuan Shinji added, Actually, I was thinking, if I could just live a little longer, I should propose to her. Teacher Yuan Bo gasped. Eh? Does Shadow know you think so? I suggest you take things a bit slower. Girls tend to get suspicious if you move too fast. Qian Yubai trembled, her face red like a teapot. Getting married? Teacher Yuan Bo smirked. Got it, thank you. Yuan Shinji replied, Is there anything else? Teacher Yuan Bo laughed again. Nothing else, nothing else. A few moments later, Teacher Yuan Bo turned to Qian Yubai. Did you hear that? He's just interested in you, so don't overthink it, man. That's just how they are. Qian Yubai huffed. Enough. Only now do you dare tease the club president? Why didn't you say it directly to him? Teacher Yuan Bo teased. Little Bai, why are you so cute? It's so sad to say such things. Especially to someone who's helped you so much. How are you going to make it up to me? Qian Yubai groaned. I've got to get ready for my mission. I'm not talking to you anymore. She dropped onto her bed with a sigh. I better hurry up and get ready. I'm used to these kinds of ordinary exorcism missions, so there shouldn't be any problems. But the president, is he really serious? Does he really like me? At 11:45 p.m., Qian Yubai's phone buzzed with a message from Chang Fu. She walked outside and headed up the stairs. As she arrived at the mansion, she muttered to herself, There. She pressed the doorbell and waited a moment. Then she spoke to the CCTV. Mr. Chang, I'm Qian Yubai. I'm here to exorcise the spirit. Please open the door. The appointed time has come. Suddenly, Yuan Shinji appeared behind her. She turned around, startled, but no one was there. The door creaked open. Mr. Chang's voice called out, "Jian Yubai, is that you? Sorry to keep you waiting. I've just put my son to sleep. I'm really sorry. Please come in." Qian Yubai entered, and Mr. Chang closed the door behind her. She thought to herself, I should flip the coin. Mr. Chang said, "Miss Qian Yubai, my apologies for not greeting you sooner. The housekeeper went home on vacation, so I'm the only one here, and I was late." Qian Yubai replied, "No problem." Mr. Chang led her inside, saying, "Please." As he closed the door gently, the lights in the chandelier flickered on, illuminating the frog ornaments. Mr. Chang turned to her. "Miss Qian Yubai, are you knowledgeable about the art of harmony?" Qian Yubai thought to herself, he wants to see if I'm the real deal. Fortunately, the president and everyone else have taught me how to deal with such people. She replied, "I'm not a professional art of harmony expert, so I can't tell whether your home's art of harmony is correct or not. I'm only here to exercise the spirit." Mr. Chang smiled. "Oh no, I don't doubt your intentions. Since you know what you're doing, when the time comes you can start the exorcism." Qian Yubai nodded. "Well, it's almost time." Mr. Chang sighed. "Alas, I'm glad you're here. Our house has been haunted by this ghost, and it only appears at certain times and days. We've sought help from priests, but at best, they could only protect us from the ghosts. My jewelry business used to be very prosperous. I was content with living the rest of my life that way. My family was in good health, and we couldn't be happier. But for some reason, we've been haunted by this strange thing, and everything changed." As the clock ticked, Qian Yubai said, "Here it comes. Mr. Chang, please hide first." She thought, "Where is he?" Suddenly, the frog ornament glowed, and a figure appeared on the balcony. Qian Yubai charged her power, but just then, Mr. Chang appeared behind her holding a candelabrum. Qian Yubai turned around, her heart sinking. Not good. She looked behind her to see Mr. Chang grinning with a freaky smile. Thanks for tuning in. I truly appreciate each and every one of you who took the time to watch this video. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more content like this. If you enjoyed what you saw, consider sharing my videos or channel with your friends who might also enjoy it. Your support means the world to me and helps my channel grow. Let's keep this community thriving together. Until next time, see you in the next video.